Chapter 975. Chinrue instinctively felt that something was wrong. He wanted to resist, dodge, or use the super system to devour the strange feeling. But his entire soul seemed to be out of control. The crazy growth of the hatred emotion in his heart overshadowed all will and overrode all consciousness. He couldn't use the rest of his power. In his consciousness, there was only endless hatred. Just when Chinrue's soul was about to be completely covered by this hatred, a pair of eyes that were bright like flames suddenly appeared in his mind. In those red eyes a tear slowly fell, but a smile appeared on her face. "But I still love you. It's not like it's love." The violent panting slowly calmed down. Chinrue looked at her in a daze. Looking at the unforgettable woman, it seemed that the rest of his emotions were suppressed. The tear fell to the ground and turned into a clear spring. In the clear spring, the reflection of an iceberg woman with blonde hair and purple eyes was looking at him quietly. "I order you in the name of Jia. Lucifer, you must survive." Did I hear this sentence in the unconscious state of half awake and half asleep? Or when we were separated by life and death in that fortress? While Chinrue was absent-minded, the clear spring had evaporated into mist. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the beautiful face with tears of joy in her charming eyes. "She's really a great liar, isn't she? My master?" Unknowingly, the hatred on his face had turned into a faint smile, and the voice on the other side sounded again. "The demon god's eyes are really blind. There is actually a stupid guy willing to sacrifice his life for such a damn woman." That pair of beautiful blue eyes flickered with tears. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked his face. There was no flirtatious charm, only gentleness that washed away all the splendor. He wanted to grab those hands, but the gentle eyes gradually faded away. Another purple-haired, bespectacled beauty appeared in front of him. She exuded incomparable intelligence and beauty. Her expression was a little dazed, but her spirited purple eyes seemed to be able to speak. "What? Oh, got it." Which one of those phrases? Chinrue's eyes became gentle, and his right hand was suddenly held by someone. It was a pair of black eyes that were as calm as a lake and as deep as the starry sky. They did not hug or kiss passionately, but just held hands as if they were holding the most important thing in each other's lives. "Thank you for always being like this, my lover, my only man, my daughter's father." "Daddy, Daddy." A streak of flame flew through the air. The smile on Chenrue's face had already turned into pride and gentleness, a smile that belonged exclusively to his father. Following that, many voices rang out one after another. "You liar, brother. Boss, when will I get a raise?" "I'm sorry, Lord Aguile. I just wanted. Hey, that cunning human. Captain. Lord Uncle. Please accept my knee. Master is so handsome. Bastard, the old man is not dead yet. Lord Aguile. What a lousy man." All the voices and images overlapped and turned into countless rays of light, spinning in Chenrue's pupils. At the same time, the super system that had regained consciousness was running. Unknowingly, the emotion of hatred that overrode everything had disappeared without a trace. Even if there were many pains and many injustices in his life, he no longer needed to hate now because he had more precious things that surpassed hatred. His eyes began to glow like stars again as he looked directly at the pair of eyes in front of him. This was a pair of terrifying eyes. Chenrue could clearly feel the destruction and hatred revealed in it. Although he still felt a strong pressure, the hatred could no longer shake his mind. The mouth moved, and the voice carried a powerful deterrent. "Stupid ant, you actually refused the heart of hatred." Chenrue's heart was stunned. The hatred that exhausted the soul and attempted to assimilate everything just now was the heart of hatred. The heart of hatred that Veronica has. Then, the owner of this pair of eyes. Chinrue instinctively felt that once the opponent succeeded, the power of hatred would become an indelible imprint in the soul, and he would be controlled by the opponent forever. The voice continued to sound with disdain. Even if you refuse the heart of the abyss and use this to consume part of the power that I accumulated by using the seal loophole, you can't reverse the result of this channel being opened. Why do you want to destroy everything? Chen Rui's voice, combined with the power of analytical eyes, spread far away. This sentence of the abyss did not make the eyes surprised. Instead, it was even more contemptuous. Without answering, wisps of bloody mist appeared again and flew toward Chinrui. It seems that for the sake of the origin of destruction that you possess, I will give you one last chance. Offer your soul. Otherwise you will turn into dust under the great will of hatred. Chinrui couldn't avoid it. He folded the wings on his back and wrapped himself in it. Star Wings Protection. The power of Star Wings Protection was much stronger than the defensive shield. There was a chance to reflect the opponent's attack, but in the face of the bloody mist, it could only defend passively. After a few exchanges, many cracks had appeared, and the fragments of the wings were constantly falling. Under the effect of the strange power of the eyes, the number and strength of the Abyss army below had increased significantly again. There were already demigod Abyss lords, and a batch of elite fiery witch leaders had also reached the kingdom level. Rala's pressure suddenly increased. Under the sword chi blockade of several demigod Abyss lords, she could no longer use teleportation to carry out guerrilla warfare. The space for guerrilla warfare was getting smaller and smaller, and she was surrounded by the Abyss army in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the protection magic and the protection of the armor soul, the long-range, intensive attacks alone would have torn Rala's body into pieces. Chinrui noticed the fairy dragon's crisis and was taken aback. He immediately abandoned the pair of eyes and rushed down. However, he could only flash on the spot after several teleportations. The surrounding space seemed to have been locked by the eyes. Chinrui yelled, and a sharp aura broke through the air. In an instant, he had launched hundreds of aura blade at the same place. Even the ordinary space would have cracks, but the nearby space didn't move at all. He could only watch the encirclement below closing quickly. Rala knew that she could no longer escape. She took a deep breath, and the crown of Elemental Goddess appeared on her head. The secret shadow wand in her hand suddenly extended and turned into a long wand. Soul Weapon State. This was the Faith Martial Soul blessed with Scarlet Star Rule, and its power would be greatly enhanced. However, this soul weapon could only be used once a day, and each time it lasted for half an hour. If it was already a very dangerous moment, Rala used it without thinking. The fairy dragon raised the wand high, and the crown on her head emitted a strong, colorful light. A 6-colored rainbow appeared in the air. At this moment, the countless attacks coming from all around like lightning, including the sword chi of the Lord of the Abyss, all stopped for a moment. Dong! The magic wand in Rala's hand stopped on the ground. The rainbow above her head suddenly disappeared. With Rala as the center, a huge circle of 6-colored light appeared on the ground. The entire 6-colored light rotated, and the rhythm of the rotation faintly revealed a mysterious rhythm. It quickly blended into a transparent, colorless halo. The colorless light gave people a soft feeling as it spread around. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal creatures that the light swept through turned into nothingness. The strongest attack of the 6 elemental kingdoms, Elemental Rage. Chi Lanya, who was in front of the crystal ball, was secretly shocked. With the enhancement of the crown of the Elemental Goddess, although the range of this attack was much larger than yesterday, the power did not decrease but increased. If she faced it head-on again, she might not be able to take it. In fact, Rala's additional bonuses were not only the equipment including the crown of the Elemental Goddess, the secret shadow wand, and the magic feather gauze, but also the bonus of the star enhancement, the bonus of the creature of faith, and the attribute bonus of the star position. True Star Concubine could stack SS plus mental power, increasing the basic magic power and the upper limit of mental power by 50%. She also had the skill True Thoughtbreaker, which doubled the damage of mental and soul attacks, doubled the control of elements, and have the damage of mental and soul attacks. These were the secret weapons of the fairy dragon to fight beyond ranks. Of course, her own strength was the most important foundation, and the role of external forces could only be regarded as icing on the cake. The light of elemental rage gradually disappeared, and an exaggerated circle of emptiness appeared around Rala. Except for a few Lord of the Abyss that had been strengthened to the demigod level, the rest, including the nation-level Inferno, which were all annihilated. Those Lord of the Abyss were also covered in wounds, and their auras were greatly weakened. Rala clenched the secret shadow wand and panted slightly. She had used up a lot of power in the previous non-stop battle in the Abyss army. Although the power of the elemental rage attack just now was doubled under the enhancement of the crown of the elemental goddess, the power consumption was also doubled. Currently, the aura of power on her body had been greatly reduced. The two Lord of the Abyss closest to her roared. As they waved their giant swords, several light, red half-moon ripples drew terrifying trenches on the ground and crisscrossed towards Rala. Rala seemed to be unable to dodge in time, and her body was torn into pieces. Instead, the split body suddenly turned into several crystal lights and went against the direction of the sword aura at lightning speed. They combined into a dazzling, colorful light and quickly penetrated the bodies of the two Lord of the Abyss. The colorful light converged into Rala's figure again. She appeared at the back, and a translucent armor appeared on her body. With a bang, it shattered. The attack just now was actually quite risky to take the sword aura of the Lord of the Abyss head-on. The armor soul bestowed by Chinrue's Wrath King armor finally could not withstand it and shattered. Two demigod-level Lord of the Abyss were actually killed by Rala, although she relied on external forces to forcibly increase her strength. She had reached the demigod level after all. Rala leaned on the staff with both hands, panted, and quickly drank a bottle of mana recovery potion. Although her equipment also had the attribute of accelerating recovery, the elemental rage and the colorful light attack just now had almost exhausted the fairy dragon's power. It could not be recovered in a short time. The other Lord of the Abyss had already approached, and a large number of abyss creatures in the distance that were not affected by the elemental rage were also quickly surrounding here. The situation was already extremely critical. "Wait, let her go." Chinrue's voice sounded. This anxiety fell into the gaze of the pair of eyes. The Lord of the Abyss on the ground suddenly stopped moving, and the Abyss army only surrounded Rala from afar. "I'm willing to surrender. You can't hurt her." A ghastly laughter sounded. "Your time to consider is long over, Aunt." As soon as the words were spoken, the abyss creatures that had stopped surged frantically toward the fairy dragon in the center. Rala's figure flickered a few times, but she could not resist in the end. In the blink of an eye, she was drowned by the waves of the abyss, and there were no longer any ups and downs or fluctuations. The elves were all shocked. The fairy dragon actually died. Chapter 976. The scene of the fairy dragon being swallowed by the abyssal tide fell into Chenrue's eyes, and he suddenly let out an angry roar. "Rala!" No matter who it was, no one doubted the authenticity of Rala's death. The abyssal creature was not a kind man or woman. They would never show mercy. Moreover, Rala had just used 2 big moves in a row, and she was almost exhausted. She could no longer resist or dodge. In the angry roar, Chenrue's aura of destruction skyrocketed to the peak. Countless fierce and violent red lights flew out. The sound of tearing the air was like the roar of some kind of vicious beast, and it was hundreds of vicious beasts roaring at the same time. The power was very amazing. Flame dragon roar. The eyes flashed, and hundreds of flame dragons actually turned into particles and disappeared in an instant. Chinrue waved his hand, and countless sharp chi whizzed out. At the same time, 7 aurora shot appeared in front of the eye and exploded at the same time. Aura blade. 7 stars explosion. However, these were useless. The eye only needed a glance, and all the attacks disintegrated without exception. It was also the power of the origin of destruction, but the gap between the two was really a bit too big. If both sides had the origin of destruction, it was not immune to attacks, but mutually destructive. Only Shura's pure origin body could assimilate and absorb most of the attack of the power of destruction. However, judging from the current strength comparison, even if he merged with Shura's body, he could not defeat the opponent. A creepy laughter sounded. Be angry! Hate it! Incompetent ant! Chinrue panted heavily, and his eyes were red as if he had lost his mind. He rushed toward the eye desperately. Very good hatred. Your soul, I will accept it. The power and source you possess will be the best body to descend upon. The power of hatred rose to an extremely rich level in the blink of an eye. The light in the eye flashed, and a rich blood light surged out, wrapping Chinrue firmly. In the blink of an eye, all the scenes changed. This was a space similar to the universe. Countless stars rotated slowly in a special rhythm, and a few fiery sun-like planets were particularly eye-catching. The entire starry sky seemed tranquil and beautiful, filled with exuberant vitality. The phantom of a female body appeared in the void. Both her facial features and body were blurry. The only thing that was clear was her pair of strange eyes. Quiriana! A calm voice called out the name of I. The voice did not contain the anger and hatred from before, as if Rolla's death did not affect it at all. The eyes glanced to the left, and a sneer appeared on his face. There, Chinrue's figure slowly appeared. Chinrue said indifferently, "To be precise, you're just a projection of Quiriana." This projection was the highest ruler of the abyss, the hate ruler Quiriana. Quiriana sneered, "And you dare to challenge my patience again and again. Since you are not willing to offer your soul, then this illusory kingdom will be your burial ground. First of all, about surrender." Chinrue smiled indifferently. "It's even more difficult for you to kneel down and lick a certain part of me." Whether it was the illusion or the kingdom, Quiriana didn't put the sand in her eyes at all. She didn't expect Chinrue to be so daring to say such blasphemous words to her, the supreme existence. Her eyes flashed fiercely, and a powerful power swept across the sky and earth. However, out of expectation, the despicable ant didn't tear as she imagined, but he didn't move at all. Quiriana frowned, and she finally showed a hint of surprise. She slowly raised her hand, and a terrifying power burst out in an instant. It was several times stronger than before. A large crack appeared in the galaxy space behind Chinrue, but he was still unscathed. Because this was the super system, unless the entire galaxy nurtured by the system was destroyed, Quiriana couldn't hurt Chinrue at all. This was the plan that Chinrue had been brewing for a long time. As for the fallen Rala, she didn't suffer any damage. Instead, she was taken into the star sealing platform by Chinrue the moment she was besieged, and she entered the state of star position fusion. Within the visual range, Chinrue could put the linked object that received the star position into the star sealing platform at any time. This state could be maintained for up to 3 hours. After removing the star position fusion, it would take 24 hours to refuse. This was the biggest secret weapon that Chinrue brought Rala, Isabella, and others through the star gate to the human world. Quiriana's strength was too strong. Even if it was just a projection, it was far beyond what Chinrue could match. In a head-on battle, he didn't even have 1 in 10,000 hope. Judging from Quiriana's previous action of using Heart of Hatred, her first choice was not to kill him, but to control him. This should be related to the origin of destruction that Chinrue displayed. Shura was greatly valued in the mysterious church because of the talent shown by the body of destruction. Therefore, Chinrue chose to take a risk and lure Quiriana into the super system. This was also the only chance to win. Quiriana manipulated the Abyss army to kill Rala in an attempt to use Chinrue's hatred to control his soul. This gave Chinrue a better opportunity. In fact, the rage he showed was not faked. Instead, he substituted Athena's emotions when she faced Glorfin's danger in Mountain Shillong. As expected, he deceived Quiriana and successfully lured her into the super system. Quiriana's attack was fruitless, and her eyes flashed again. Several red mists flew out like wriggling arms toward Chinrue. However, it was like an attack phantom. It actually passed through without any effect. At this time, a huge black hole appeared behind Chinrue, emitting a powerful sucking power. The red mist was immediately sucked in. Quiriana felt that her power was flowing away involuntarily. She actually couldn't stop it. To be able to affect her like this, it is no longer a simple law. Could it be power? Impossible. How could a mere demigod rank and possess such power? The surprise in Quiriana's eyes was even more intense. She opened her mouth. An ray of light rushed toward the black hole, splitting the space where the black hole was into two halves. However, the black hole that was split into two continued to emit a powerful sucking power. The separated space was reunited because of this sucking power. The black hole quickly recovered into one, and the sucking power was even stronger. Quiriana continuously used several attacks, but she couldn't hurt Chinrue or completely destroy the black hole. She frowned even tighter. Attacking the enemy is ineffective, but the attack launched by the enemy is real. Based on this alone, the opponent is already in an invincible position. Quiriana looked at the stars revolving around her, and she suddenly understood something. It turns out that the opponent's power has merged with this imitation illusion kingdom. My attack is equivalent to being decomposed into the entire universe, so I can't hurt the opponent unless everything will be completely destroyed under the power of hatred. Quiriana's eyes were full of bloody light, and a strong breath of hatred broke out. Her figure suddenly underwent some kind of mutation. Although her body and facial features were still blurred, the terrifying outline of the mutation could be seen. Her body was burning with a bloody flame-like light, and her claw-like hands shook violently. A large crack appeared in the galaxy space. The crack revealed a shocking bloody color, and it quickly spread across the entire galaxy. Although the power of the black hole could devour a part of the bloody light, it couldn't stop it from spreading in such a comprehensive area. Wherever the bloody color passed, the meteorites in the space turned into powder. Under the influence of this bloody color, the operation of the galaxy also began to gradually stagnate. Chinrue didn't expect that Quiriana could still exert such a terrifying power in the galaxy of the super system. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a strange change in the star ceiling platform in the galaxy divinity temple. Several streams of light soared into the sky. The sources of the streams of light included faith creatures, such as Snow, Dowlet, and Phantom Flower, as well as the sculpture of the star ceiling platform. The streams of light converged and condensed into a strange symbol. It didn't appear in the battle space with Quiriana, but in Chinrue's mind. This symbol wasn't any rune language that Chinrue knew, but as the highest controller of the entire Galaxy Divinity Temple, he could clearly understand the meaning of this symbol, seal. The amount of information in his mind made Chinrue understand in an instant. The black hole disappeared, and his hands moved in a mysterious trajectory. The bright starlight in the void gradually became clear. Under Chinrue's gesture, star marks were drawn. At the same time as these star marks appeared, the number of faith crystals in the super system began to decrease in seconds. Quiriana's heart suddenly gave birth to a very uncomfortable feeling of oppression. The bloody red power that extended into the starry sky suddenly paused, and it was quickly disintegrated and eliminated by the vast power. Quiriana instinctively felt a huge threat. She groaned, and there was another mutation. Her graceful figure had more bone spike-like objects. Her entire body seemed to have expanded. A long tail stretched out behind her. The bloody red power suddenly turned into brownish red. The deep color revealed a fierce and terrifying crimson color. Just a glance gave people a chilling feeling. The brownish-red power skyrocketed, and the entire galaxy space began to tremble slightly. Chinrue could clearly feel the horror of this power. Even the transformation power of Crimson Polar Star transformation would be annihilated in an instant under this power. Just a projection already had such power. Fortunately, this is in the super system space. Fortunately, Quiriana just wanted to control me instead of killing me when I was outside. He had a feeling that if he fought head-on with his original body, even the head of the 3 supreme angels, Michael, who is known as the closest to God, was not Quiriana's opponent. The movements of Chinrue's hands did not stop. They became faster and faster. The crisscross star marks became clear and converged into a huge symbol. Seal. As soon as the symbol appeared, the terrifying brownish-red power actually rolled back like a receding tide. What? Quiriana was finally moved. Although she was only a projection now, and not her real body, she had already performed the final transformation form. The 2 powers of destruction and hatred had been exerted to the limit. Even a general pseudo-god couldn't resist it. This guy who should only have the strength of demigod actually completely suppressed her strongest power. Chapter 977. Although she was the supreme ruler of the abyss and possessed unparalleled power, due to the seal of the Tree of Nature, she could not descend directly. She could only use the weakened gap in the seal to spread the power of the abyss. After accumulating for a long time, she finally succeeded in casting a projection. Next, she only needed to use this projection as a foundation to continuously accumulate power. When the time came, she would be able to break the seal in one fell swoop and open the passage, allowing the abyss nightmare to completely cover the entire world. Previously, the elves had tried to completely seal the passage, but they all failed under the interference of the power of the abyss. Not long ago, the army she summoned even destroyed a group of overconfident elves, but it also consumed a part of the accumulated power. Today, she was alarmed again. That ant with only the strength of a demigod actually discovered the existence of her projection. Although the attack launched by the ant was weak, she clearly felt that this person's body contained an extremely high-quality power of the origin of destruction. This extremely rare physique could directly become a ruler's descended body. Regardless of the choice, controlling this person was much more cost-effective than killing him. As long as this person became a slave of the abyss, the process of destroying the seal would be greatly accelerated. However, unexpectedly, this ant actually rejected the heart of hatred with unbelievable willpower and strength. Later, when she deliberately killed his companions and wanted to use the feelings of hatred to possess his soul, she actually entered such a strange country. This country had the real power of faith and the power of life, but it just had to be a vast universe. It was obviously a trick to deceive people. What a ridiculous trick! Did this ant think that he had the legendary divine kingdom? However, the ants that she thought could be easily annihilated or controlled actually exerted a power that made her tremble in this semblance of the illusionary kingdom. Even after she did not hesitate to use a large amount of time to exist in the projection and unleashed her strongest transformation, she still could not break through the opponent's power. She could only watch as her power was suppressed step by step. Damn ant! Quiriana felt a rare sense of humiliation. All the power of her projection burst out, and her entire body merged into the brownish-red power. Suddenly, the seal character suddenly expanded several times, as if it was about to burst. Chenrue closed his eyes and raised his hands, completely merging his will with the entire galaxy. He seemed to see countless believers praying in front of the pillars of faith on those vibrant planets. Countless powerful psychic powers, power of faith, and vitality all gathered on the word seal. Seal immediately shone brightly, and the brownish-red power was instantly suppressed, its range shrinking rapidly. How could there be such a powerful life and faith? Such powerful might? Quiriana's incredulous voice rang out with a hint of horror. God's kingdom. Just as he finished speaking, bang! The entire projection's consciousness completely exploded, and there was no longer any sound. All that was left was the dazzling seal, character floating in the air, faintly emitting a reddish-brown light. All the elves could see was a brilliant blood-red light in the sky, and then Chinrue, who was rushing toward the tree of nature, suddenly hovered in the air, as if he had been struck dumb. After a moment, the space in the crystal ball seemed to tremble, and the huge face that enveloped the tree of nature gradually faded away. At the same time, the abyssal army on the ground also faded away. In the blink of an eye, the ocean-like abyssal creatures all disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, the tree of nature that was originally floating in the air returned to the ground. This scene made the elves cheer in unison. Chi-Lanya also heaved a sigh of relief, but she noticed that the tree of nature was still in a state of wilting, and its leaves and branches faintly emitted a demonic, blood-red color. She had only repelled the attack of the abyssal army, and did not fundamentally solve the problem of the tree of nature's seal. Chinrue, who was originally floating in the air, had already stood on the ground due to the displacement of space. It took him a long time to recover from that demented state. The battle just now could be described as a series of twists and turns. He finally defeated Quiriana's projection. Needless to say, the great danger before luring Quiriana into the super system was needless to say. Even after tricking the projection of the highest abyssal lord into the super system, it was still not easy. Fortunately, the super system was extremely strong, and Chinrue had further mastered the mystery of the star sealing platform. Not only star sealing, but also star sealing. If it weren't for a powerful enemy like Quiriana entering the super system, Chinrue wouldn't have comprehended the power of seal so quickly. This was a powerful suppression arcana that gathered the lives and beliefs of the entire super system galaxy. Judging from the panicked cry of Quiriana's projection before it collapsed, it was even close to the power of a real holy kingdom. Quiriana's projection didn't just collapse. Her consciousness was annihilated, but most of her power was suppressed by the word seal. Just like star devouring, this function could slowly absorb or transform the power of suppression into his own use. But the energy sealed by this skill was more than that of star devouring, and there was no threat of overflow. Seal consumed faith crystals, and the price was not cheap. In this sealed state, faith crystals would be consumed every second. The more power sealed, the more crystals would be consumed. Once the faith crystals were not enough to pay, seal would disappear with the sealed power. This was definitely a difficult thing to do in the past, but since the popularity of magic games, the faith crystals accumulated by Chinrue were already in the hundreds of millions. Therefore, although the amount of faith crystals consumed in the sealed state was astonishing, it was only a drop in the bucket for Chinrue. The biggest regret was that this move seal could only be used in the super system and could not be performed outside. After Chinrue dealt with the biggest enemy, he finally recovered and focused his attention on the tree of nature. Although Quiriana's projection had been annihilated and the abyss army had disappeared, the poison accumulated in the abyss for 20,000 years had not been eliminated. The life breath of the tree of nature was still extremely weak, and the flaws of the seal were still not remedied. Chinrue took 2 steps forward and found a strong hostility from the tree of nature. This hostility carried a strong destructive breath. Colorful light flashed in his pupils, and he used the deep analytical eyes again. Now that Quiriana's face was no longer shrouded, when Chinrue saw the tree of nature through the deep analytical eyes, he was taken aback. This was not a tree, but the outline of another strange creature. Its whole body was brownish red. Those branches were actually circles of tentacles, faintly emitting red light. There was a faint crystal on it. It should be the flower of abyss. The shape of the entire creature looked somewhat similar to a huge sunflower. Mother Nest of the Abyss. Chinrue was very shocked. The tree of nature was actually turned into a mother that gave birth to and nurtured the Abyss monster. The Abyss Lords actually used this method to erode the tree of nature. Judging from the situation of the tree of nature, it was about to be completely abyssalized. Once this mother nest was completely transformed, not only would it open the entrance to the abyss, but it would also become one of the most terrifying mother of the abyss. No wonder Quiriana could project such a powerful projection, and this place had simply become the nest of the abyss monster. Chinrue didn't expect the situation to be so bad. He took a few more steps forward and felt that the destructive breath was getting stronger. The closer he got, the greater the pressure. Although it was not as majestic and fierce as Quiriana's, it was as boundless as the sea, just like the characteristics of the abyss monster. The impact came wave after wave, and cracks had already appeared on Chinrue's star armor. Chinrue originally wanted to merge with Shura's body of destruction, but he suddenly changed his mind. A black hole appeared behind him and began to quickly devour the approaching power of destruction. Although the black hole couldn't compare to the assimilation power of the body of destruction, the effect was extraordinary and the pressure was immediately greatly reduced. At this time, Chinrue was already very close to the tree of nature, but he didn't go any further. His eyes fell on the center of the abyssal mother nest, where there was a seal that emitted a faint green light in the shape of a crystal clear leaf. There was a faint but familiar aura. This was the leaf of nature. Chinrue suddenly realized that the seal cast by the Elven King's father-in-law 20,000 years ago was actually the leaf of the tree of nature. Precisely speaking, it was not the seal cast by Span, but Span, with life as the medium, used the leaf of nature to seal the abyssal channel that was about to be opened in the tree of nature. Suddenly, Chinrue remembered the words of the legendary prophet Elusir. The leaf of nature you received is the essence of the tree of nature before it was polluted, and it is the last one left. It seemed that the legendary prophet was also behind Span's sealing of the tree of nature 20,000 years ago. So now, Chinrue subconsciously took out the leaf of nature. This leaf of nature should be the key to the seal, but the situation today was different from 20,000 years ago. The tree of nature was no longer a medium to open the channel through the blood sacrifice ritual, but had been transformed into the mother of the abyss, and it was one step away from completion. As a sacred object of life full of vigor, it had been transformed into the tree of death and destruction, which were incompatible with each other. If he rashly sealed it with the leaf of nature, the last leaf of essence would be reduced to nothingness in the power of destruction. Therefore, the first problem that he had to solve was the origin of destruction that had been infused with the will of abyss. As it turned out, the devouring power of the black hole could dissolve the power of destruction, but the power of destruction from the abyss was endless. Although the capacity of Star Eater had been greatly increased after advancing into the Crimson Pole Star Emperor, it was still limited, and it couldn't fundamentally solve the tree of destruction that was about to become an abyssal creature. So, how to completely eliminate destruction? Chinrue thought hard for a while, and the scene of the final battle with Shura in the Tower of Brilliance suddenly appeared in his mind. He had an epiphany, the power of creation. Chapter 978. Creation and destruction were the two most fundamental truths of the universe, and they were also two completely opposite laws. By chance, Chinrue obtained the complete origin of destruction in the 3 silver boxes. It didn't mean that relying on the silver box was the only way to comprehend the true origin, but the Book of Destruction in the silver box was definitely the best shortcut. The power of the abyss was also the power of the origin of destruction. Just like how there were 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 readers' hearts, different people had different understandings of the same origin of destruction. Naturally, the form of the origin of destruction was different. For example, Chinrue and Benhong both had the origin of destruction, but their power and attack methods were completely different, not to mention Quiriana. However, looking at things from a different perspective, no matter what kind of origin of destruction it was, the ultimate destruction was the same when one traced back to the source. The same was true for creation. There was a profound ancient saying in the memory of Chen Rui's previous life: extreme yin gives birth to yang. When he had an epiphany in a desperate situation, he used destruction to comprehend creation, turn the tables, and completely defeated Shura. It was exactly this reason. At that time, Shura's strength was far from comparable to the abyss breath in front of him. But the current Chinrui was not the same Chinrui at that time. He stopped the star-devouring black hole, and a touch of redness flashed across his eyes. After integrating with Shura's body of destruction, the origin of destruction power emitted by the Tree of Nature was immediately assimilated and absorbed, and its power was greatly weakened. The stars began to appear around Chenrui's body, and he cast the red pole star kingdom. He stretched out his palm and slowly reached toward the seal. The hostility of resistance became stronger. Even with the characteristics of the body of destruction, the star armor around his arm began to show subtle cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye under the huge pressure. Chenrui seemed to be unaware of this. He activated the deep analytical eyes, concentrated all his attention, and focused on the crystal leaf that was already very dim. In the deep analytical eyes, this was also the heart of the Abyssal Mother, the gap of another plane. Terrifying power was constantly gushing out from here, constantly scouring the blockade of the leaf of nature. The gap was also expanding bit by bit. A speck of light appeared in Chenrui's hand, facing the seal from a distance. This was the origin of destruction that Shura cast in the state of body of destruction. This speck of light and the surrounding power of destruction fought and eliminated each other. Although it was weak, it was never extinguished. The light was constantly changing. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. The shape of the light was also changing accordingly. The star armor on Chenrui's body was already severely cracked, and the fragments were constantly peeling off. Before they could even fall to the ground, they were turned into dust by the powerful, destructive power. Even the body of destruction could not be completely immune to damage. The parts that were not protected by the armor were annihilated little by little. It was a shocking sight. The stars in the polar star kingdom cracked and even exploded. The light also became dim, but Chenrui did not retreat or add additional defense. He was just immersed in enlightenment. In front of the crystal ball, the elves who were cheering for Chenrui repelling the Abyss army didn't know what exactly happened. They only knew that Chenrui should be trying to reseal. Seeing the broken armor and the terrifying scars on his body, they knew that he had encountered a great danger. They all looked nervous. What Chenrui was doing now was to simulate the absolute opposite power step by step with the help of deep analysis according to the origin of destruction of himself and the abyss. He also integrated the previous enlightenment of the origin of creation to try to understand the mystery of creation. This method of extreme yin generates yang was simply unheard of, and it was extremely risky. The planets in the polar star kingdom had been destroyed one after another. The planets exploded directly, emitting the last dazzling light. The stars either turned into black holes or white dwarfs after death. The polar star kingdom was actually a projection of the galaxy in the supersystem. The galaxy in the system was not destroyed like the projection. Even so, it also proved how terrifying the power of destruction that Chenrui endured was. Chenrui did not flinch. On the contrary, the red light in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He actually removed the state of Shura's possession. This time, the power of destruction suddenly increased several times. Whether it was the three masters of the abyss, the three supreme angels, or Satan and Charlie, they were all mountains that he could only look up to now. They could easily turn him into ashes. In order to protect the things that he cherished, he was likely to face these mountains directly in the future, so he must master more powerful power. The mountains that he could only look up to would one day be on the same level, or even overlooking. At this moment, there was no life and death, no sorrow or joy in Chenrue's heart. He just integrated the persistence of life into that kind of enlightenment. In the breath of destruction of the abyss, the polar star kingdom was completely destroyed. The star armor and body on Chenrue's body were on the verge of collapse. The tiny light was also like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Just at the moment when Chenrue's body and soul were about to be annihilated, time seemed to have stopped. The tiny light that had been extinguished suddenly glowed with a dazzling brilliance. However, the elf in front of the crystal ball witnessed a strange scene. Time seemed to flow backward. Chenrue's body that was about to be annihilated actually began to recover rapidly. The same went for the recovery of the Star Kingdom. In a moment, it had been completely restored. Not only that, but compared with before, the brilliance of those stars seemed to be more condensed. Creation. So this is creation. Chenrue's eyes revealed excitement and excitement. This time, it was not just a touch, but a real touch of the origin power of creation. The bit of origin of creation that he sensed in the Tower of Stars and the Brilliance Palace had been integrated. Although it was only a part of the origin, he had already grasped a trace of the mystery of the origin. After possessing the origin of destruction, Chenrue finally grasped another kind of the highest origin mystery that was completely opposite, and successfully took the most crucial step in the future breakthrough. It was also the most difficult step. After mastering a trace of the mystery of the origin of creation, Chenrue immediately withdrew from that state of selflessness. In the situation where creation and destruction canceled each other out, there was a temporary vacuum in the surrounding power, but the vacuum was rapidly shrinking. Chenrue knew very well that this vacuum was only temporary because his origin power of creation was still very weak. It was like a flame in the snow that would quickly extinguish after a flash. At this moment, the leaf of nature held by Chenrue automatically flew up and slowly flew toward the tree of nature. The power of the origin of creation seemed to be suddenly increased by thousands of times. The leaf of seal of the tree of nature also began to emit light in response, instantly suppressing the aura of the origin of destruction. The two leaves of nature slowly overlapped, and the shadow of the abyssal hive in the deep analytical eyes began to tremble violently. Its tentacles twisted in pain, and the flowers of abyss all over the place withered rapidly. The strange red light emitted by the tree of nature was also weakening bit by bit. Chenrue thought of what Empress Liv said, and his mind moved. A colorful mist appeared in his hand, and 3 spring water slowly seeped into the ground. They were the fountain of resurrection, the fountain of vitality, and the fountain of vitality. The fountain of resurrection was brought to the human world at the request of Ben-Hong. The fountain of vitality was a necessary material for making the best millet wine. The fountain of vitality was originally in Paglio's treasure in the Silent Night wetland, and it was taken into the Galaxy Garden a long time ago. Therefore, these 3 spring waters happened to be in Chenrue's control. As soon as the 3 streams of spring water seeped into the ground, the 2 natures' leaves on the seal shone with a sun-like light. They completely fused together, and even the treants in the barrier became green, as if they had become much younger. The elves were ecstatic to see this. The 3 spring waters should be the 3 legendary spring waters. This human actually has them all. There is hope for the resurrection of the holy tree. Under the power of the 3 spring waters and the leaves of nature, the shadow of the abyssal mother let out a shrill scream. Its huge body peeled off bit by bit and disappeared. The lava that was originally in the abyss also began to turn into puddles of black water and quickly dried up under the illumination of the light. The core in the center of the mother's nest finally couldn't bear it anymore. Even the shadow of the abyssal mother completely disappeared, revealing the original appearance of the tree of nature. This was an old tree that looked extremely withered and decayed, but it was certain that the power of the abyss had finally been completely dispelled. After getting rid of the haze of the abyss, the originally old and weak tree of nature began to glow with a strong vitality, and the withered branches began to swell. At this time, the boundary of the trance had opened, and the elves clearly felt the situation of the tree of nature. They cheered loudly again, and many of them rushed in excitedly. However, the next second, the cheers and movements of the elves came to an abrupt halt. The branches of the tree of nature instantly swelled to an exaggerated degree. Just when Chenrue felt that something was wrong, he saw the tree of nature suddenly explode, turning into countless particles that scattered in the air. The tree of nature exploded? This scene stunned Chenrue. Didn't the Elven Queen say that the 3 spring waters could cure the tree of nature that had been corroded by the abyss? Why did it suddenly disappear? If he had known that the tree of nature would be destroyed, he would have let the 3 supreme angels destroy it 20,000 years ago. This time he had escaped from death with great difficulty to get rid of the abyss corrosion, but it was all for naught. Most importantly, the tree of nature was related to the continuation of the bloodline of the elves. Even in the worst-case scenario, the elves would have had decades or centuries to try other methods. Now that Chenrue had done this, it was tantamount to directly ending their bloodline. The elves were dumbfounded. Chenrue, who turned from a great hero to a sinner of extermination in the blink of an eye, was even more embarrassed. He now regretted accepting the legendary prophet's deceptive mission more than ever. At this time, the place where the tree of nature had been destroyed emitted a little light, which was projected onto Chenrue's body. It was vaguely in the shape of a leaf. Chenrue felt something start to jump and automatically fall into his hand. That deceptive wood card! This thing actually wasn't damaged in the previous battle. That didn't seem to be the point. What was that feeling? Creation. Chenrue felt that the power of the origin of creation in his body was gradually changing. It was filling up bit by bit, and the origin of creation, which was originally a thin thread, had converged into a stream, and it was still growing. The restlessness of the elves suddenly quietened down, and their eyes were all focused on the human's hand. There, a bit of green was slowly spreading, condensing into the shape of a sprout. In an instant, all the elves held their breath. Chapter 979. Chenrue didn't notice the reaction of the elves. He was still immersed in the surprise of the strengthening of the origin of creation. After the origin of creation expanded to a certain extent, it finally stopped. The origin power had condensed into the embryonic form of the real law, which meant that he could directly exert the law of creation of the origin. Besides, the benefits that Chenrue got were far more than that. If the origin of destruction was compared to lightning that destroyed everything, then the origin of creation was like a growing tree. What he comprehended through the inverse of the origin of destruction at the critical moment of life and death was equivalent to a seed. Now, under the effect of the wood magic card, the seed germinated and grew into a seedling. As long as there was its guidance, the general outline of the future would be formed smoothly step by step. With diligent irrigation, it would definitely grow into a real towering tree step by step. The best nutrients for this irrigation were naturally the 3 holy relics of light and the complete book of creation of the Light Divinity Temple. These things were out of reach for ordinary people, but they were actually within reach for Chenrue. As long as he obtained the complete 2 origins, the law of the supersystems universe would also be completely perfected, undergo qualitative changes, and evolve to the next level. Chenrue felt that the road ahead was unprecedentedly clear, as if the thorny path had become a smooth road. He couldn't help but feel refreshed, discovered a growable faith creature. Its level and function are unknown. It can be transplanted to the star sealing platform. Transplanting takes 30 minutes and consumes 10 million faith crystals. Do you want to convert? The prompt of the super system brought Chenrue back to his senses. He finally discovered the abnormality in his hand. There was really a seedling. The deceptive card had disappeared and turned into the seedling. It actually grew from his palm. The stem and leaves were like jade carvings. They were green and lovely, exuding gentle and pure vitality. This is Chenru-A subconsciously looked at the original position of the tree of nature. It was empty. The withered old tree and seal had all disappeared, leaving only the seedling in his palm. Chenru-A suddenly understood. The elf once said that the tree of nature had its own will. The self-destruction, just now, was probably the tree of nature's own choice, using the 3 types of spring water to burn the last of its life force. 20,000 years ago, the fallen elves had used the tree of nature as a medium to open up a path to the abyssal plane through the power of blood sacrifices. However, the path hadn't been completely sealed even after it had been sealed, and it had become a ticking time bomb. After years of corrosion, the tree of nature had even been transformed into the even more terrifying abyssal hive. This time, although Chenru-A's lucky victory temporarily eliminated the power of the abyss, the hidden danger of the passage still existed. Therefore, the tree of nature chose to cure the problem at its root. It killed itself and completely cut off the passage to the abyss. Of course, the tree of nature didn't just self-destruct. With the power of the 2 leaves of essence and a certain deceptive card, the seed of life was reactivated in Chenru-A's hands, and a new tree of nature grew. Well, to be precise, it was still a young seedling. Thinking of the wood on the magic card, Chenru-A was speechless. It really was a mission related to wood. The leaves of nature that had been sealed twice were from Alusir, and this special card and the conditions of the 3 types of spring water, and so on. That deceptive fortune teller definitely had a premeditated plan. However, the mission was finally completed. Not only did he completely eliminate the threat of the abyss and successfully understand the real origin of creation, he also obtained a creature of faith that could grow. As long as he had this creature of faith with strange powers, it wouldn't be difficult to completely understand the origin of creation in the future. When Chenru-A saw the surrounding elves staring at the sprout in his hand, he suddenly came to a realization. This battle had been hard, and his mind was in a daze. This sprout was a good thing, but it was a sacred tree that concerned the survival of the elves. If it was really transplanted to the star-sealing platform, it would be strange if the elves didn't fight desperately. Not to mention the fortune teller. Even if they stole this treasure and ran away, they wouldn't be able to face the Elf King's father-in-law in the future. Ahem. Chenru-A coughed dryly, reminding the elves of the existence of a certain human. As expected, most of the elves focused their eyes on him, and that strange look on their faces gave him goosebumps. Could it be that after the rebirth of the Tree of Nature, the elves also gained some basic ability to pick up soap in the strange atmosphere? Queen Liv finally spoke. "Thank you for everything you have done for the elves, my dear human friend. At the same time, congratulations on becoming the caretaker and guardian of the Tree of Nature. As for Miss Rala, I am very sorry. Rala is fine, but I have moved her to another space." Chenru-A slightly raised the sprout in his hand and changed the topic. "Your Majesty, did you just say that she is the caretaker and guardian of the Tree of Nature?" "Yes. Although the Tree of Nature has chosen a race other than the elves to become its highest caretaker and guardian, it is somewhat unexpected, but the will of the sacred tree is unquestionable." Chenru-A nodded, not really understanding, only to hear Queen Liv say something surprising. Then, on behalf of the elven race, "I now invite you to join the immortal capital of Silvermoon and become a member of the elven race with the greatest sincerity." Join the immortal capital and become a member of the elven race? Not only did you dispel the abyss haze that has shrouded the immortal capital for 20,000 years, you also saved the sacred tree of the elves and obtained its recognition. This is enough to be remembered and appreciated by all the elves. In the history of the elves, there is only one kind of person who has such a great achievement: the heroic king of the elves, the Elf King. Elf King? Doesn't that mean he is at the same level as my father-in-law? It sounds good. Chenru-A raised his eyebrows, but I am a human. Is this okay? Queen Liv nodded. With your achievements, you are qualified to choose any female elf as your spouse and join the immortal capital of Silvermoon, Your Majesty, the Hero King. So the benefit is to marry into the family any female elf, including the beautiful, mature, and charming Her Majesty, the Queen herself? This was just an extension of his thoughts. Looking at Queen Liv's serious expression, Chinrue stopped joking and shook his head. Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness, but my original intention of helping the elves is as a friend. I do not ask for anything in return. Let's not talk about marriage anymore. The elves were all great beauties, and any one of them was at least 70% female. If he was still single, then Chenrue and his companions would definitely be stunned with joy. However, the Crystal Palace was already overcrowded, and he was completely satisfied. Considering the earthquake in the Crystal Palace and his aversion to the motionless political marriage, he would not agree to this request. Your Majesty, you can fulfill this right at any time. Queen Liv frowned, but did not force the issue, and went straight to the point. Now, there is one most important thing I need your Majesty to do. Although the Tree of Nature has been reborn, it is at its weakest. This place is the most suitable source of nature for the sacred tree to grow, but now it has been completely destroyed by the power of the abyss. Even with the nourishment from the water of life, water of resurrection, and water of vitality, it will take at least 2 years to recover. Before that, please do your best to protect the Tree of Nature. Your Majesty, you mean? I have to protect this sprout. The Tree of Nature for 2 years? Chenrue's eyes widened. Did he hear it wrong? Queen Liv showed an apologetic expression. I know this will put your Majesty in a difficult position, but the Tree of Nature has chosen your Majesty as its protector and caretaker. Moreover, your Majesty has 3 legendary springs that can provide the power that the Tree of Nature needs the most. This is also the request of all the elves, so, Your Majesty, please agree. Not difficult at all. Chinrue added in his heart. He was overjoyed. He purposely pondered for a moment, then nodded his head, reluctantly, and asked, This concerns the survival of the elves. I can't seem to find a reason to refuse. Queen Liv's next words made him dumbfounded. Then please stay in the immortal capital for 2 years, until the source of nature is fully recovered. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Chenrue's answer was quite certain this time, without the slightest hesitation. He was going to the Ryo Empire immediately, and he had a very important plan, so it was impossible for him to stay in the immortal capital of Silvermoon, let alone for 2 years. Queen Liv frowned and said, Everything else is negotiable, but your Majesty cannot refuse this condition. Please understand. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chenrue. This time, I originally had an important matter to rush to another place. The reason why I came to Immortal Capital is to fulfill my promise to Grandmaster Fenoya, and I happen to accept a commission from Madame Elusor. Now that the commission has been completed, it is no exaggeration to say that if I insist on leaving, or even forcibly take away the Tree of Nature, you will not be able to stop me, not even the legendary prophet. Ben Hong had left a few soul imprints of peak pseudo-gods, which could drive the Tower of Glory to freely use the Stargate. Even Michael, who was closest to God, could not do anything about it. Chinrue did not think that Elusor's combat power was above Michael's. Moreover, the legendary prophet paid a price for his foresight and could not leave the illusory forest. With the strength of the elves in front of him, it was true that they could not stop him. As soon as they heard that Chenrue wanted to take away the Tree of Nature, the elves suddenly whispered to each other. Many of their faces turned ugly, and there was a hint of hostility in their eyes. Chenrue did not take it seriously and said indifferently, Everyone saw the danger I went through when I faced the abyss just now. I don't want my efforts to help my friend at the risk of my life to be treated coldly. I have my own schedule and arrangements, and I will leave the immortal capital of Silvermoon now. I can hand over the Tree of Nature to any elf, and for the sake of my friend Finoa, I can also give a part of the 3 kinds of spring water to the elves. As for the rest, I think there is no need to say more. You are the recognized guardian of the tree of nature. Before it grows or transplants successfully, the tree of nature cannot leave you, or it will be in danger of dying. It was not Queen Liv who spoke, but Chi Lanya. You can take away the tree of nature, but you must protect it. The last sentence shocked the elves, and they looked at each other. His Highness also has another identity. His wife, the fairy dragon, is Span's daughter. Chi Lanya's words made many elves relax. It turned out that this human was the son-in-law of the elf king Span. Although Queen Liv had already learned about this relationship from a few supergrade masters, the sacred tree was the key to the continuation of the elves, so it was impossible for her to give up just because of this. She thought of something else and asked Chi Lanya, taking away the tree of nature is teacher's idea? Chi Lanya nodded slightly. This is the only hope for the revival of the tree of nature and also Father's last prophecy. Last? The elves were all shocked. Chi Lanya's eyes dimmed. Father only has a few years left to live and can no longer support the next prophecy. The legendary prophet was the highest mentor and guide of the elves, and his prestige among the elves was irreplaceable. Hearing that Elusier only had a few years left to live, the elves all showed sadness in their eyes, and their hostility towards Chinrue disappeared. It seemed that they had chosen to trust him. Queen Liv took a deep breath and bowed to Chinrue. Your Highness, please forgive my previous impoliteness. After all, the sacred tree is related to the survival of our race. In this case, please take good care of the tree of nature, and when you return to the immortal capital in 2 years, you will plant the tree of nature in the origin of nature. During this period, the elves will provide all the help that can be provided to your Highness. The supergrade masters, the elven army, including the 2 strongest legions, the Phantom Archer Legion and the Elven Elementalist Legion, are all at your Highness' disposal. Since the elves trust me so much, I swear on my life that I will protect the tree of nature at all costs and return it to its rightful owner in 2 years' time. Chinrue bowed to the Queen Liv. He understood her position and concerns. Moreover, the tree of nature was very important to the control of the origin of creation, and if it could be kept for 2 years, no, even if it was only half a year, it would be able to play a vital role in time for him to go to the holy mountain of light. Therefore, he did not put on any airs or threaten them, but gave the elves a way out of this embarrassing situation. As for the privilege of mobilizing the troops, it was of course done for the sake of the tree of nature, and it was not very useful to Chinrue. Moreover, he did not want to involve the elves in his plans. As soon as Chinrue turned his head, he saw Finoa's grateful eyes. He gave his old friend a confident smile and began to transplant the tree of nature. The transplant of the tree of nature was very smooth. Under the amazed gazes of the elves, the tree of nature completely disappeared in Chinrue's hands. Although they could not see the holy tree, they could clearly feel that the holy tree was still alive, and it was exuding a vitality that was different from the past. The elves looked at Chinrue with a little more gratitude and awe. On the star ceiling platform, a seedling appeared. The moment this seedling appeared on the star ceiling platform, Chinrue clearly felt that the life aura in the entire supersystem galaxy suddenly became rich, and some originally uninhabited planets also began to show signs of life. Tree of Nature. Growth type faith creature. Unknown level. Unknown effect. Transplantable. Currently consumes 1,000 faith crystals per day. Although the effect was unknown, and it consumed 1,000 units of faith crystals per day, Chinrue faintly felt that the tree of nature should have other magical uses. Unfortunately, he did not have time to study it carefully at the moment. However, just the fact that it could produce life on uninhabited planets was enough to return the price. After solving the problem of the tree of nature, Chinrue did not stay in the immortal capital of Silver Moon. He directly left. Queen Liv, Fanoa and the others sent him all the way to the gate of the immortal capital. At the time of parting, Chinrue unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. A 12 or 13-year-old elf girl with a head of green curly hair and exquisite and adorable facial features was riding a snow-white unicorn, strolling in their direction. Along the way, a silver Pegasus accidentally snorted, and the unicorn immediately stomped its hooves fiercely at the silver Pegasus, ready to pounce. The silver Pegasus was so scared that it flew backward, and even the elf knight on its back was almost thrown off. The unicorn raised its head proudly, and it continued forward with an arrogant look in its eyes. When the elf girl saw the queen, Fanoa, and the others, she revealed a look of surprise. Just as she was about to call the unicorn over, the unicorn was faster than her and took the initiative to run over. It was not in the direction of the elf queen, but in the direction of Chinrue. The unicorn trotted all the way to Chinrue, seeming to be a little hesitant. Chinrue smiled and extended his hand. The familiar aura confirmed the unicorn's suspicions. It neighed excitedly and rubbed against him intimately. Many of the nearby elves were shocked, other than the little princess Michelle. None of the elves who were more powerful than by Fong were able to tame it. Yet it was acting so close to this stranger. 2 aura fruits appeared in Chinrue's hand. This was the unicorn's favorite food. Bai Fong was overjoyed and stared at the aura fruits. Suddenly he thought of something and paused. Tears overflowed from his eyes. Chinrue knew what Bai Fong was thinking of. Scenes of the past emerged in his mind, and he felt a faint sadness. He gently stroked the unicorn's mane and said in analytical eyes, "I miss her too, Bai Fong." The unicorn lowered its head, and large drops of tears fell to the ground. This scene made the elves unable to believe their eyes. "Your Majesty." Chinrue suddenly turned around and said to Queen Liv behind him, "The right to join immortal capital that you mentioned earlier, does it include half-elves?" The elf queen was startled. She pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes." Then, "I will always retain the right to join immortal capital." Most of the elves present were confused by Chinrue's words. Only Queen Liv and Fanoa understood what he meant. Princess Fairai also vaguely guessed it. "May I ask, are you?" Michelle asked hesitantly as she jumped down from the horse. "Take good care of yourself and Bai Fong." Chinrue did not answer. He patted the little elf princess's head and placed a handful of aura fruits in her hand. He lowered his head slightly to the elves behind him and walked forward with large strides. "Sigh, that..." Michelle blinked her big eyes and looked at the human's back. She wanted to say something, but stopped. "Michelle." The elf queen's voice sounded beside her. "Mother, why did he? Let's go. There are some things that you will understand when you grow up." "Will there be no more questions when I grow up?" "No, you will encounter more questions. This is life." "Then what should I do?" "Use your eyes and your hands to find the answer." As the mother and daughter talked, the figure in front of them gradually disappeared. Chapter 980. Not long after Chinrue left the Silver Moon Immortal Capital, Rala's 3-hour fusion time in the star sealing platform had ended, and she automatically appeared by his side. The fusion state of the star sealing platform had a magical effect. After paying a certain number of faith crystals, it could use the faith power of the super system to recover the injuries and strength of the star position fusion user. The fairy Miss Long was now resurrected on the spot. Chinrue briefly explained what happened later. When she heard that the tree of nature was actually in the hands of her man, the fairy dragon couldn't help but be stunned. This time she wasn't pretending. As the daughter of the elf king, she certainly knew what the tree of nature represented to the elves. Of course, Chinrue didn't mention anything related to the so-called marriage. The question he asked the elf queen before he left was more of a kind of nostalgia and reminiscence. He had personally experienced the altar incident in the Nightmare Volcano. Blanche's death was basically no longer suspense, but the shadow of the half-elf girl was still treasured in his heart. in addition to the harvest of the tree of nature and the origin of creation. Chun Rui also received a direct reward from Chi Lanya for the wood mission, a box. This box was a kind of storage space equipment, but it was definitely not comparable to ordinary space accessories. First of all, its space was astonishingly large. It was simply a huge warehouse. Although it was not comparable to the storage warehouse of the super system, it was also the space equipment with the largest capacity that Chenrue had ever seen. There were a lot of things piled up in the box, almost filling the huge space. These things, to be precise, they were all kinds of junk. However, when Chenrue saw these junk, he was taken aback. For him, these junk were much more precious than black crystal coins of the same volume, relics of the ancient alchemy civilization. As the ruler of a level 3 alchemy civilization city, Chenrue could clearly feel that the level of these items was quite high. It was far beyond the level 4 civilization skywheel that he had seen on the Storm Island. It was at least a level 5 city level, or even a level 6 capital. The level 6 alchemy civilization capital was already the highest level of civilization. Only when the overall civilization reached a certain level could it evolve, and it was unique. The 4 empires of the alchemy civilization only had one each. Chenrue currently owned the City of Stars, which was only a level 3 alchemy city. However, after he obtained a large number of crystals in the mysterious Lost Land, not only did he successfully create a separate game control crystal core, but those crystals also greatly enhanced the power of the Life Center. Crystal Phoenix had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the stock and had already reached the bottleneck. The upper limit and control ability to control creatures had been greatly strengthened. The original spiritual imprint of the controller of the City of Stars was at the kingdom level. The upper limit of the Crystal Phoenix was directly related to the strength of its master. As long as Chenrue's strength could break through the kingdom level and reach the demigod level, the Crystal Phoenix would automatically be upgraded to a level for Civilization Core and further upgraded. However, in order to upgrade the entire Civilization City, he still needed various rare materials that could only be encountered. The ruins that Alucir gave him, which was at least a city-level civilization, was a timely help. With these materials, he only needed to wait for Chenrue's realm breakthrough to enhance the spiritual imprint of the integrated alchemy civilization. Then, the City of Stars could be successfully upgraded to level 4, or even higher. Chenrue put the box into the storage space. With the sacred leaf badge given by Empress Liv, he successfully passed through the elves' Violet Port, boarded the Devil's Snare ship, and headed directly to the Ryo Empire. During this trip to the Jade Forest Sea, Rala's harvest was also quite abundant. The Elemental Goddess Crown was an artifact that surpassed the Tower of Glory, and it did not require the power of a fake god to use like the Tower of Glory. It was simply a treasure tailor-made for Rala. Not only that, after the arduous battle against the Abyss, Rala further understood the mystery of the 6 elemental kingdoms and grasped the key to advancing to the demigod level. She only needed an entry point to directly break through to the demigod level. Although this timber mission was a scam, the reward was not a scam. 2 days later, the Devil's Snare ship arrived at the famous port city of Yagda in the Ryo Empire. This was the place where he, Proyo, Paglio, and the others had agreed to meet. Yagda was the second largest city in the Ryo Empire after the capital of Frosty, and it was very prosperous. Because it was adjacent to the Blue Moon waters controlled by the elves were not rare in Yagda. Many specialties of the Jade Forest Sea could be bought in the shops, including some handicrafts and magic items made by the elves. The most famous thing about Yagda was not its economy, but its military power. There was also one of the most powerful national weapons in the entire Ryo Empire, the Mage Tower Forest. Mage was a very powerful profession, and at the same time it was also a profession that burned a lot of money. The basic subjects that ordinary mages had to practice included mental strength, magic power, element affinity, meditation, and so on. After mastering the basics, if they wanted to release magic, they could feel it on their own. However, the efficiency and success rate were very low, and it was easy to go astray. The fastest way was to use special magic books to learn. Of course, it was better to have a teacher to guide them. These undoubtedly made the cost of learning magic higher. Especially in the surface world, magic scrolls were quite common, which made the burning rate of mages second only to alchemy. The advantage of the surface world was the systematic learning of the academy. One could obtain the qualification of official mages through the academy. Outstanding talents might stay in the academy for further study, and more would be recruited by various empires and kingdoms. The Mage Tower was actually the residence for mages to research and practice magic. It was also a building unique to mages in the surface world, and it was rarely seen in the demon realm. The Mage Tower could be used to store magic books, scrolls, or magic tools. At the same time, it was also a base to resist and hide from powerful enemies. The location, structure, elemental characteristics, and so on were quite particular. A good mage tower could not only make the training of mages twice the result with half the effort, but also play a key role in turning the tide of a battle. The mage tower was also a symbol of identity and status. Generally, only mages who had reached the master level and above had the right to build a mage tower. Yagda gathered the most powerful mages in the Ryo Empire. The scale of the mage tower was no longer a single existence, but a planned collective array, collectively known as the Mage Tower Forest. Due to the alliance between the Ryo Empire and the Silver Moon Immortal Capital, a considerable number of mages in Yagda were elves. The whole city was also known as the Mage City. The elves were a magic race. Due to their worship of nature, Chinrue did not see many artificial artifacts in the Silver Moon Immortal Capital, but in Yagda, traces of magic civilization could be seen everywhere. A huge magic ship, similar to a hot air balloon, was flying in the sky, patrolling the entire city back and forth. Almost every shop had magic puppets that provided simple services. Even the wheels on the carriages had special elemental driving power. The most excited one was Rala. Although these magic items were not worth mentioning to her in terms of power, the rarest thing was the novel creativity that broke the shackles of many conventional thinking. For a while, the fairy dragon was inspired and excited. She had a small notebook in her hand to record from time to time, lest she miss the inspiration. After walking for a while, Rala's eyes were attracted by the fish lamp at the entrance of a magic shop. The lamp was actually a large fish tank. The swimming fish in it emitted a brilliant light that was constantly changing. It looked very interesting. The fairy Miss Long's eyes lit up and she walked over. At the entrance of the magic shop was a young female shop assistant. Seeing that Rala was interested in the fish lamp, she hurriedly promoted it. This was the shop's signature product, made by a well-known mage, and so on. Unexpectedly, after praising the creativity of the lamp, not only did Rala not buy it, but she also pointed out a series of problems, including the various defects of the lamp. She also pointed out that the fish would die in a year at most. This magic shop was very large and seemed to be quite famous. There were many people going in and out. The female shop assistant was afraid of affecting the business, so she argued with Rala. Chinrue knew that Rala was exploring in the spirit of research. But after all, it affected other people's business. As he was about to go up and smooth things over, a voice sounded from the side. Then, according to this lady's opinion, how can we prevent these fish from dying prematurely? The person who asked the question was a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a simple mage robe. He came out of the shop and was about to leave, but he happened to encounter Rala talking about the problem of the fish lamp. He listened excitedly. Chinrue saw at a glance that the man's strength had reached the peak of Saint, Demon Overlord, and his power breath was very strong. It seemed that he was not far from kingdomization. He also noticed that as soon as the man spoke, the female shop assistant, who was still complaining just now, suddenly stopped talking. Obviously, this middle-aged man was a well-known mage. The man's strength was certainly insignificant compared to Rolla, but when the fairy Miss Long encountered scientific research problems, there was no discrimination in terms of strength. Instead, she seriously talked about some improved ideas. Great creativity. The more the man listened, the more surprised he became. He seemed to be in awe. My name is Leard. May I know your name, miss? Rolla glanced at Chinrue, and Chinrue smiled slightly and said, My name is Arthur, and this is my wife, Rolla. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now, Sir Leard. Leard was secretly calculating. Even though the two of them appeared to be mere warrior level on the surface, the knowledge and insight displayed by the lady was enough to amaze even him, a saint-level spellcaster. It seemed that her strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After hearing Leard introduce himself, neither Rolla nor Chinrue had any special reaction, as if they had never heard of this mage's name at all. Since Leard guessed that Rolla's strength was extraordinary, he didn't care, but the shop assistant on the side was a little annoyed. Where did this bumpkin come from? He actually hasn't even heard of the famous Sir Leard in the Wizard Tower Forest. Not at all, Leard said with a face full of admiration. Madame Rolla's insight is truly admirable. The improvement method of combining light magic with water magic can at least double the effect of this lamp and extend the life of the fish to 5 years. However, I still don't quite understand the water structure of the cloud chain that Madame Rolla mentioned just now. Rolla was quite satisfied with Leard's madam and patiently explained the structure of the water magic circle of the cloud chain. Because the knowledge she grasped was quite profound, Leard became more and more confused as he listened to some of the questions. Chinrue saw the crux of the problem and added a few words in plain language. Leard seemed to have woken up from a dream, and the way he looked at Chinrue was a little more strange. This couple, neither of them are ordinary people. Leard's thoughts raced, and he immediately gave a formal mage bow. Thanks to your answers, I have grasped new knowledge. It is really an exciting thing to meet the two of you today. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting the two of you to my mage tower as guests? The shop assistant's eyes widened. Sir Leard actually took the initiative to invite these two to the mage tower as guests. What a great honor this was. One had to know that this saint-level spellcaster rarely received guests. Even the city lord had never entered his spellcaster tower. Chapter 981. Faced with Leard's mage etiquette, Chinrue bowed, immediately showing the true colors of a layman. Rolla, on the other hand, tilted her head slightly and returned the bow. However, this kind of reciprocation wasn't for someone of the same generation, but for someone of the younger generation. Leard was stunned. Before the saint-level mage could react, Chinrue had already said, I'm sorry, we still have important matters to attend to and can't stay here for long. Let's visit Sir Leard next time. Judging from the expression of the female shop assistant at the side, it was as if 10,000 divine beasts were roaring in her heart. This man and woman actually don't know what's good for them and rejected Sir Leard's invitation. Leard frowned and glanced at the two who appeared to be calm, as if they really didn't care about his invitation. He thought for a moment and asked, You two should be from out of town, right? Pardon me for asking, where are you going? We're going to Emerald Square. The specific meeting place that Proyo had set was the Sleeping Rose VIP post house in the city. Chinrue had already heard that the post house was around Emerald Square when he entered the city, so this answer was not entirely perfunctory. Since you two have important matters to attend to, I won't hold you back. It just so happens that I'm going in that direction, too. Why don't we go the same way? There's still a few things about cloud chains that I don't quite understand just now. Chinrue thought about it and agreed. Since her man had said so, Mrs. Rolla naturally had no objections. The three of them walked toward Emerald Square together. Mages were too common in this city of mages. Leard was usually inconspicuous, and his mage robe was also very inconspicuous. Apart from some higher-ups and familiar magic shop staff, very few people knew him. The three of them did not attract any special attention along the way. Leard asked for many questions along the way, not only about cloud chains but also the problems he encountered in the field of magic arrays. Although the first two questions gave Rala a little inspiration, the latter questions were too simple for the fairy dragon. She no longer had the patience to answer them. She immediately blinked at her man and looked around, continuing to look for inspiration. Helpless, Chinrue could only take over his teacher's pointer and answer for him. This answer shocked Leard once again. The problem that had troubled him for more than 10 years had been easily solved. He had originally thought that the woman was a master of magic arrays, but he did not expect that the standard of magic arrays displayed by this Arthur was not inferior to that woman at all. At the very least, it far surpassed his own. Leard then asked a few more questions about magic, which Chenrue naturally could not answer. Thinking about the inappropriate etiquette from before, Leard was even more certain of his guess. Arthur was proficient in magic arrays, and that Rala should be a magician, and her knowledge of magic arrays was probably taught by her husband. Rala had concealed her strength. The reason why she had returned the greeting was because Leard himself did not reveal his saint rank aura, and Rala thought that her strength was a notch higher than his. This saint rank magician's imagination was very rich, and there were a few coincidences in his conjectures. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that the most crucial parts were all wrong. In the crowd, 2 men and 1 woman continued walking forward. Rala was looking around, while Leard kept talking to Chinrue. "Next time we visit" was very likely a polite remark. Although magic arrays were only an auxiliary subject, and Leard's major was magic, it was rare to meet such a master of magic arrays. Naturally, he had to make the best use of his time to consult him on some questions. As they walked, there was a sudden commotion in front of them. It seemed that someone was fighting. Chinrue and the other 2 walked forward to take a look. It was a group of people besieging a young man. The man was a magician, and he was releasing 2 magic shields to protect himself and the 2 girls behind him. One of the girls was about 17 or 18 years old, and the other was only about 10 years old. The ones besieging the young man were a few close combat experts with long swords in their hands. There were also 2 magicians behind them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was obvious that the man could not hold on any longer. It was only a matter of time before the magic shield collapsed. Isn't that old Roman's Caldila? How did he offend those guys so soon after returning from the Starlight Academy? You still don't know? It's Visvo from the Mogoth family who took a fancy to his fiancée Tess and Tessa's sister, Chili. He plotted to make Tessa's father, the poor little clerk Pabo, fall into a huge gambling debt. In the end, he went bankrupt and committed suicide. Visvo wanted to kidnap Tess and her sister in the name of debt collection, and coincidentally, Caldila came back from his vacation. "Visvo, that bastard. Chili is still so young. Lower your voice. Don't let those guys hear you." Chenrue and Rala's ears were sharp, and they already knew the whole story from the whispers around them. A cold glint flashed past Rala's eyes. Just as she was about to make a move, she was pulled back by Chinrue. "Sir Leiter, I've long heard of the great name of the City of Wizards, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Those 2 girls, I want to help them, but first, is the Mogoth family very powerful?" The Mogoth family is one of the 2 largest merchant families in Yagda, and they have some influence. I heard that Visvo also held some position in the city, but I don't remember the details. Leiter's expression was a little ugly. "These guys are too outrageous. There's no need for you 2 to deal with such a small matter. Let me handle it. Don't let these scum disturb our conversation." As he spoke, Leiter strode forward, and the people in front of him seemed to be repelled by an invisible force. At this moment, Caldila's magic shield could no longer hold on, and collapsed with a bang. The young magician's face was pale, and he couldn't gather the mana in his body for a moment. He was about to be stabbed by the long sword of one of the fellows who rushed forward. The long sword stopped abruptly and turned red, as if it had been heated. Scorch marks appeared on the hand of the wielder, and the long sword fell to the ground with a ding. He cried out in pain, and the weapons of the people behind him were the same. These fellows were shocked. Looking at Lighter, the two magicians could tell that he was not an ordinary person, and didn't dare to make a move. They shouted, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the Mogoth family's business?" Scram! Lighter couldn't be bothered to talk to these people. With a wave of his hand, the two magicians and the swordsman were sent flying as if they had been punched by an invisible giant fist. The people nearby were not affected by the invisible force at all. This showed his exquisite control over magic. Naturally, it was nothing in the eyes of Rala, but the two magicians were frightened. These two girls were specifically requested by Master Visvo. "You damned thing, how dare you!" Before he could finish a sentence, Lighter waved his hand again, and 5 finger marks appeared on the man's face. His teeth fell to the ground, and he fainted. The rest of the people kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to speak again. They only led their companions and fled. The young man, Caldila, and the two girls quickly came forward to thank Lighter. Lighter shook his head, indicating that it was no big deal. Chen Rue praised, "Sir Lighter's strength and righteousness are truly amazing. It is my honor to have met you, sir. However, I'm afraid that those people will not let this go easily. I'm afraid there will be no end of trouble for these 3 children." Lighter glanced at the 3 of them and frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Rala, who was at the side, said, "There are some problems with the compression structure of that magic fist just now. Not only does it consume too much magic power, but when it is further compressed or increased in power, there's a chance that the elements will collapse, which can easily lead to an explosion and injure oneself." Lighter was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This woman actually saw through the compression magic he was most proud of with a single glance, and even pointed out the flaws in the magic. The danger of that kind of explosion did exist, and even Lighter himself was seriously injured once. In fact, Miss Longfairy only pointed out the key problem because Lighter had coincidentally given her 2 small inspirations. It was a return of the favor. Otherwise, she would not have bothered to waste her breath. Even so, it was already enough to shock Lighter. "Madame Rala, may I ask how this problem can be solved?" Lighter asked carefully. It was obvious that he had already placed the other party at the same level as himself, at the pinnacle of the saint level. "Madam," Rala blinked her eyes and casually said a few words. Although these words were simple, they hit the nail on the head, and it was like a wake-up call. Lighter listened to every word, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He could not help but stop in his tracks and fell into contemplation. Chinrue did not disturb Lighter. Holding Rala's hand, he asked Caldila and the others to lead the way to the Emerald Square. Caldila had just received Lighter's help, and he had also seen Lighter's strength. Chinrue was obviously friends with Lighter, so he agreed after some thought. After walking for a while, a large group of people suddenly rushed over from behind. Caldila and the 2 sisters looked terrified, but Chinrue gave the 3 of them a confident smile, indicating that it was fine. The large group of people had already caught up, and the pedestrians along the way made way for them. These people were wearing standard leather armor, and they were armed. There was also a group of people on horses, and they looked like a regular army. They quickly surrounded Chinrue and the others. "Sir Westward, it's them." The person who pointed out was one of the swordsmen who had been taught a lesson by Lighter. After searching for a long time, he could not find Lighter, so he simply pointed at Chinrue and Rala and said, "It's these 2, they injured us." It turned out that the leader on the horse was the main culprit, Westward. He had a sinister look on his face. After sizing up Chinrue and Rala for a while, and seeing that the 2 were calm, he secretly assessed them and asked tentatively, "Who are you people? How dare you obstruct the city guards from capturing fugitives?" Tess shouted angrily, "We are not fugitives. It was you who caused my father to commit suicide, and I've already sold all my assets to pay you back the debt." Wes Ward took out a contract and shook it and sneered, "The contract signed by your father clearly states that you have to pay back 10 times the amount. If you don't pay it back now, you can only use other people to pay off the debt." Rala snorted coldly, and the contract actually burned by itself. Wes Ward was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his hand, and the contract turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Chinrue cheered. "This, Sir Wes Ward, good fire magic." The crowd burst into laughter. Wes Ward did not expect such a thing to happen, and flew into a rage. He waved his hand and said, "Capture them all! If they dare to resist, except for the 2 girls, kill the rest." Caldila gripped his wand tightly, his face pale. He stood in front of the 2 sisters and began to silently chant a spell. "Why are there villains like you in every novel? In every map? It's obvious that you have the aura of being stepped on, so that the protagonist can stand up." Chinrue sighed and said to Rala, "My dear heroine, it's up to you now." "Oh," Laura replied with a smile. Apparently, she was quite happy with the title of Dear Heroine. Chapter 982. Faced with the soldiers surrounding her, Rala slowly walked out. Just as Caldila was chanting a spell to prepare for his last stand, he saw the weapons in the hands of the soldiers melt instantly, turning into droplets of molten iron that dripped onto the ground. Cries of shock and agony could be heard everywhere. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wes Ward ordered the cavalry to charge forward. However, after a few steps, the horses seemed to have sensed something terrifying. Their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground one after another. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Wes Ward was also thrown to the ground by his own horse. Luckily, he still had some skills and managed to stabilize himself with a flip. Suddenly, his face was covered by a pile of sticky stuff, and a stench went straight into his nostrils. Wes Ward was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what was on his face. He hurriedly took it off, only to feel his stomach turning upside down, and he vomited. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect this woman to be so daring. Not only did she defeat the guards, she even covered Wes Ward's face with fresh horse dung. Even more people couldn't bear to see Westworth's daily evil deeds, and they all laughed out loud. Wes Ward grew up with the glory and halo of his family. He had never been humiliated like this, not to mention in front of so many people. The mockery was like a sharp knife that stabbed into his chest. Amidst his shame and rage, Wislow lost his rationality. A scroll appeared in his hand, and without a second thought, he activated it and threw it forward. As soon as the scroll appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. There were a few mages in the crowd who instinctively sensed danger. Such a violent fire element, hellfire, one of the most powerful, large-scale fire spells. Activating the scroll of hellfire in a crowded place like this. This was an action that was clearly forbidden. As the captain of the defense team, Wes Ward actually did such a crazy thing. Once the hellfire sea of fire spread, the hundreds of people in the vicinity, or even more people, would be burned to the ground. From the light film that appeared on Wes Ward's body before the hellfire was released, it would form a protective force field around his body. From this, it could be seen that the level of crafting this scroll was quite high. However, the rest of the people did not receive such treatment, including the guards. The mages in the crowd were alarmed and quickly retreated. The activation time of the magic scroll was usually a little slower than the direct release of magic, but it was only a matter of an instant. Most of the people who realized the danger had no time to escape, and they all screamed. Rala also seemed to be scared out of her wits. She even forgot to run away. In fact, even if the scroll completely exploded, she could easily make those fire elements disappear. In fact, Miss Long had sensed that someone was rushing over from behind, and coincidentally heard Chinrue's voice. So she stopped and took 2 steps back. Then, she heard Liard's scolding from behind. A transparent blue semicircle cover appeared around the exploding scroll. Almost at the same time, the power of hellfire erupted. The bright red flame burned with terrifying power, but it was firmly controlled by the blue, translucent, round cover. The people nearby were not affected by the overflowing power at all, but the ground that was covered by the cover had a huge hole burned in the hard bluestone. The flames gradually extinguished, and the blue light cover disappeared as well. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had escaped death. Wes Ward had already wiped the dirt off his face, and only then did he realize what he had done. He broke out in cold sweat, and the hatred in his heart turned into panic. If the hellfire had really exploded, hundreds of people would have died. The consequences would be unthinkable, and even the Mogos family might not be able to protect him. Bastard! Leard shouted, "You're Wes Ward of the Mogos family? How did Rialdo have a nephew like you?" Just as Wes Ward was about to order the soldiers to tear these people who humiliated him into pieces, he suddenly saw Leard's face and was shocked. Others might not know Leard, but he knew the identity of this ordinary-looking magician. He was immediately discouraged and hurriedly bowed. "Lord Leard!" Leard angrily rebuked. "Do you know what you just did?" Wes Ward lowered his head guiltily, and Chinrue chimed in, "Nothing much. It's just that it's not enough to ruin Parbo's family. You want to ruin the hundreds of people here too. Am I right? The Lord Wes Ward, who is proficient in fire magic?" "Shut up." Wes Ward did not know that Chinrue and Leard were on the same side. He gritted his teeth and said to Leard, "Lord Leard, don't listen to his nonsense. These people are all fugitives. First, they injured the people I sent to arrest, and now they're trying to resist the law enforcement of the defense team. I almost made a huge mistake in my anger just now. Fortunately, Lord Leard rushed over. Please help me take them down." Originally, Leard was still skeptical about what had happened to Tess and her sister. Now that he heard Wisworth distorting the truth, how could he not understand the truth of the matter? He said coldly, "I was the one who injured those fellows. These two fugitives are my friends." Wislow's face, which was still emitting a foul stench, couldn't help but turn even darker. He wanted nothing more than to beat up those bastards who made the false report earlier. Even though it was hard to get off the tiger's back, he had to at least get his hands on those two sisters that he was determined to get. Wes Ward immediately stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Lord Leard, please forgive my subordinates for being blind, but those two girls are my Uncle Rialdo's experimental subjects, so I hope Lord Leard can make an exception." After Wes Ward finished speaking, he took a few steps back and resisted the urge to vomit. He took the towel that his subordinate handed him and wiped his face. His venomous gaze swept past the culprit, Rala, who made him look like a fool. This woman was Leard's friend, and he could not take revenge for now. It would be better to think of a way to take revenge in the future. Leard frowned tightly, not only because of the smell on Westward's body, but also because of the name that was mentioned in the sentence. Rialdo. Leard, Rialdo, and Realia were known as the three great saint-rank wizards of the Wizard Tower Forest. The three of them were evenly matched, but Rialdo had a huge advantage. He was the direct disciple of Elder Hero, one of the highest controllers of the Wizard Tower Forest. So there's such a relationship. So what's your choice, Lord Leard? Chinrue's voice sounded. For some reason, Chinrue's smiling face made Leard feel a faint chill in his heart. Leard quickly dispelled this misconception, and after a moment of silence he answered, "Rialdo is the disciple of Elder Hero of the Wizard Tower Forest. I don't want to offend him, but I will try to help those two sisters. Although I don't know what your so-called help is. Since you don't want to offend that something, don't interfere in this matter." As Chinrue spoke, he glanced at Rala. "Just now, I heard quite a lot about this Lord Wes Ward from the surrounding crowd. He has a bad record, especially towards women. I think we should give him an unforgettable lesson. Don't you think so?" "My dear madam." Rala blinked her eyes to show that she understood. Leard was shocked and said, "Wait a minute, Westward's uncle." Before he could finish his words, there was a bang, and somewhere on Westward's lower body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Then, a heart-wrenching scream came out of Westward's mouth. His hands covered his lower body as he rolled on the ground, wailing in pain. This was a complicated use of the elements. With the wind element as the main element, and the mystery of the fire element, it broke down a certain organ and caused an explosion. Simply put, it was the bird exploding. It completely exploded and turned into nothingness. This scene frightened the soldiers out of their wits, and they subconsciously protected a certain part of their body. Even the male spectators could not help but tighten their buttholes, feeling a chill in their lower body. Lear did not think that Rolla would disregard his advice and attack directly and with such ruthlessness. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he noticed another detail. Westward's body actually still had the protective force attached to the scroll, but this layer of protective force was practically non-existent in front of Rolla. After Westward's bird exploded, the protective force was actually still there, and there were no signs of damage at all. It was as if the bird had exploded on its own from the inside. What kind of power was this? At this moment, Leard suddenly raised his head and saw a figure in the air. It was a young man dressed in a white robe. The robe was inlaid with red, yellow, and silver patterns, appearing elegant and extraordinary. In his hand was a jasper-like long staff, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Rialdo! Leard's eyes narrowed, revealing a solemn expression. Thinking of that scroll, he immediately understood. That scroll must have been made by Rialdo, and it had some kind of sensing function. Once Westward was in danger and used the scroll, Rialdo would rush over as soon as possible. This was going to be troublesome. Rolla had just heavily injured Westward, and Rialdo had rushed over. It seemed that there was no way he would let this matter rest. Chinrue noticed that this Rialdo that Leard spoke of was very handsome, and his ears were a little pointy. However, he was not like an ordinary elf, a half-elf. Rialdo's figure flashed and appeared on the ground. Looking at Westward, who was howling miserably on the ground, his expression changed. With a wave of his wand, a healing spell flew over, but the wailing did not weaken. The rupture in that area could not be healed by ordinary healing spells. Rialdo looked at the two sisters, and a strange light flashed past his eyes. He then stared fiercely at Leard's face and said coldly, "Why did you hurt him?" Before Leard could answer, Chinrue said, "Why not ask him what he did? Don't tell me that those two girls were really what you wanted." Lealdo's reaction was quick. "You hurt him? Who are you people?" "To be precise, it's my wife." Chinrue shrugged. "As for us, we're just passers by passing through the city. You don't have to worry about our identities." Rolla suddenly stepped forward, seemingly a little pleased with herself. "I like to be called wife, especially in front of so many people." Rialdo's face suddenly darkened, and a sharp, murderous aura burst forth. Without any movement from Rolla, the murderous aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. Rialdo's pupils contracted slightly, and he laughed instead of being shocked. "Very well, I like two kinds of women the most. The first kind are women who have the ability to fight back, and the second kind are women who have no ability to fight back. I'll make you regret being born in." Before he finished speaking, he saw a cold glint in Rolla's purple eyes. The next second, an explosion sounded from Rialdo's body, and a mist of blood splattered. The face of this half-elf, who was very arrogant just a moment ago, instantly became incomparably pale, and even his facial features were distorted. With a ding, the magic wand fell to the ground, and the half-elf's body immediately fell to the ground. He curled up like a shrimp, tightly covering his lower body, and let out an incomparably sharp and miserable scream. This time even Leard was stunned. Rialdo, a saint-level mage who was on par with him, had actually been blown up in an instant. He had no ability to fight back. Leard shuddered, and his gaze towards Rolla was full of awe and shock. He finally understood why Rolla did not respond to him with the etiquette of an equal. To be able to blow up Rialdo, who was at the peak of the saint level, in an instant, this woman was a supra. Chapter 983. Using Chun Rue's special words to describe Rolla's method was blockbuster, or simply amazing. Although this wasn't a civilized word, it accurately described a devastating blow to a certain male erection. The two men clutched their lower bodies and rolled on the ground screaming. The male spectators at the side were horrified. Even Chen Rue couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, the culprit who caused all of this still had an innocent and dazed look, as if the tragic state of these two blockbusters had nothing to do with her. Madame Rolla. Leard changed the honorific of Madame to Madame. But unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the fairy dragon preferred the former form of address. Please forgive my previous rudeness, but I'm afraid there will be big trouble in this matter. If it's just Whistlow, it'll be fine, but Rialdo is Elder Hero's disciple. Although most people don't know the existence of Elder Hero, in the Mage Tower's forest, he and Elder Dulce are the absolute controllers, with powerful strength and unquestionable authority. Is the authority of the Mage Tower's forest already above the entire Ryo Empire? Chenrue suddenly interrupted. Leard looked at Chenrue with some surprise and secretly compared him with the upper echelons of the Ryo Empire royal family that he knew, but he couldn't find an answer. He then shook his head. Although the Mage Tower's forest is one of the most important strategic weapons of the Ryo Empire, it can't be above the entire empire. However, the empire will never easily shake the authority of the Mage Tower's forest, just like how the Long Huang Empire won't easily interfere with the Dragon Rider Legion, because behind the Mage Tower's forest is the Elven race, which is allied with the empire. Elder Hero and Elder Dulce are both super powerhouses of the Elven race. The meaning of Leard's words was very clear. Although Rolla displayed powerful strength that surpassed the Saint-Tyr, she couldn't compete with the entire Elven race no matter what. Elven race? Chenrue looked surprised and asked uncertainly. That's right, the elf race. This time, it was Rialdo who first offended Lady Rolla. According to the demigod contract that I know of, it can be said that even death cannot wipe out his crimes. However, that Elder Hero's temperament is arrogant and perverse, and he values Rialdo greatly, so he definitely won't let this matter rest. Liard looked solemn. He compressed his voice into a line and carefully fell into Chun Rue's ears. It's my honor to receive Sir Zola's guidance. Unfortunately, I can no longer ask Sir for advice. I suggest you two leave the Blue Glory Empire immediately to avoid future troubles. The sooner the better. Just now, Rolla's guidance had allowed Leard to vaguely touch the threshold of a higher level. Leard was not someone who would bite the hand that fed him. Moreover, the Mordang family that he belonged to was a large family in the Ryo Empire, and he himself was also a high-ranking member of the Holy Church with a title of nobility. He was not completely controlled by the elven mage, Terran, so he was determined to remind Rolla and Leard to escape. Even if Elder Hero blamed him afterward, Rolla's strength had already surpassed the Saint-Tyr, and she had exploded Rialdo in seconds. Leard could also use the excuse that his strength was not good enough as an excuse. Oh! Chenrue and Rolla responded in unison. The two looked at each other and smiled. Lady Rolla. Leard did not expect the two to ignore his warning, and could not help but feel a little anxious. The two sisters, Caldira and Tess, stood dumbfounded on the spot. To their knowledge, the evil West Ward was already in existence that they had to look up to, not to mention the rumored half-elf Saint-Tyr mage from the Mage Tower. Now, the truth before their eyes was that the rumored half-elf mage, Bunker, was screaming on the ground together with the equally powerful West Ward. Looking at the anxious Leard, Chenrue had a better impression of the Saint-Tyr mage. He shrugged and said, Sir Leard, thank you very much for your kindness, but we will not go to the Emerald Square now. Leard's expression softened a little, but what Chenrue said next made his expression change drastically. We want to go to the Mage Tower. I wonder if you can guide us in the direction, sir? Leard was taken aback. and then he heard Rolla say, "If you are looking for that elf called Hero, we might not have to go through the trouble of going to the Mage Tower." Chinrue and Leard looked in the direction where Rolla was looking, and just happened to see Leard enduring the excruciating pain as he shattered a magical imprint in his hand that seemed to be used for communication. This scene made Leard's expression change drastically. In just a few breaths' time, the entire sunny sky darkened and was suddenly shrouded by layers of thick green, as if a dark cloud had suddenly appeared. The dark cloud in the center condensed into a human figure, young and handsome, with pointed ears, elegant long hair, and an exquisite robe. Very elven characteristics. Lord Hero. Leard's voice was a little hoarse. The person who came was one of the two masters of the Mage Tower, Hero. At a glance, Hero saw Leard screaming on the ground while clutching his lower body, and sharp look flashed in his long and narrow eyes. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the people below felt as if a boulder was stuck in their chests, almost unable to breathe. Leard felt that sharp gaze sweep over his face, and he couldn't even condense the power of his domain. He was secretly chilled. At this moment, Rolla raised her head and glanced at Hero. Hero subconsciously turned his head, and when he met that gaze, his soul inexplicably trembled, and he felt a stabbing pain. In the blink of an eye, that woman's figure had already appeared in the air opposite him. Hero immediately understood. It was this woman who had injured his disciple, Leard. The elven elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and his originally emerald eyes turned dark green. The color of the dark cloud around them also sank, turning dark green, and a terrifying power of the kingdom surged toward Rolla. He didn't see Rolla move, but there was a burst of colorful light, and a six-colored radiance revolved around her, turning into a six-colored rainbow that floated above her head. As soon as this rainbow appeared, the dark green dark cloud suddenly trembled, and large cracks began to appear with the trajectory of the rainbow as the center, as if it was being torn apart by a pair of powerful hands. Hero's pupils suddenly contracted. This woman's strength and aura were similar to his, but her combat strength was so powerful that she had crushed his kingdom in the blink of an eye. The crowd was intimidated by the terrifying pressure, and they couldn't raise their heads, nor did they know what was happening. They only felt that the aura in the sky was constantly changing at an alarming rate. About a minute later, all the abnormalities disappeared, and the sun was still shining brightly in the sky. There were no dark clouds, no colorful light, and no one, as if nothing had happened. On the ground, Rolla was already gone, and so was the wailing Leard. Only Wisworth, who had fainted from the pain, was left. What happened just now? Chinrue looked at Leard, who was beside him, with a surprised expression. Leard was the only person who had clearly seen the duel between the two experts in the sky, but he only saw the figures of the two quickly intersecting, as well as the collision of the enormous power of the kingdom. The dark green dark cloud seemed to be torn apart by the rainbow, and then the rainbow disappeared. He couldn't determine the outcome of the battle between Rolla and Hero, nor did he see how the two disappeared. Hearing Chinrue's question, Leard shook his head with a bitter smile. There should have been a fierce but short battle, be it Lord Hero or Lady Rolla. Their strength is far beyond the scope of my understanding. Now they should have moved the battlefield, but I don't know exactly where they went. By the way, Lord Leard, these 3 children. Before this matter is completely resolved, can you provide them with some protection? Chinrue looked at Caldila and Tess, and then at the unconscious Wisworth. Otherwise, our momentary kindness will harm their lives. Chinrue's us completely dragged Leard down. Leard thought for a moment. Since things had come to this, the 3 children and the cause of the battle had become secondary factors. He gave Caldila a badge and asked him to take the sisters to the bright light trading firm of the Moore Deng family in the city to hide for a while. Caldila was worried about this and was overjoyed to hear that Leard had agreed to protect him. He thanked the 2 again and again with Tess, and hurried to the bright light trading firm. Seeing that there was nothing to see, the onlookers began to disperse one after another. At this moment, a faint light appeared in Chinrue's hand, and he exclaimed, "This is a mental message from Rala!" She defeated Hero and even chased after him. Leard was shocked. He did not expect the powerful elven elder hero to be defeated by that Lady Rala so quickly. And Rala chased after him. He suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Not good." Since Hero was defeated by Rala, he must have fled to the Wizard Towers. The Wizard Towers had a special power that could multiply the offensive and defensive power of the controller. Not only that, but there was also Dulsa, whose strength was far above Hero's, guarding the towers. The Wizard Towers. After listening to Leard's explanation, Chinrue hurriedly said, "Sir Leard, I'm very worried about Rala. Can you take me to the Wizard Towers? I don't know the way, and, to tell you the truth, I'm proficient in magic circles. I'm not good at fighting, and I don't even have the ability to fly." Apart from not knowing the way being true, the rest was a lie. But Leard had a preconceived notion, and Chinrue's words confirmed his previous guess. He believed it without a doubt, but his expression was a little hesitant. "If there's a fight, the Wizard Towers is a very dangerous place. Even Sir Leard, may I ask if you have a wife or family? No matter what danger there is, I will face it with her. Please agree to my request." Leard took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, I'll take you there. As for protection, I'll do my best." "Thank you very much. Sir Leard, I will remember your friendship." In fact, Chinrue deliberately stayed just now. In addition to settling Caldila and the others and hiding his strength, there was another reason, and that was Rala wanted to break into the Wizard Towers alone. The fairy dragon had touched the critical point of advancing to demigod from time to time during this time, but she was always a step away. She intended to use the pressure of battle to break through the realm. Chinrue could tell at a glance that Hero was at the peak of the kingdom. Although his realm was similar to Rala's, he was no match for Rala. With the power of the Wizard Towers, he might be able to hold his own. He was indeed very suitable as a training partner for Rala. The legendary prophet Alucir was the only remaining demigod powerhouse of the elves, and many powerhouses of the elves had fallen in the battle to seal the Tree of Nature over the years. Chi Lanya, who was an intermediate demigod, should be the strongest one besides Alucir. With Rala's current strength and the help of the elemental goddess crown, she could fight Chi Lanya even if she encountered her. Therefore, Chinrue was not very worried about the fairy dragon's safety. He definitely had to go to the Wizard Towers, but he could delay it a little. Perhaps by further intensifying the situation, he could solve the whole matter more thoroughly. One had to know that Chinrue now had the title of the Elven Hero King on his head, and even the Tree of Nature, which was related to the survival of the elves, was in his hands. To others, it was fine, but to the elves he had an unquestionable lofty status and absolute authority. Lighter disappeared with Chinrue, and only then did the soldiers dare to take the unconscious Wislow away. The news of Wislow's serious injury and Lildo's disappearance quickly spread to the Mogeo's family. "How's Wislow's injury?" Patriarch Moat's face was abnormally gloomy. Due to a special poison in his early years, he had lost his fertility. Apart from his 3 daughters, Wislow was his only son. Although he was arrogant, domineering, and committed atrocities, especially with many women, in Moat's heart, his son was the heir of the Mogeo's family. As long as he had the corresponding ability, what were these small matters? Who would have thought that Wislow would suffer such a fatal injury today? Priest Luke of the Temple of Light personally cast a light healing spell, but it only healed the young master's external injuries. That part of the young master's body has been completely annihilated by a powerful force. Unless there's some kind of regenerative treasure or secret spell, it will never recover. How could this be? Wislow's birth mother, Duo Lu, burst into tears. Her son had become a eunuch, and not only could he not continue the bloodline, Her position as the legal wife was also in jeopardy. Moat's eyes were filled with darkness. Is it the more Deng family? Yes, it said that it was the holy wizard, Lighter, and 2 other people. Even Lord Lealdo was seriously injured. Daru's cries stopped abruptly. The Morden family was a colossus in the empire, not something a mere Mogoth family could afford to offend. Even in the Mogoth family's home ground, Yagda, even the Mogoth family's biggest trump card, Lealdo was heavily injured. Although Lealdo had an elf backing him, half-elves were not real elves. Furthermore, elves always did things their own way and would never consider anything for the Mogeos family, let alone change the fact that Wislow's male function had been destroyed. More Deng family. Moat gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Suddenly he thought of something. Prepare a horse for me. I'm going to the mayor's mansion. Chapter 984. Run. That was the only thought in Hero's mind. As one of the most powerful beings in the Elven Alliance and one of the most powerful people in the Yagda City's Wizard Tower Forest, he had never run away like a stray dog. But he had no choice but to run. That woman was too terrifying. The multi-elemental magic that he was so proud of was a joke in front of her. Using the wind element to defeat the wind element. Using the fire element to defeat the fire element. Even his compound magic was countered by the same elemental combination. This was a crushing defeat that didn't seem like a battle between people of the same rank. If he hadn't confirmed that his opponent's power was at the peak of the kingdom, he would have thought that he was facing a demigod. They were both at the peak of the kingdom, but why was she so ridiculously strong? Hero's talent was not only in multi-elemental magic, but also in space. His teleportation and movement were both quite fast, far surpassing the average expert of the same level. But that woman was not any slower than him. There were a few times when he was almost caught up, but for some reason, she did not seize the opportunity to knock him down. Perhaps it was because she did not seize the opportunity, but more often than not, she seemed to be slowly wearing down his strength and fighting spirit, as if she was playing a game of cat and mouse. This was also a form of blatant contempt, but Hero no longer had the energy to be angry or think about it. He could only do his best to break through the interference of the enemy's kingdom with Lealdo and slowly approach the Mage Tower Forest. Finally, he saw a familiar white tower at the top of the mountain. It was just an ordinary tower, not part of the real Wizard Tower Forest, but it meant that they were close to the Wizard Tower Forest. Hero instinctively felt the terrifying pressure behind him. He waved his hand, and the Wizard Tower in the distance shone with a strange light. It gradually rose from the ground, and many screams came from the tower. The elf didn't care so much. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and strange symbols appeared one after another on the white tower, connecting together. The sense of danger in his heart grew stronger. Sure enough, that woman had caught up to them. Hero shouted, and the power of the kingdom burst out. The huge white tower instantly appeared between him and Rala. Then the symbols attached to it emitted a strong light, and the white tower suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Hero had already released the spatial rebound power that he had been brewing for a long time and used the power of the explosion to launch an ultra-long-distance teleportation. The elven elder vaguely remembered that the master of this white tower was a magician who had just entered the saint level. His name was Ed or something, and he was very young. He seemed to be related to the royal family of the Ryo Empire. Leard had even specially brought Ed to visit him, and he had given him special advice on the layout of the Mage Tower. It was exactly because of this that Hero was able to use his special aptitude to easily transform the Magus Tower into a terrifying nation-level bomb in a short time. The magician's servants, magic arrays, and tools in the Mage Tower all became the source of the explosion. The power of the White Tower's explosion was quite astonishing. The shining light and terrifying shock wave instantly engulfed the fairy dragon, who was caught off guard. Even the mountain range that was enchanted with some kind of barrier cracked in the huge tremor. Hero, who had succeeded, did not stop. Instead, he took advantage of this precious opportunity to teleport continuously, distancing himself from Rala. He knew how terrifying his opponent was. Although the attack just now was sudden, it could not seriously injure her or reduce her combat power by much. It could only delay her pursuit to a certain extent. This exaggerated explosion should also attract the attention of the Mage Tower Forest's warning force. No matter what method he used, it would be fine as long as he could stop this woman for a while and let him escape into the Mage Tower Forest smoothly. As long as he entered the Mage Tower Forest, it would be his home field. No matter how powerful this woman was, she would only be a coward. Moreover, there was the demigod-level Dulce there, so it could be said to be foolproof. As for this exploding white tower and the people inside, they were just some human ants. It was a great honor to be able to use their humble lives to exchange for precious opportunities for him, a super powerhouse to escape. The light of the explosion quickly dimmed, and Rala appeared unscathed in the smoke and dust. The explosion just now was very sudden and powerful, but for Rala, who had spare energy to chase, it was not enough to injure her. The fairy dragon looked at the position behind her. The white tower there had turned into powder, along with the life inside. A glimmer flashed across her beautiful purple eyes, and with a shake of her body, she disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Chinrue was flying quickly in the direction of the Mage Tower Forest with Lyrd's help. As a peak saint-level mage proficient in wind and water, Lyrd's flying speed was quite fast, but it was far from comparable to a nation-level powerhouse who could cast teleportation. He could only chase by following the intermittent traces of battle. When he flew to the area of the White Tower, Lyrd's speed suddenly slowed down, and he looked in shock at the mountain range that had become a rift valley and the terrifying traces of the explosion. "What's wrong, Sir Lyrd?" Chinrue asked curiously. "There used to be a mage tower here." Lyrd's expression was a little ugly. "That mage Ed has a somewhat special identity. If he dies, this matter will shake the upper echelons of the Empire, and the consequences will be severe." Chinrue frowned. "As far as I know, Rala won't attack ordinary cultivators, and I didn't see her harm any innocent people along the way. Did that Ed attack Rala first?" Lyrd did not continue flying forward, but descended with Chinrue. The ground boundary around a mage tower is usually equipped with a water-based projection magic array, used to monitor and restore some of the enemy's attacks. The boundary here has been seriously damaged, but there should still be some remnants of the magic array. Could Sir Arthur please waste some time and try to repair and activate the magic array? This matter is very important to me. Chinrue could see that Ed's identity was not to be trifled with, so he nodded in agreement and began to repair the severely damaged projection magic array nearby with Lyrd's help. Chinrue's attainments in magic arrays were on full display at this moment. It was clearly just a base that had been damaged beyond repair, but he had used unimaginable methods to quickly piece it back together and restore most of its functions. It should be usable now, but since I don't have enough materials with me, you'll have to inject water magic to activate it. I can't do anything in this area. It's hard to believe that such a brilliant master of magic arrays can't master real magic. Lyrd shook his head, and a soft blue light appeared in his hand. This Saint-Tyr mage could really feel that the elements around Chinrue did not have any change in affinity. Chinrue shrugged. He admitted that he was an idiot when it came to magic, but although magic array and magic only differed by one word, there was a fundamental difference. To put it simply, magic required one to sense and mobilize elements, which involved various fields such as magic, mental strength, soul power, and so on. The main body of a magic array was the study of materials and inscriptions, which layouts and materials could be used to mobilize and trigger elemental reactions. Of course, the former was a power that belonged to one's own and could be used at any time. In theory, it could be infinitely strengthened. The latter required the help of various external objects, and the space for improvement was limited by the entire knowledge system and scope. For Chinrue, When necessary, some of the main powers that were injected could be replaced by the power of the kingdom, the most representative being the ancient runes and dragon inscriptions. But for now, Chen Rui was playing the role of the master of magic arrays, Arthur, so he naturally would not show any of his power. After Liard injected magic into the restored projection magic array, although the projection was somewhat incomplete, it still faithfully played the key footage that shocked Liard. Hero waved his hand, and the white tower rose and exploded. The restoration of the truth shocked Liard. The murderer was actually Hero, not Rala. Sir Liard, Chen Rui asked tentatively. It's nothing, let's go first. The saint-level mage did not answer this time, but his expression was ugly. Liard flew all the way forward with Chen Rui. His speed was faster than before, and he seemed to be using all his strength. A misty fog appeared in front of them, and in the fog they could vaguely see the towering mage tower, and it was not worth a single one. The visibility of the fog was very low, but in the distant sky there was a faint reflection of some kind of light. Liard's speed suddenly slowed down, and he carefully entered the fog. This is the Mage Tower Forest? Yes, Liard responded, his eyes looking solemn and dignified, and his body glowed faintly as he moved forward cautiously. To be precise, we have entered the Mage Tower Forest in emergency preparation. This fog is the power of the protective array. It seems that Lady Rala has indeed chased us all the way here. I hope we are not too late. Although he could not see clearly in the fog, Chen Rui could clearly feel the scale and power of the Mage Tower Forest from the protective array. The so-called Mage Tower Forest was not simply a cluster of mage towers. All kinds of magic arrays, barriers, and things related to mages were intertwined and distributed, just like a city. A true city of mages. Although Liard was very familiar with this place, and even carried a special item that made him immune to attacks, the Mage Tower Forest had now entered an emergency state of combat preparation, and the power of the protective array was fully activated. So, he was also very careful when flying, approaching the center of the energy, fluctuations step by step. The sky in front of him suddenly shone brightly, and one could vaguely see beams of colorful light dancing, and the surrounding fog quickly thinned. Immediately after, there was a muffled bang, and an invisible circle of huge ripples spread out from the center of the colorful light, and all the fog disappeared in an instant. The Mage Tower Forest's protective array has been destroyed. Liard's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. To be precise, what was destroyed was not only the Mage Tower Forest's protective array, but also the elven elder hero who had escaped into the Mage Tower Forest. Hero in this Mage Tower Forest was actually defeated by Rala. Liard's breathing quickened, and he felt that he had encountered more shock today than in all the times in the past combined. At this moment, a bright moon rose in the sky. A blue crescent moon. The colorful light instantly dimmed, and the air was instantly filled with a kind of cold aura. Not good. Liard exclaimed. Lady Dulce has made a move. Chapter 985. The core of the Mage Tower Forest, the Tower of Nature. On the cliff, Hero was panting heavily. His magic robe was tattered like a beggar's, and he looked like a completely different person from the elegant elf he usually was. Beside him, Rialdo's eyes were filled with fear. The mysterious tower that once reached the clouds was now only left with half of it. Not every mage in the Mage Tower Forest was qualified to enter the core space of the Tower Forest. Usually, from the outside, it was just a world surrounded by light, and nothing out of the ordinary could be seen. As Hero's direct disciple, Rialdo had been to the Tower of Nature more than once, and he was well aware of the power of the tower. The Tower of Nature was a solid landmark. It was not like an ordinary mage tower that could be inhabited, but it had a mysterious and powerful function. It could multiply the offensive and defensive abilities of the controller, and half of the attacks received by the controller would be dispersed into the Tower Forest controlled by the Tower of Nature. In a battle here, his teacher Hero could be said to be invincible. However, the battle he witnessed today had completely overturned his previous understanding. That woman actually withstood the powerful attack of his teacher's merged tower forest. And what happened next was even more terrifying. She actually made a move to collapse the Tower of Nature. If not for Elder Dulce's timely appearance, he and his teacher hero would have undoubtedly been turned into dust by that woman's terrifying power. Rialdo finally understood what kind of terrifying powerhouse he had offended. Thinking of this, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Dulce's power was indeed extraordinary, and she shocked the entire scene the moment she appeared. Although Rialdo couldn't see the mysterious power clearly, he couldn't even see the situation of the fight between the two sides. Even if he could sit here safely, it was also because of Hero's protection. But he could see that Tulsa's blue moon firmly suppressed Zola's rainbow. Although the rainbow still lingered around the blue moon, its color had greatly weakened, and it was only a matter of time before it collapsed. In any case, he was finally out of danger. Only then did Rialdo turn his attention to his injuries. As a saint-level mage, he could clearly feel that his most important male organ and the vitality of the surrounding body had been completely destroyed. Even the most powerful healing spell could only heal the injuries on the surface, and could not make the already empty part grow again. Thinking of this, the gnome's body began to tremble with anger. He cursed that terrifying woman countless times in his heart. Unfortunately, he could only curse in his heart. Although that woman was completely restrained by Dulce, if Dulce wasn't around, just a single strand of her hair would be enough to turn him into ashes. On the other side, Elder Hero had already recovered from the huge exhaustion and shock. This woman was far more powerful than he had expected. He had thought that escaping to the Tower Forest was a sure win, but who could have known that she would erupt with unimaginable power? Not only did she destroy the entire Tower Forest defense, but she also collapsed a section of the Tower of Nature. Dulce was a demigod, so logically speaking, she should have been able to take down the enemy easily. However, that woman, who was at the pinnacle of the kingdom, was actually able to fight against Dulce for so long without showing any signs of losing. Who is she? At this moment, Hero suddenly sensed movement in the distance. Looking over, it turned out that two people were slowly flying over. One was Leard, and the other seemed to have no strength. He was being carried by Leard, and he looked somewhat familiar. Right? Is it the man who was with Leard in the city? Is he with that terrifying woman? Rialdo's voice sounded. Teacher, catch him! That man! It's her husband! Hero's eyes lit up, and he instantly appeared in front of Leard, grabbing at Chinrue. Lord Hero, wait! Leard frowned and stood in front of him. He was about to question what happened in the White Tower, but Hero did not even let him finish. With a wave of his hand, Leard was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He fell to the ground far away, unconscious. Chinrue seemed to be stunned. Without the help of Leal, his body fell down. Hero picked him up and easily caught him in his hand. He instantly returned to Rialdo's side. Are you sure? Hero felt that Chinrue had no resistance at all, and thought of the scene of him being carried by Leard. Is this guy really that woman's husband? Why is he trash? I heard it with my own ears. Teacher, give him to me. Rialdo gritted his teeth and looked at Chinrue. He could not deal with that woman, but this trash of a man, he would definitely make him beg for death. Okay. Hero did not even think about it, and handed Chinrue over to Rialdo. At this time, the rainbow in the field was gradually on the verge of collapse under the suppression of the blue moon. Dulce's voice sounded. Dragons, I admit that you are the most talented practitioner I have ever seen. You actually lasted so long in my hands. If you can break through to demigod, you will definitely be a good opponent. Unfortunately, you have never taken this step. After all, there is an insurmountable gap between a nation and a demigod. For the sake of Ryuzaku, I will give you one last chance to live. Give up resistance. Otherwise, based on your behavior of breaking into the Mage Tower Forest to hunt down my elven elders today. It is enough for me to take your life. Dragons. Only then did Hiro understand the identity of this woman, and he was secretly afraid. Chinrue did not care about Rialdo's resentful gaze. He pretended to be afraid, and his real attention was on the battle between Rala and Dulsa. His star power was already condensed and ready to be released. As long as Rala was in danger, he would immediately launch an attack. Not only did Dulce's words not make Rala give up resistance, but the colorful light suddenly blazed and turned into a 6-colored flame that burned. Her aura suddenly increased several times. Chinrue knew that this was the power of the law that Rala had melted the demigod law crystal ball that he gave her to burn the 6 elemental kingdom, forming a huge quantitative change. She used this quantitative change and Dulce's demigod pressure to impact the qualitative change. This was undoubtedly very risky, but Chinrue could feel that the fairy dragon's will was so firm, without the slightest hesitation. She had a reason to become stronger, and that was to fight side by side with him and share life and death together, just like facing the abyss in the domain of the tree of nature. Therefore, he did not stop her. He just quietly watched the burning, colorful flame. It was so hot and gorgeous that it was imprinted in his heart from his eyes. Burning rule and kingdom? Dulce was taken aback. She did not expect the other party to be so desperate. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. When Dulce said this, Hiro and Rialdo's tense hearts relaxed at the same time. That terrifying dragon's woman was finally going to die. The brilliance of the blue moon became more and more crystal clear, and the cold light shone on the burning, colorful flame. The flickering of the colorful flame suddenly slowed down, and the light quickly dimmed as if it was frozen. Finally, the fluctuation completely stopped, and it turned into a flame-shaped ice sculpture. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when Chinrue could not hold back and was about to use polar transformation, the frozen flame suddenly trembled, and a crack appeared on the surface of the ice. The crack spread into countless cracks in the blink of an eye, and it suddenly exploded. A white, or to be precise, transparent, colorless flame burned out. This flame did not have gorgeous colors and dazzling brilliance. It looked soft and harmless, but it revealed an unprecedented vitality. The air that was almost condensed by the power of the blue moon suddenly thawed, and the transparent flame condensed into the image of a giant dragon. It looked exquisite and elegant, and its big purple eyes were shining with colorful light. On its back was a pair of glowing butterfly wings, and there seemed to be a crown on its head. Fairy dragon! Hiro was taken aback. This was a very rare dragon's. In his memory, it seemed that the spouse of a legendary king of the elves was also a fairy dragon, but that big shot had been living in seclusion for many years. Judging from the strength alone, this fairy dragon in front of him should have nothing to do with that big shot. The fairy dragon cried out to the sky, and the crown shone brightly. Her body instantly turned into 6 colorful lights, and they rotated around the blue moon. The blue moon that was as steady as a rock began to tremble slightly. The 6 colorful lights rotated faster and faster, and the light became more and more dazzling. Even Hiro could not look at it directly. Bang! It seemed that some kind of glassware broke. The entire space of the Tower of Nature shook violently, and all the light disappeared. There were 2 female figures in the sky. One was a blue-haired female elf with a beautiful appearance. She wore a silver robe, and she held a crystal-like staff in her left hand and a thin sword in her right hand. Across from her was a bespectacled, purple-haired female who held a short staff in her hand and wore an exquisite crown on her head. The veil on her face had long since disappeared, revealing a peerless appearance that made even the elves on the other side pale in comparison. The purple-haired and bespectacled woman was Rala. The colorful lights on her body were still constantly changing, and she constantly revealed an extremely powerful aura. It seemed that she was not particularly stable. Chinrue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His worry had been replaced by joy. It was a success. Rala had finally advanced to demigod. Unbelievable. You actually broke through at the last minute. The female elf Dulce sighed. Although you are an opponent, I have to congratulate you. It seems that the battle between us has just begun. Rala smiled slightly and turned to look at Lealdo. She looked a little surprised because the half-elf was holding Chinrue in her hands. Lealdo felt like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake when he was stared at by Rala. Although the other party's appearance was unparalleled, there was only fear in his heart at the moment, especially when he thought of the scene where his body exploded inexplicably. Where did it explode this time? Don't move, otherwise I will kill your husband immediately. Lealdo, who was tense, showed a surging power in his hand, and he grabbed Chinrue's throat. Oh! The fairy dragon responded and converged her aura cooperatively. In fact, with Lealdo's strength, even if Chinrue was really held without any resistance, Rala could easily turn Lealdo into ashes. The reason why she was threatened like this was because she saw Chinrue's horrified eyes. With just a gaze, the fairy dragon had already understood what her man meant. Don't do it first. Chapter 986. The battle between two demigods was stopped just like that because of a saint-level nobody. The nobody seemed to be controlling the life gate of a demigod. At least that was what the nobody thought. Don't move, otherwise I will die with him. Fortunately, Rialdo still had a teacher who was still clear-headed. Hiro appeared beside Chinrue in time and really controlled the hostage. Although Rala's advancement to demigod made Hiro fearful, and he no longer had the courage to fight, holding a hostage was not a head-on battle. If Rala really wanted to make a move, Hiro was also completely confident that he could kill the hostage before Rala killed him and Rialdo. Tulsa frowned as if she was a little unhappy with this kind of hostage behavior. The fairy dragon showed some scruples and stood still. Actually, it was a natural expression. The hostage, Chinrue, looked the most nervous. He said in a trembling voice, "Everyone calm down first. The cause of today's incident is just a small matter. It has not reached the point of mutual destruction." Small matter? Tulsa spoke. She glanced at Hiro and signaled him not to act rashly. What happened? Tulsa was originally meditating behind closed doors, but she was alarmed by Rala's collapse of the tower forest. She was forced to interrupt her cultivation and came out to fight with Rala inexplicably. Originally, it should have been a battle that she had won. She didn't expect that Zola would actually make a breakthrough in the midst of battle and reach the demigod level. With the powerful strength that she had previously used to fight someone of a higher level, the result of this battle was still very unpredictable. Coupled with the relationship with the Dragon Valley, Tulsa didn't want to let the situation develop to the point where it couldn't be cleaned up. It is indeed just a small matter. Chinrue pretended to be afraid of losing his life and told what happened. However, he was not talking about the scene of the battle between Rala and Hiro, but the initial cause, which was the conflict with Wislow. Wislow took a fancy to the two daughters of Parbo, the clerk, and plotted to make Parbo commit suicide with a large gambling debt. Then he wanted to possess Tess and Chiri in the name of debt collection. It was Leard who repelled the thug scent. Not long after, Westhoe personally arrived with his men. After being taught a lesson by Lola, he actually used a scroll to release the magic of mass destruction, hellfire, among the many innocent pedestrians. Fortunately, he was stopped by Leader. Westhoe revealed that the mastermind behind killing Parbo and robbing the two girls was Lealdo. Because Leard didn't want to offend Rialdo, Rala punished Wislow severely and saved the two girls. At this time, Rialdo appeared and arrogantly wanted to capture the two girls and humiliate Rala. In a rage, Rala taught Rialdo a lesson which attracted the elven elder hero and finally led to the chase in the Tower Forest. Chinrue used some tricks in his narration, highlighting the tragic experience of Parbo's family and Rialdo, who was the mastermind behind it. He also emphasized that Rialdo used such words to disrespect a strong person like Rala. Although Rala attacked heavily, she didn't kill the half-elf. As for chasing Hero into the Tower Forest, it was only to ask for an explanation. Dulce nodded slowly, looking at Rialdo and Hero with displeasure. Judging from Rala's strength, even before she became a demigod, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill Hero. The reason why she didn't kill him was definitely because of the relationship between the dragons and the elves. In this case, it seemed that they were in the wrong. Hero's expression also changed. He was only trying to save Rialdo and didn't know that there was a reason for this. Although what Rialdo did was nothing to him as a teacher, the key point was that he shouldn't have provoked a super strong person like Rala, who also had a powerful background like Ryuzaku. Super strong people usually followed the demigod contract. This contract wasn't a hard contract like the master-servant contract or the equality contract, but a kind of industry rule, which meant that super strong people couldn't interfere with the ordinary world. This interference mainly referred to getting involved in the wars and struggles of kingdoms, empires, or races, and directly affecting the power structure of the world. Of course, super strong people also had the unspoken rule that they couldn't slaughter ordinary people at will. If they blindly killed those cultivators below the super level, or even ordinary people, then where would they get believers and the power of faith? This was an essential foundation for promotion and enhancement of strength. Even in the demon realm without the demigod contract, such a situation generally wouldn't occur. Although the lifespan of super strong people was far longer than ordinary people, if their strength stagnated, there would eventually be a time when it would be exhausted. Because of insufficient lifespan, they couldn't climb to a higher level, so they must continue to train and improve. After breaking through the saint, the peak of the ordinary level, it was just the beginning of the real road of power. They spent most of their time on training. Nation-level strong people wanted to understand the real kingdom. Demigod strong people tried their best to perfect their kingdom, obtain faith, and strive to condense pseudo-divinity. Pseudo-divinity people constantly expanded their believers, expanded their kingdom, strengthened their power, and wanted to embark on the road of the real gods. Training was the most important thing. As long as their own interests and training weren't violated, generally speaking, they wouldn't divide their energy to interfere with meaningless, mundane things. However, this didn't mean that super strong people would be completely restrained. The reason why they didn't attack ordinary people was more because of their identity. But if they really wanted to kill a few people they didn't like, it was nothing at all, especially those who dared to offend their dignity. They definitely deserved to die. In today's incident, Lealdo was the one who took the initiative to offend first. It was already a fluke that he could keep his life. When Chen Rue spoke, Rala had already exchanged several glances with him. She immediately said to Lealdo, "Half-elf, I just want to ask you one thing. Were you the one who instigated Wislow to use despicable means to kill the two girls' father and forcibly occupy the two girls?" Just this question. Lealdo didn't expect that Rala didn't make a big fuss about his offending words. Instead, she brought the topic to Tess and her sister. He was stunned and said without thinking, "I instigated it." Wislow wanted Tess. "I just took a fancy to that little girl." From your tone, it seems like this kind of thing is normal? The one who spoke was Chen Rue, who was under Lealdo's control. Of course, those are just lowly humans. To be able to gain my favor, even if it means death, is their honor. Lealdo looked at Chen Rue and couldn't help but say what was in his heart. In fact, due to Rala's strength, he had already subconsciously transferred his hatred to Chen Rue, the weak human. His words were faintly filled with resentment. Mere human ants are not worthy of causing a dispute between the dragons and the elves. If this is the reason for the battle, then it's not worth it. Hero added, self-righteously, in the eyes of the elven elder, the dragons and the elves were both proud races. It was not worth fighting over a lowly existence like an ant. This sentence should be able to resonate with the other party. It would be best if this grudge could be resolved peacefully. After all, with such a powerful enemy, Both he and Lealdo would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Mere humans. Chinrue suddenly understood. No wonder you actually detonated the White Wizard Tower along with the people inside in order to stop Rala from chasing after them. Dulce's expression had not been good before. Hearing this, the female elven mage raised her slender eyebrows. Detonate the White Tower? Hero, what's going on? Hero hesitated for a moment and then briefly told her about how he had detonated the White Tower during the pursuit. Tulsa was obviously annoyed by Hero's behavior, but since the enemy was in front of her, she could not blame him, but she frowned even more. Lowly humans can be killed at will. Chinrue glanced at Lealdo, who was choking him, seemingly forgetting that he was still a hostage. Although the elves, in my impression, are arrogant, they love peace and life and worship nature. I didn't expect there to be people like you. Hero sneered disdainfully. If not for his fear of Rala, he would have killed this ant with a snap of his fingers. Lealdo and Chinrue's eyes met, and his soul seemed to tremble. He could not help but become agitated. Who cares about that little girl? The humans I killed are enough to stack up a wizard tower. Humans are filthy and despicable. If not for this filthy bloodline, I should have been the noblest and purest elf. I hate humans. Only by mercilessly killing and humiliating those filthy humans can my anger be appeased. That damned dragon woman. She actually destroyed my most important organ. I will definitely take revenge. I will cut off this human's flesh piece by piece. This was a secret hidden in Lealdo's heart, but when he met Chinrue's eyes, which contained the power of the evil eye, he could not help but burst out. Hero did not expect Lealdo to burst out such words, especially the last two sentences, which were quite disrespectful to Rala. He could not help but be shocked. Lealdo, I hate you too. My teacher. My father. Lealdo seemed to have lost his mind, and he gnashed his teeth as he revealed an even bigger secret. Tulsa was shocked. She did not expect Lealdo to be Hero's son. Shut up. Hero didn't expect Rialdo to reveal all these secrets like a madman at this time. Lealdo was close to crazy, and he desperately roared, I want to say it. Why did you let that despicable woman give birth to me? She was just one of the toys that you raped. Why am I not a real elf? I don't know what kind of ideas your father instilled in you since you were young, and I don't know what kind of twisted your character as a half-elf. I know other half-elves, and it is precisely because they have been unfairly discriminated against that they will not pass this discrimination on to others. On the contrary, they love life more than ordinary people. Chinrue's voice was very calm, but it had an indescribable momentum. I may be weak, poor, lowly, or ugly, but in the face of life, you and I are equal. I am not despicable, and you are not noble. When you think you are noble, in fact, you are the most despicable existence. Go to hell, despicable bastard. Lealdo's anger had risen to the limit, and he desperately burst out with power, wanting to kill Chinrue. Before he could do so, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead, and his whole body suddenly trembled and suddenly exploded. A finger, Chinrue's finger. Lealdo, Hero roared. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. His son was actually killed by that despicable human ant. The elven elder almost went crazy at this moment. Even though Lealdo was a half-elf, he was his only descendant. Chapter 987. Lealdo's death was like a bomb that exploded in Hero's mind. Anger and hatred instantly filled his entire consciousness. He did not think about why Chinrue suddenly had this kind of strength. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to crush this damn despicable human into pieces. Hero was very close to Chinrue. With this full attack, even if Rala wanted to rescue him, it would be too late. Unfortunately, the furious elf did not see the fairy dragon's expression. Only Dulce noticed that there was not even a trace of panic on the fairy dragon's beautiful face. She had no intention of rescuing him at all. In the blink of an eye, Hero had already rushed close to Chinrue. Just when the elven elder thought that the human was about to be annihilated in his anger, a hand appeared in his sight. The next second, his neck was tightly grabbed, and his whole body was lifted up. The feeling of suffocation made the elf lose the ability to react for a while, and he could only instinctively kick his hands and feet. When Hero reacted and planned to use the power of the kingdom to get rid of the restraint, he felt a tsunami-like shockwave from the other party's hand. His kingdom's peak-level power was shaken several times by this tsunami-like force, and it completely collapsed. He could no longer successfully condense the kingdom. Hero was shocked. He finally realized the horror of the other party. It was at least a powerhouse of the same strength as him. The elven elder suddenly realized that he had made the biggest mistake. A mage, facing an enemy of the same level who was good at close combat, did not pull away but sent himself forward instead. This mistake was enough to be fatal. The situation changed extremely suddenly. Dulce, who had been guarding against Rala, did not expect Hero to be restrained by Chinru. Seeing Hero's painful expression, Dulce shouted, and a blue light flew towards Chenrue. In any case, Hero was an elven elder after all, and she could not let him be killed by an outsider. Rala had long been on guard, so she would not let Dulce succeed. Colorful light flashed, and the blue light disappeared without a trace. Just as Tulsa was about to continue, she suddenly stopped because she sensed a special aura. This aura was very familiar, and it carried a kind of fresh and pure power of nature. Her spirit felt as if it had been cleansed, and her spirit was refreshed. Even Hero, who was restrained, felt this aura, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The tree of nature. Tulsa's voice trembled. This human's body was actually emitting the aura of the holy tree. Although the aura was not particularly dense, it was undoubtedly the power of nature of the holy tree. Moreover, the aura of this tree of nature was not as astringent and old as when the power of the abyss corroded in the immortal capital. It was as if it had been reborn and was brimming with vitality. You are the new Hero King. Dulce immediately reacted as the gathered energy dissipated without a trace. She slowly descended to the ground. You received news from immortal capital. Greetings, Your Highness, the Hero King. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving the hope of the elves. The resurrection of the holy tree is the most important matter for the elves. I happened to receive news from immortal capital yesterday, but due to Your Highness' request, the news did not mention Your Highness's specific situation in detail. Otherwise, there would not be today's misunderstanding. Hero's face was extremely pale at this moment. This despicable human was actually the Hero King who had repelled the power of the abyss and saved the tree of nature. I'm just the despicable human that Elder Hero mentioned. I don't deserve the title of Your Highness, and I don't think that today was just a misunderstanding. Chenrue did not put down the restrained Hero. He only glanced at Dulce indifferently. To be precise, I only retain the right to accept the honor of the elves' Hero King. I'm not the real Hero King. If every elf is like him, then I will be ashamed of this title. Not only me, but even my wife's father, the real Elf King, will also view it as the greatest shame. Wife's father? The real Elf King? Dulce subconsciously glanced at Rala. That's right, the fairy dragon. The father of this genius dragon's was the Elf King Span from 20,000 years ago. Dulce revealed a bitter smile. This battle was too unjust. Be it Hero or the dead Lealdo, they actually took the initiative to provoke these two. They were simply asking for trouble. When Her Majesty Liv gave me this sacred leaf badge, she said that I can exercise the same authority as her. Chenrue took out a crystal leaf and slowly flew it towards Dulce. Then, Elder Dulce, please report everything that happened today to the immortal capital. Also, please pass on my suggestion. Banish this elder hero from the elves forever. I don't think an elf who has such discrimination and blasphemy towards life and race is a true elf. If the elves feel that there is a need to keep this national-level elder, then take back my sacred leaf badge forever. The corners of Tulsa's eyes twitched. The final sentence carried too much weight. The holy tree and the hope of the elves' survival rested on the Hero King. Regardless of which elf it was, they could not bear the consequences of such a serious outcome. Dulce glanced at the Ashen Hero and nodded. I will bring Hero back to the immortal capital of Silvermoon and report what happened today and Her Highness's exact words to Her Majesty Liv and the elders. This sentence was equivalent to stabbing Hero in the end. His public banishment was almost a done deal. There was no way to change it. Hero's mind buzzed as he felt the world spin. To him, who believed that his bloodline was superior, being banished from the elves forever was worse than death. Thinking of Lildo's death, regret, hatred, anger, new hatred and old hatred surged in Hero's heart, and his body suddenly ignited. The surrounding space began to change, and a dangerous aura spread out. Self-destruction. You're mad. Stop. Dulce was alarmed. With Hero's strength and talent, even Dulce might not be able to withstand the power of such a reckless self-destruction, much less the Hero King of the kingdom at the pinnacle. One had to know that the Hero King had the holy tree of life that concerned the continuation of the elves. If anything were to happen to it, Dulce was truly enraged as she charged at Chinrue without any regard. This hero had actually dragged the entire elven race down with him. The kingdom's power in Hero's body rapidly expanded as his twisted and hideous facial features revealed a faint sound of gnashing teeth. His body transformed into a dazzling beam of light that shot out in all directions. Die. Despicable. Chenrue did not retreat or dodge in panic. In fact, it was already too late. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains shook. Dulce was sent flying by the huge force. It's over. Dulce's first thought was despair, but she immediately came to a realization. That's not right. The self-destruction power of the kingdom's pinnacle shouldn't be this weak. It seems to have been suppressed by something. At that moment, there was a flash of crimson starlight as an armored figure appeared in the middle of the explosion. There was a shocking energy churning in the middle of his hands. That energy was the kingdom's power that Hero had detonated at the cost of his life. The two armored palms clasped together, and the terrifying kingdom's energy was extinguished like a candle that had been blown out. Dulce looked in shock at the human, who emitted a powerful aura. When she met the pair of eyes that were as resplendent as the stars, reverence surged in her heart as she bowed deeply. The battle in the Tower Forest finally came to an end. After Leard was rescued, Chinrue resumed his identity as a magic array master who didn't know any power. Dulce naturally wouldn't reveal his secret. Instead, she announced Rialdo's death to Leard and claimed that the half-elves had colluded with their family to harm the innocent. This was the punishment they deserved. She didn't mention a word about Hero, since it was an internal affair of the elves. Even so, it was enough to shock Leard. Rialdo's death was definitely related to Rala. He never expected this madam to have such power to completely settle this dispute. However, what about Edgar, who died in the White Tower? How would he explain this to the imperial capital? Leard brought Chenrue and Rala out of the Tower of Nature. Just as he was feeling anxious, another piece of bad news came. The patriarch of the Mogoth family, Moya, appealed to the Lord of Yagda, Duke Vanil. He said that Leard had protected the fugitive Tess and her sister, killed the heir of the Mogoth family, Visvo, and injured the elder of the family, Rialdo. At present, Vanil had already sent troops to surround the bright trading company of the Mordeng family. The person in charge of the Mordeng family in Yagda City, Nimmo, had sent someone to the Tower Forest to ask for help. Originally, with the Mogoth family's strength, it was impossible for them to pose a threat to the Molden family. However, Vanil was backed by the Reggiana family. The Reggiana family and the Molden family had always been at odds with each other politically. The upper echelons of both families had been at loggerheads in the parliament many times, and the conflicts of interest and friction between them had never ceased. The Mogoth family was originally a small, neutral force. Now that Moya had taken the initiative to appeal to Vanil, it was equivalent to leaning towards the Regiana family. Vanil was the lord of Yagda City, while Liard was one of the 3 sacred magicians in the Tower Forest. He was also the representative of the alliance between the Ryo Empire and the Elves. Both held important positions, but were not in the same field, so they usually lived in harmony. However, in recent years, the situation in the Parliament was unpredictable. The conflict between the 2 families was escalating day by day. Now that they had grasped this small problem, they naturally had to make a fuss. It was fine if it was the matter of Visvo, but Liard was really worried about Edgar. Because Edgar's true identity was the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Blue Brilliance, Covalanti. Covalanti took this illegitimate son very seriously and specially ordered Liard to take care of him. Now that Edgar had died because of Hero, Liard's shadow was more or less the cause of this conflict. Once this matter was exposed, whether it was Liard himself or the entire Mordeng family, it would cause unimaginable consequences. After understanding the whole story, Chinrue was silent for a moment before making a decision. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout Yagda City. Visvo of the Mogoth family had offended and injured the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur Roland, who came to marry Pearl Princess Rambus. The world-famous lord of Jinyao territory, mechanic Grandmaster His Royal Highness, represented the entire Long Huang Empire to lodge the strongest protest to the Ryo Empire. Chapter 988. Everyone in Yagda City was talking about what had happened in the past 2 days. Gossip always spread the fastest, and the whole story of Whisper's blockhouse had spread throughout Yagda City early in the morning. Clerk Pabo was plotted by Whisper to commit suicide due to gambling debts, and Whisper kidnapped Pabo's 2 daughters, Tess and Keely, in the name of debt collection. Tess's fiancée, Caldila, had just returned from Starlight Academy and was desperate to save Tess. Just when Caldila and Tess were surrounded by the thugs sent by Wisvo, Liard, one of the 3 saint-level magicians of Tower Forest, happened to pass by with 2 of his friends. Seeing the injustice, he repelled the thugs. After that, Westho personally led a group of people to arrest them. It just so happened that Leal wasn't around, and Westho was knocked down by Leal's friend. In his anger and shame, Westho actually activated the magic scroll of mass destruction, Hellfire. Fortunately, Leal arrived in time and stopped the scroll from exploding. Otherwise, the hundreds of people present would have died. After Leander stopped the Hellfire, one of Leander's friends, the Veiled Lady, made a move and detonated Whisper's lower body. At this time, Leander and Leander, one of the 3 saint-ranked magicians of Tower Forest, arrived and spoke rudely to the lady. It was said that Leander's mother was the daughter of a concubine from a side branch of the Mogoth family and died a long time ago. The current head of the Mogoth family, Moat, had a good relationship with Leander, so Leander joined the Mogoth family. After becoming one of the 3 great magicians of Tower Forest, he became the solid backing of the Mogoth family. Leander's filthy words angered the Veiled Lady, and in the end, one of the 3 saint-ranked magicians followed Whisper's footsteps and became a blockhouse. Then it seemed that some big shot in Tower Forest made a move, and Leander, the mysterious lady, and the big shot disappeared at the same time. Leander arranged for Caldila and Tess to stay in Radiant Trading Firm to avoid being persecuted by the Mogoth family, and then left with another friend who seemed to have no combat power. The patriarch of the Mogoth family, Moat, immediately reported to the city lord, Vanil, claiming that the heir of the family, Wesley, had been persecuted by the Deng family of Moor. He had lost his male function, which was equivalent to cutting off the ability to continue the bloodline. The nature of this incident was extremely bad, and Vanil immediately sent troops to surround the Bright trading firm. The Moor Deng family was one of the giants of the Ryo Empire and had a considerable say in the parliament. Moreover, Liard was one of the 3 saint-level magicians, possessing a lofty status and powerful strength. After the Radiant trading firm rejected the search request, both parties were in a deadlock for a while. City Lord Vanille personally came to supervise the army. Just as a conflict was about to break out, the Saint-level magician Leard appeared and stopped the conflict. He stated that this was a more important matter and needed to be reported to the imperial capital. After a simple negotiation with Leard, Vanille left with his troops, and the standoff came to an end. The Mogoth family's Wesley had a notorious track record and had harmed many people. It was to everyone's satisfaction that he was crippled in this incident. Moat was obviously the one who complained first. Now, Tess and Caldila had become fugitives, which caused many people to feel indignant. However, people who had reached a certain level knew that whether it was Wesley being crippled or Tess becoming fugitives, they were insignificant in this incident. At most, it was a fuse. The real focus would be the clash between the two giants, the Reggiana family and the Mordeng family. This might cause a series of chain reactions in various areas of the entire Ryo Empire. But before this reaction began, an unexpected accident happened. Among Leard's two friends, the mysterious woman who instantly killed Leard was undoubtedly a powerful demigod who surpassed the saint level. In the eyes of ordinary people, those who surpassed the saint level were demigods, while the other man without much strength was a more important figure to the ordinary empires and kingdoms. The third prince of the Long Huang Empire, the lord of the Jinyao territory, the humans' top mechanic grandmaster, Arthur Roland. For the Ryo Empire, Arthur also had the most important identity, which was the fiancé of the Ryo Empire's wise princess, Rambus, Sieber. This time, he came to attend the engagement ceremony. Therefore, the correct version of the previous blockhouse incident became: Wesley released the scroll of hellfire in the dense crowd, which frightened Prince Arthur greatly. Therefore, he was punished by Prince Arthur's guardian, the powerful mysterious lady, who cast the blockhouse as punishment. Then Leard rushed over and spoke disrespectfully to the mysterious lady, so the mysterious lady made Leard explode once in a rage. Then something really terrible happened. The big figure behind Mage Tower Forest, who was also Rialdo's teacher, appeared. He fought with Prince Arthur's guardian and took Rialdo away. Although he was protected by Leard, Prince Arthur was still affected by the battle. His spirit was severely damaged, and he almost lost his life. Therefore, the guardian lady chased Leard's teacher all the way into the wizard towers. After an earth-shattering battle, another big man in the wizard towers came out to mediate and temporarily resolved the dispute. Now that Prince Arthur's injury had not recovered, he was unable to attend the engagement ceremony with Princess Rambus for a while. The Long Huang Empire's envoys made a solemn protest to the Ryo Empire. The Blue Brilliance Empire quickly responded, promising to punish the perpetrators severely. They ordered Duke Vanille, the owner of Yagda City, to quickly rectify the security in the city and protect Prince Arthur with all his might. At this time, one of the 3 cardinal bishops of the Holy Mountain of Light, Glalin, was visiting the Blue Brilliance Empire. At the request of the Blue Brilliance Empire's emperor, Covalanti Glalin, accompanied by the first prince of the Ryo Empire, Durando, had already come to Yagda City. The interference of the Long Huang Empire's wedding envoys made the whole situation change unexpectedly, especially Vanille, who originally planned to plot against the Deng family of Moor, felt his heart was heavy. Although Leard was one of the 3 saint-level sorcerers of the Wizard Towers, he was usually low-key. He did not expect to receive such a heavy blow this time. Leard had quietly met the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, who had come to attend the engagement ceremony, and then this prince was very coincidentally involved in the dispute. Was this really just a coincidence? In any case, the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire had been seriously injured in Yagda City, and the vicious incident of Whisper's hellfire had been publicized. As the owner of the city, he could not absolve himself from the blame. Now many eyes of the empire were fixed on Yagda City, and he could not act rashly anymore. He could only try his best to appease the unfortunate Prince Arthur. The original plan to deal with Leard was also forced to stop. A few days later, Prince Tarandit and Cardinal Glalin of the Church of Light finally arrived in Yagda City. Accompanied by the owner of the city, Vanil, they rushed to the VIP hotel of Sleeping Rose at the first opportunity. Now, this VIP hotel was heavily guarded and seemed to be heavily guarded. All the guests who had nothing to do with the envoys of the Long Huang Empire had been asked to leave. When Glalin saw Chenrue, he was greatly shocked. This third prince looked haggard, and his eyes were somewhat sunken. The mental energy he emitted was sometimes strong and sometimes weak and very unstable. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. On the way here, Tarandit was still thinking about the role played by the Long Huang Empire's envoys in this incident. When he saw Arthur's appearance, it was much more serious than he imagined. He could not help but be shocked, and he quickly asked Glalin to start the treatment immediately. In fact, the two of them could never imagine that just a few minutes before they arrived, Arthur was still eating and drinking with Paglio and Dodo in high spirits in a room. This tragic state was really faked. Glalin was very clear about what this Prince Arthur meant to the Holy Mountain of Light, so he must not have any mishaps. He immediately exerted the purest light element power to help Chenrue nurture his soul power and mental energy. Due to the body of glorious light, the effect of the treatment was quite significant. Chenrue's spirit suddenly perked up a lot. Glalin breathed a sigh of relief. He had been traveling through the night for the past few days, and he was exhausted. Now that he exerted the light element power with all his strength, he couldn't help but show his fatigue. Similarly, the old Tarandit was also tired. It was late now, so it was inconvenient to disturb him. He comforted Chenrue and left. However, Glalin did not follow Tarandit to the city lord's mansion to rest. Instead, he stayed in the post house so that he could use his means to treat Arthur's injuries at any time. You don't have to pretend anymore, right? Paglio, who returned to the room, looked at Chenrue with contempt. You actually used such a powerful transformation technique to pretend to be sick. It's really shameful. Chenrue shrugged. You can continue to be jealous. Paglio glanced at him sideways. I'm jealous of you? If you're so capable, bring a group of female dragons to fly in my sky? Bah. Master Poison Dragon almost jumped up. Anyway, there was a soundproof magic circle in this room, so he was not afraid of being heard by the next door. I'm so devoted. What do you think? Are you really not jealous? Humph. Narcissistic guy. I'm talking about Rala. Paglio was speechless. This time, he really hit the nail on the head. It would be a lie to say that he was not jealous. When we split up in the Black Rock mountain range, the woman was only at the peak of the kingdom. How many days has it taken for her to break through to demigod? Although the madwoman was fierce back then, she was on the same level as Master Poison Dragon after all. In just a few years, Master Poison Dragon had broken through from demon overlord to the intermediate stage of the kingdom. Logically speaking, this speed was already superior to his peers, but this madwoman is actually demigod now. Black potions, law fragments, quasi-artifact, sealed stars. The benefits of humans are not only for Rala, but everyone has a share. Why am I so far behind? Could it be that I have to have sex with that cunning human? Bah! Thinking of this, Paglio couldn't help but shudder. As he was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Chenrue immediately returned to his sickly appearance. When he opened the door, it turned out to be Proyo who came to report. Your Highness, there is a messenger who claims to be sent by Prince Tarandit asking to see you. He brought a letter and a few words to convey to your Highness in person. Messenger? Chenrue looked puzzled. What is it that Tarandit can't give to me personally? Why does he have to send a messenger? I have checked it. The letter is stamped with the magic seal of the Hebrew royal family. It is not forged. The messenger is now in the VIP reception room. Okay, let's go meet this messenger. Chenrue nodded and came to the VIP reception room with Proyo and Paglio. The messenger was a thin man with bright eyes. When he saw Chen Rui's arrival, he immediately saluted. "All of you can leave." Chen Rui looked at the messenger for a moment and suddenly said, "Activate the soundproof magic array in the reception room. Without my order, no one is allowed to come close." Proyo didn't expect Royal Highness Arthur to make such a decision the moment he saw the messenger. He was very surprised, but Your Highness' safety, I know what I am doing. Proyo saw Chen Rui's confident look and didn't ask any more questions. He bowed and retreated. Paglio naturally couldn't be bothered to pretend to be a bodyguard. After the two left, Chen Rui waved his hand and said, "Please sit." The messenger sat down. Chen Rui didn't ask anything related to the letter. He just looked at the messenger and smiled. "We haven't seen each other for many years. I really didn't expect you to come here in disguise. This is an early reunion, Your Highness." The messenger was slightly shocked. "How did you recognize me?" Chen Rui smiled but didn't say anything. The face of the messenger began to change rapidly and turned into the face of a beautiful girl. There was a hint of determination in her eyes. It was the fiancé that Arthur was going to marry this time, the pearl of the Ryo Empire, Rambus. Chapter 989. It's indeed an early reunion. Rambus quickly calmed down and showed a faint smile. "I know the identity of the messenger is a bit abrupt and will cause suspicion. However, I'm curious. How did you see through me at a glance?" "My transformation technique was personally taught by the old Dean, Carlyle. Even a saint powerhouse may not be able to see through me. Don't tell me that the weak boy back then already has the strength of saint or even beyond saint. I hope your guess or your blessing can come true. Unfortunately, the fact is that I was almost killed by that damn guy with a scroll. Then I was unluckily hit by the aftermath of some big shot." Chen Rui pointed at his haggard face and sighed. "To tell you the truth, the reason why I saw through you is that I got a special ability. You can think of it as a mechanic's talent in certain fields. In fact, this talent can't completely penetrate the disguise of the transformation technique. The most important thing is the sense of familiarity you give me. I seem to see the little girl who likes to read quietly in the library, but sometimes has some unexpected little pranks." Most of Arthur's memory fragments were now complete. Rambus was his junior at Starlight Academy. As the royal family of the two empires, they had a lot of interactions. Although their friendship was ordinary, they were considered old acquaintances. The last sentence made Rambise's eyes flash with nostalgia. Then she smiled. "The mechanic talent you mentioned, I don't think it's suitable for all mechanics, right?" "Grand Master Arthur." Chen Rui also smiled. He took out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, poured a glass of wine for her, and raised his glass. "Everyone has different encounters in life. Being a Grandmaster is actually just a fluke, the biggest fluke in the past 7 years. It's been 7 years. The little girl who didn't know anything back then is almost 20 years old. The boy who was obsessed with Teacher Veronica back then has also become the famous Grand Master today." Rambus took the glass and took a sip. She looked up at him. "Can you tell me what happened in the 7 years you disappeared?" Chen Rui said faintly, "I just struggled desperately to survive in a strange place. Fortunately, I survived until now." "So, after 7 years, you're now in everyone's sight again? Why? Shouldn't I?" Chen Rui smiled at Rambus. "Are we finally getting to the point?" "There's nothing should or shouldn't." Rambus shook her head and put down the glass. "I'm just a little emotional that the plan can't keep up with the changes." Chen Rui frowned deliberately. "Princess Royal Highness means that my appearance destroyed one of your plans." "Can I be honest?" "Of course," Chen Rui said with a smile. "I believe that you're not here just to catch up with me or to meet me in advance." Rambus nodded slightly. "When I was studying in the academy, I was just an ignorant little girl. Just like what you said, I liked to read quietly in the library and tease people from time to time. I also looked forward to the love in the books, but I didn't think too much about life or plans. After the Empire announced the marriage with you, my life was suddenly decided. A little girl who didn't understand what love was had to marry a man who definitely didn't love her. You can't understand that kind of feeling. Perhaps you have a different feeling in your heart because the woman you were obsessed with eventually married someone else. Rambis showed a sarcastic smile. In fact, as the princess of the Ryo Empire, it's inevitable to have a political marriage. To be honest, I don't hate you. Marrying you might be better than marrying those annoying guys. Just when I was resigned to my fate, as my fiancé, you disappeared. This disappearance lasted for 7 years. In these 7 years, I've experienced a lot. If it wasn't for the huge pressure exerted by your father, I would have been married off again and again in the whirlpool of interests. Just like a commodity. As long as you didn't appear, or as long as Rex the Great didn't relent, I could only guard the title of fiancé and be a living widow until I die. Countless rumors, gazes, conspiracies have almost defeated me. I am not willing to accept such a fate. Chinrue listened quietly and felt the fluctuation of Rambai's emotions. After a while he asked, "So, you have your own plan?" "Yes, I swore to control my own life. I won't let others control my fate." Rambis sneered. Just when I pulled myself together, replanned my life, and moved forward step by step according to my plan, you suddenly appeared after disappearing for 7 years. I understand now. My appearance, especially the timing, was a mistake. Chenrue stood up, took a few steps, and sighed. For Rambis, the Arthur who appeared now had indeed become an extra person. I admit that you, who reappeared, are better than I imagined. You're a feudal lord with extraordinary means, a world-renowned guru, and at the same time, you're very likely to become the next dragon, Bright Emperor's successor. However, this doesn't mean that I'll give up my ambition and pursuit. As an accessory, a vase, or even a commodity, I'll hand over my life to someone other than myself. Never. Chinrue looked at Rambai's agitated expression and nodded. I understand why you're here today. Sorry, I lost my composure. Rambis took a sip of wine and took the opportunity to take a few deep breaths. Her emotions returned to normal, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. You're actually so calm? You're calmer than I expected. It seems that you've really changed a lot. Time and environment can change many things, and it's the same for you, Chinrue said calmly. I want to ask you formally, are you really not willing to accept this marriage? You should know the answer. Rambis raised her eyebrows and sized up Chinrue for a while, then asked, Can I take this question as a good start to solve the problem? I just want to solemnly clarify your attitude. I'm not willing. Rambai's answer was very firm. This expected answer made Chinrue take a deep breath and slowly nod. In fact, Rambis did not know that this fiancé in front of her was the person she wanted to recruit. He understood her pursuit and persistence better than she thought. So, what do you want me to do? Rambis, who was originally sure that the other party would refuse, was shocked. The various arguments that she prepared were suddenly useless. She said in surprise, You agree. Why should I object? Chinrue spread his hands. Even if I don't agree, you still have a lot of prepared plans. I don't believe that you will come here without any preparation or confidence. The most important thing is that marriage for me is not just a political bargaining chip, but a real-life event. It includes emotion, responsibility, and commitment. This does not include reluctance. Rambis was silent for a moment, then suddenly showed a moving smile. This kind of word's a bit like that Arthur from back then. It seems that your 2 female guardians have true happiness that many women envy. Maybe teacher Veronica will also have a good ending? I hope so. Chinrue didn't want to say more on this issue. There's no such thing as reaping without sowing in the world. Since we have reached a consensus, we can settle down and talk about the deal. Let's be honest. Rambis nodded. What do you want? Chinrue sat down and did not beat around the bush. He directly said what he wanted, Holy Grail. Rambis was shocked. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. She stared closely at Chinrue's eyes. This is the condition. Arthur came to the Ryo Empire to escort the bride. He had other intentions. Before coming here, she always had a preconceived idea. Her mind was full of ways to persuade Arthur to give up this marriage. She was already prepared to deal with all kinds of difficulties, but now she suddenly found out that he came here for a purpose other than marriage. Her mood suddenly became complicated. No wonder that Cardinal Glalin would visit the capital at this time. Rambis suddenly thought of many things and blurted out, "You are from the Church of Light!" Chinrue secretly praised Rambis's reaction speed. In fact, Glalin's visit to the Ryo Empire was indeed a plan that Raphael had discussed when he first came to the Jinyao territory. The purpose was to covet the Holy Grail. Glalin was quite accurate in terms of timing. However, the unexpected injury of Arthur in Yagda City really shocked the cardinal. "Why do you think I am from the church?" "I have information that the magic game technology that is popular all over the world is probably from Ryuzaku. Although I don't know if this information is accurate, the equipment of the magic game is manufactured in the Jinyao territory, and the promotion is carried out by the church. This is well known. You must have a close relationship with the church. And after you disappeared for 7 years, the first time you appeared was accompanied by Sir Glalin. So I have every reason to guess that you are from the church. Even your disappearance for 7 years is very likely related to the church." Commendable reasoning. Especially the last sentence. It made Chinrue reveal a mysterious smile. But the focus of our discussion seems to have deviated. Let's go back to the Holy Grail. This condition is impossible. Don't you think you are taking it for granted? Rambis shook her head firmly. The Holy Grail is the most sacred object of the Empire. I only have the title of princess. My value can never be compared to the Holy Grail. You are wrong. No matter how powerful the Holy Grail is, it is just a dead object. In my opinion, your value far exceeds the Holy Grail. Chinrue's smile faded. Rambis Eber, the most outstanding Eber royalty of the younger generation. The princes of Emperor Kovalant are all good-for-nothings. The only one who can barely compete with you is the second prince, Victor. You have already gathered nearly 30% of the voices in the Empire. The elves have a good impression of you. There are also many strong people in the Holy Church who support you openly and secretly. Just the talents under you and the power you control are not to be underestimated. For example, the small group in Starlight Academy, the elite society. If I insist on marrying you, except for some die-hard loyalists, these forces will completely leave your control. In fact, as far as I know, after the Ryo Empire renounced our marriage, the forces in your hands have suffered a considerable impact. It seems that you know quite a lot about me. The light in Lambis's eyes was fleeting. What Arthur said just now was not only the strength that she had revealed, especially the elite society, which was her secret weapon, but it was exposed in one sentence. Just some necessary understanding of my fiancé. Don't tell me that you don't know anything about my movements after my return. Chinrue's serious eyes did not show a trace of a smile. Your ambition is indeed very ambitious, but the difficulty is definitely beyond imagination. Previously, you have been using the pressure exerted by Rex the Great on the Ryo Empire to block the covetous eyes of the surrounding people, paving the way for your own advancement step by step. Now that I have reappeared, it has indeed put you in a difficult situation. However, this is also a test and opportunity. I can fully cooperate with your plan, and I can also help you obtain the support of the Church of Light. Your road ahead will be even wider and smoother. As for the Holy Grail, the Church of Light will be in charge, and you only need to play a key role. That's all. Seeing that he did not continue, Rambis frowned slightly and asked, "That's all." Rambis fell into deep thought. After a while, she said, "I can't seem to find a reason to reject such a generous deal. Are you sure you can get me the support of the church?" "I'm sure. Glalin is at the post house." I can arrange for you to meet and discuss in detail, Chinrue answered without hesitation. Not only that, I know that you have always wanted to win over the Mordeng family. In the Wizard Tower Forest incident, the illegitimate son of great Emperor Kovalant, Ed, died unexpectedly. Leard and the Deng family of Mor are in big trouble. This is also a good opportunity for you. In this regard, I can also play an unexpected role. Your ability. To be precise, the changes in you over the past 7 years have really surprised me. Rambus looked at him deeply and suddenly smiled sweetly. Perhaps it was a mistake for me to give up this marriage? It's not too late to regret it now. Chinrue shrugged. Do you intend to retain this power? No. Rambis's eyes showed determination. I have already come to this point, and I will never turn back. I want to control my own fate and not be controlled by others. I'm sorry, including you. This is the path I have chosen, and I will continue to walk until I completely control myself and the fate of everyone in the Empire. My life is in my hands, not in the hands of others. Human life is in my hands, not in the hands of the heavens. This was the real Rambus. From another perspective, she was somewhat similar to Chinrue. They both wanted to control their own fate, but the path they chose was different. However, when she truly grasped the Empire completely, perhaps she would find that she had lost the true self she once wanted to grasp. Chinrue thought of Catherine and Rex, and there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. No matter what, as she said herself, this was the path she had chosen, and she would continue to walk it. Chinrue took a deep breath and raised his wine glass. I admire your perseverance and respect your decision. Then, I wish you success in advance, Your Highness Rambus. Our success, His Royal Highness. The two wine glasses touched. Chapter 990. In the room, Chinrue quietly looked at the cup in his hand. It was a silver-white metal goblet with a pair of wings engraved on the surface. It was simple yet exquisite, emitting a gentle light that gave people a special feeling of peace. One of the 3 holy relics of light, the Holy Grail. This was the most holy relic in the Ryo Empire's collection. After several twists and turns, it finally landed in his hands. For this, Glallan met with Emperor Kovalanti of the Blue Brilliance a few times. Kovalanti's attitude was originally very unyielding, but Princess Rambus found out about this by chance. This Pearl Princess found Emperor Kovalanti and advised on behalf of her father. She pointed out that the current situation of the Empire was unstable and that the Parliament was faintly out of control. Offending the Church of Light at this time was definitely not worth it. The Holy Grail was originally an item bestowed by the 3 supreme angels to the 3 holy empires. Furthermore, it was only a symbolic item and had no practical use. If they could use the Holy Grail to borrow the power of the Church to completely control the Parliament, it would be worth it. After that, Rambus accompanied Emperor Kovalanti and Glallan for a secret negotiation. Her Royal Highness fully displayed her negotiation skills, forcing Glallan to make concessions. Finally, both parties reached an agreement. The Church paid a huge price in Kovalanti's eyes, and Glallan got his wish of obtaining the Holy Grail. It had to be said that in this transaction of the Holy Grail, Rambus played a key role. This was also the result of the transaction between Chinrue and her. After obtaining the Holy Grail, Glallan secretly passed it to Chinrue. Chinrue used this opportunity to recuperate to analyze this holy relic. Similar to the Crown of Thorns, with the Body of Light, analyzing the Holy Grail did not take much effort. Soon, the Holy Grail was truly his. The Holy Grail had 2 skills. The first was Holy Protection, a group blessing skill that could greatly increase the power of luck in a short period of time. This luck would reduce physical and magical damage taken by the blessed, greatly reducing the duration of various debuffs and increasing the duration of buffs. Holy Protection was undoubtedly a very practical support skill. The only downside was that it could only be used once every 24 hours. The second was the Saint Soul. It could absorb damaged souls into the Holy Grail to nourish them until they recovered. The recovery time depended on the degree of damage to the soul, and it could be used as a sacrifice of the power of light to speed up the recovery. This skill was of little value to Qin Rui. However, his real purpose in obtaining the Holy Grail was to create the origin of creation. The skill of the Holy Grail itself was secondary. During this period of time, not only was the incident of Prince Arthur injured, but the death of another magician, Prince Ed, also came to an end. The cause of Ed's death was Lealdo's teacher, the elven elder hero. After accidentally injuring Arthur, he was chased by Arthur's guardian, Rolla. In his panic, Hero tried to stop Rolla and detonated the White Tower where Ed was. The biggest culprits of this incident were Wilvo and Rialdo of the Mogoth family. The two of them had always relied on the power of the Mogoth family to commit all sorts of evil deeds. Especially this time, Wilvo's attempt to trigger the Hellfire scroll in the crowd was an unforgivable crime. The city lord, Vanille Regiana, personally led the army to seize the Mogoth family and arrest a large number of people, including the patriarch Moat. Moat, who originally thought that he could take revenge by relying on the Regiana family, was stunned. When Vanille announced that Moat and Wilvo were to be hanged and all their properties confiscated, the people in the city clapped their hands in glee. Although Vanille's reaction was swift and timely, sacrificing the Mogoth family, he still incurred the wrath of Emperor Covalant. As the city lord of Yagda, if it wasn't for his lax governance, he wouldn't have caused such a thing to happen and even implicated important figures like Arthur and Ed. After the incident, not only did Vanille not pursue Wilvo's crime, he even colluded with the Mogoth family and sent troops to surround Moore and Deng family's Bright Light trading company. Just this alone was undeniable. With Emperor Covalant's personality, even if there wasn't any formal punishment for now, he would find a way to punish them in the future. Similarly, Leiter, who was responsible for Ed's safety, was also to blame. But at that time, it was a super-rank powerhouse. Even if Leiter was there, he wouldn't have been able to stop the White Tower from exploding. More importantly, Leiter protected the key figure, Prince Arthur. Under the protection of Princess Rambus, Leiter's punishment was much lighter than expected. He was only stripped of his title, but he could continue to stay in the Mage Tower Forest. What was worth mentioning was the attitude of the elves. The elves announced that the half-elf Rialdo had been executed and Elder Hero, who directly caused magician Ed's death, unfortunately died on the way to the Silver Moon Immortal Capital due to his heavy injuries. The elves felt sorry for the unfortunate death of magician Ed. This matter was entirely Hero's responsibility, and it wouldn't affect the alliance between the elves and the Ryo Empire. Both parties would further deepen their cooperation, especially the latest magical weapon technology developed by Grandmaster Fanoa, which could be shared with the Ryo Empire. Cooperation with the elves was a win-win situation, and also one of the most important trump cards of the Ryo Empire. Emperor Covalant definitely wouldn't jeopardize this grand plan just because of a mere bastard. He immediately expressed a positive and friendly attitude, and just like that, the matter gradually calmed down. After the matter calmed down, Qin Rui, who had finished analyzing the Holy Grail, didn't continue to pretend to be sick. Under the heavy protection of Vanille, he led the entire delegation into the Empire of Blue Brilliance. The Ryo Empire Vestian and Yarodisha were known as the two major capital cities of the human world. There was no need to go into detail about the prosperity and traces of magic civilization during that period. When Qin Rui entered Vestian, he was welcomed by the second prince, Victor, who represented the royal family and stayed in the royal guest house. Very soon, Qin Rui was also received by the Emperor of Blue Brilliance, Covalant. This emperor seemed to be full of power, even more powerful than Rex. In fact, Covalant's control over the Ryo Empire was far less than that of Rex, because the Ryo Empire had a parliament. This parliament was different from the parliament in Qin Rui's previous life, but it also had a considerable amount of control over the emperor. Therefore, Covalant couldn't achieve absolute rule over the empire like Rex. 2 days later, the engagement ceremony officially began. The marriage with the Long Huang Empire was a national event. The ceremony this time was very grand. Basically, all the nobles in the Ryo Empire came, including some city, lords, and family representatives from far away. After a series of repeated ceremonies, the main event began. The male and female protagonists of this engagement, the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur Rowland, who had reappeared after disappearing for 7 years, and the number one beauty of the Ryo Empire, the Pearl Princess, Rambus Eber, walked side by side to the witness of the marriage. The witness of the marriage was the most respected elder in the parliament, Lucas. Looking at the beautiful and dignified Rambus, who was dressed in a splendid wedding gown, holding flowers and standing hand in hand with the handsome Grandmaster Prince, the surrounding gazes were filled with amazement, envy, jealousy, and also complacency. The most complacent one was the second prince, Victor. This sister of his had given him too many surprises in the past 7 years. Originally, she was just a poor wretch whose fiancé had disappeared and couldn't remarry. However, with great courage and increasingly brilliant means, she became a strong contender for the throne step by step. Moreover, she had received a lot of support from the Holy Church and the Parliament. She was his strongest and most feared competitor. However, his brother-in-law, Arthur, who had disappeared for 7 years, reappeared, and the marriage between the two empires was restarted. For Victor, it was a huge surprise. He was simply overjoyed. As long as Rambus married Arthur, the threat would naturally disappear. The wedding between Rambus and Arthur was the most important marriage between the two holy empires. No matter how brilliant Rambis's means were, it couldn't be changed. Moreover, Arthur had already arrived at the Ryo Empire. Therefore, Victor completely relaxed during this period of time. He was not as cautious as before, and even held a few carnival parties. After all, Rambus had given him too much pressure in the past 2 years. His nerves were very tense, and it was rare for him to relax. The eyes of the Blue Brilliance Emperor, Covalanti, seemed a little complicated. Although he still had the consistent patriarchal concept in his mind, he had to admit that this daughter was much better than his other sons. Even his second son, Victor, who could compete with him on the surface, was still much inferior in Covalanti's eyes. Unfortunately, she was still a daughter. In particular, the reappearance of Arthur caused the marriage from 7 years ago to be restarted. The thought of perhaps his daughter is the best heir that occasionally flashed through Covalanti's mind was also completely erased. For the royal family, a daughter who was married out was someone else's wife. She might even become an enemy in the future. The wedding vows read by the witness, Lucas, interrupted Covalanti's thoughts. Rambus Eber, are you willing to marry Arthur Rowland as your wife and spend the rest of your life with him? Rambus clenched the flowers in her hand slightly and took a deep breath. I am. Arthur Rowland, are you willing to marry Rambus Eber as your wife and protect and love her until the end of your life? Chinrue glanced at Rambus. That's right, he had already obtained the Holy Grail. Now it was time to fulfill that promise. This was Rambis's plan, and it was even more resolute than Chinrue's original plan. Although Rambus did not look at him, she could feel his gaze. Her eyes inexplicably became a little blurred. Cough. Arthur Rowland, are you willing to marry Rambus Eber as your wife and protect and love her until the end of your life? Lucas thought that his voice was too soft, or that this Prince Arthur was captivated by the beauty of Princess Rambus. So he raised his voice and asked again. Chinrue retracted his gaze and sighed inwardly. He opened his mouth and said, I am not willing. Then, please exchange. Lucas was about to announce the next procedure step by step when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What did you just say? Not only Lucas, but almost all the VIPs present thought that they had heard wrongly. Rambus looked at Chinrue with a surprised expression. I said, I am not willing. Chinrue's voice sounded very calm. I am sorry, Rambus. You know who I love. I will not marry you. This sentence caused a great commotion. The expression of great Emperor Covalanti, who was originally sitting, changed greatly. He suddenly stood up, and the surrounding nobles were all shocked. Prince Arthur, who came from the Long Huang Empire to marry Princess Rambus, actually publicly rejected the marriage on such an occasion. Rambise's hand trembled, and a few petals fell from the bouquet in her hand. Then the entire bouquet fell because she could not hold it firmly. She had written the script for the scene herself, and she knew all the lines very well. However, when she heard this sentence, her beautiful eyes were still a little dazed. In an instant, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It should have nothing to do with Arthur. Perhaps every woman who had personally buried their marriage would have this feeling. Are women still women after all? Rambus looked at her empty hand, as if something had left her forever. Although she already knew the ending, she only realized that strange feeling when she was really faced with this moment of choice. She stared at her hands silently. It was as if she could not see the chaotic scene in her eyes, and she could not hear the noise in her ears, including Covalanti's angry shout. She only said one sentence to herself in her heart. This is the path you have chosen, Rambus. The petals scattered in the air slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 991. On that day, a major event that shocked the entire human world broke out in the Blue Brilliance Empire's capital, Vestian. The cause was an eye-catching wedding, but no one expected that Arthur, the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, who came to Vestian to marry Pearl Princess Rambus, publicly refused to marry Rambus at the engagement ceremony. Whether it was for Rambus or the entire Ryo Empire, this was a great humiliation. The Blue Brilliance Empire's Emperor Covalanti was slapped in the face in front of everyone. The enraged Emperor Covalanti turned hostile on the spot and ordered the Imperial Guards to arrest Arthur. Prince Arthur, who felt guilty, stopped his guards from doing anything. He allowed the Imperial Guards to arrest him and put him in prison. As the first beauty of the Empire, Pearl Princess Rambus became the focus of the whole incident. After Arthur was imprisoned, Princess Rambus angrily cut off her beautiful shoulder-length hair and swore that she would never marry. When the news spread, everyone was in an uproar. Princess Rambus, who had been a widow for 7 years, finally waited for her fiancé, Arthur, to reappear. However, she encountered such a thing at the engagement ceremony. For a while, all kinds of anecdotes about Arthur and Rambus were dug out. So, everyone knew that when Prince Arthur was still studying in Starlight Academy, he had been in love with Veronica, a teacher at the time, who was also a noble lady of the Ryo Empire. Although she was a noble lady, in the huge Blue Brilliance Empire's royal family, Veronica was only a relatively poor branch. Her parents died early, and she did not have any special background or power. Under the special request of Rex the Great of the Long Huang Empire, Veronica became a victim of political transactions and was forced to marry the first prince of the Long Huang Empire, Sophistry, who was far older than her father. Prince Arthur rushed back to the Long Huang Empire and begged his father, Rex, for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he fell seriously ill, but he could not stop this political marriage full of tragic love. What was even more tragic was that soon after Veronica married the prince, she became a real widow and could not return to the Ryo Empire. It was said that this time Arthur refused the marriage vow at the engagement ceremony, saying, "I'm sorry. You know who I love. I won't marry you." So, it was obvious that the person Arthur loved should be Veronica. However, no matter what, Princess Rambus was innocent. She was the biggest victim. Many people sighed when they learned that the most beautiful princess had broken her will and vowed not to marry for the rest of her life. Just when everyone was feeling indignant for Princess Lambes, another shocking thing happened. On the second night, the prison where the heartless Prince Arthur was imprisoned was raided by a large number of mysterious people. In the fierce battle, there was a violent explosion in the prison. At that time, Cardinal Glallan of the Holy Mountain of Light and second Prince Victor, who were on their way to visit Prince Arthur, also experienced this terrible disaster. Glallan was seriously injured and fainted. The whole prison was destroyed by the terrible power, including Arthur. There was news that the prince might have been kidnapped by the mysterious people, and there was also news that Prince Arthur had unfortunately died in the explosion. Prince Arthur's guardians were working separately, urgently investigating the news. Proyo, as the representative of the diplomatic group, stayed in Vestian to prepare for a series of negotiations. After investigation and confirmation, the mysterious people were the followers of the evil sect who were arrested by the Church of Light. The main purpose of the raid on the prison of the Ryo Empire was to take revenge on a large stronghold of the evil sect that the Ryo Empire had wiped out in the territory some time ago, and to use this to incite the conflict between the Ryo Empire and the Long Huang Empire. The most troublesome one was Emperor Covalant. The nature of this incident was much more serious than the rejection of the marriage. He imprisoned Arthur in the prison as a way to save his face. He was prepared to demand an explanation from the Long Huang Empire, but he did not expect to encounter such an unexpected incident. Now that Arthur's life was uncertain, the most optimistic outcome was that he was kidnapped, but he had to prepare for the worst. No matter what, something happened to Arthur in the Ryo Empire, and it happened after he was imprisoned. Now it was not him demanding an explanation from the Long Huang Empire, but the Ryo Empire had to give an explanation to the Long Huang Empire. The only thing he could do now was to find Arthur. This was the only way to break out of this predicament and regain the initiative. Other than Proyo of the diplomatic group, there was also the Cardinal Glallan. As one of the witnesses, he had fought with the attackers and could confirm that they were the Church's biggest enemy, the Black Death Apostles. This was definitely not some escape plan of Prince Arthur, but a real accidental attack. Arthur was the Holy Son, appointed by the third angel Raphael. He had actually been attacked by the Black Death Apostles right under his nose, and it was very likely that he was already dead. Damned heathens! Glallan disregarded his heavy injuries and rushed to Yagda the moment he woke up. He returned to the Holy Mountain through the portal and reported this incident to Pope Fandus. Arthur was the recognized master of the Crown of Thorns. After losing the Snow Dowlet tree, the Crown of Thorns played an irreplaceable role. Now that Arthur had obtained the Holy Grail, this attack would have a far-reaching impact on the Church. It was certain that even a supreme angel like Raphael would be alerted. The news of the third prince, Arthur, publicly rejecting the marriage and being attacked by the Black Death Apostles in the prison quickly spread to the Long Huang Empire, causing an uproar. The Dragon Brilliance Emperor Rex had a special bloodline sense and could clearly sense whether Arthur was dead or alive. However, he did not give any response, and even rejected the second Prince Garfield's request to temporarily take over the Jinyao territory. He only ordered to search for Prince Arthur's whereabouts, just as all the forces were racking their brains to find Prince Arthur. Chenrue was at another place that could not be any safer, the Island of Storms. Glallan had guessed wrongly. This was Arthur's plan. Due to the deal with the Holy Grail, the public rejection of the marriage at the wedding was in accordance with Rambise's plan. It was to create a tragic identity for her. Not only would she be able to legitimately obtain the title of celibacy, it would also cut off some people's thoughts and win the sympathy of the people. For a competitor like the second Prince Victor, it was no different than a blow to the head. The disappearance caused by the attack of the Black Death Apostles was Chen Rui's original plan. It was just that he used the opportunity of being locked up in the prison to make some changes. Even Rambis did not know the truth. The biggest feature of this plan was that the attackers were not imposters, but real Black Death Apostles. This was a big killing operation of the Black Death Apostles in the Eastern Diocese. The planner was the Archbishop of the Eastern Diocese, Solange. The one who personally participated and commanded the operation was the mysterious church's first guardian of the Eastern Diocese, Shura. This operation was successful, and successfully killed Arthur, making a great contribution. Shura should have the opportunity to further gain Solange's trust and use this opportunity to get in touch with the higher-ups of the Black Death Apostles. Now, Shura's mission was not only to steal faith and master the mysterious church's information. He had a more important mission, which was to find and destroy the main altar of the three masters of the Abyss. Although the Silver Moon Immortal defeated Quiriana and completely destroyed the Abyss channel of the Tree of Nature, the huge threat of the Abyss tribe to the entire world had not been fundamentally eliminated. He must not let his guard down. Next to Chinrue were Rala, Paglio, and Dodo. They were all carried by Chunrue into the super system using the fusion state of the sealed star platform. At the moment before the prison exploded, they came to the Storm Island through the Stargate. The reason why Chunrue chose the Storm Island as the star point was because in the illusory forest, after Rala was lucky enough to draw the artifact, the crown of the elemental goddess, the legendary prophet of the elves, Elusier, once said, "Bring it to see the master of the elements. You will have an unexpected gain." Although Elusier had the attributes of deceiving others, the ability of prediction was by no means a scam. Chinrue took Rala and the other two straight to the cloud palace of the wind elementals and met the wind elemental king Seth. The wind elemental king immediately felt the changes in Rala's body. This fairy dragon with a 6 elemental kingdom once fought against demigod at the peak of her kingdom, leaving a deep impact on Seth. How long has it been now? She has actually broken through to demigod, and her power aura is quite stable. Rala advanced to demigod in the battle with the elves' demigod powerhouse, Tulsa. During the time when Chenrue was recuperating, Rala stayed in the Mage Tower Forest. With the help of Tulsa, she stabilized her kingdom step by step. Whether it was Chenrue or Rala, they both had extraordinary identities for the elves. Tulsa naturally had no reason to refuse, not to mention that Rala, who was also an early demigod, was also a rare training opponent. In the later learning and sparring, Tulsa and Rala, who were good at all kinds of research and magic circles, regretted not meeting each other earlier. The two women even established a considerable friendship. When Rala showed the crown of the elemental goddess under Chun-Rue's signal, Seth was greatly moved. The wind elemental king looked at the fairy dragon with a strange look for a long time, and he finally nodded with certainty. This attitude made the fairy Miss Long confused. Even Chenrue didn't understand what was going on. Seth did not answer, but he asked Chenrue and others to stay on Storm Island for the time being and not leave for the next few days. 3 days later, the answer seemed to be revealed. When Chenrue and Rala were invited to the Cloud Palace again, there were already 2 guests waiting in the hall. Fire Elemental King Ogmartin, Light Elemental King Delcus, plus the host Seth. The 3 Light Kings were all here. This, Miss Rala, can you show me your crown of the Elemental Goddess? Ogmartin was the most impatient. Before Seth could speak, he asked the fairy dragon anxiously. Rala had already been instructed by Chenrue, so she didn't mind the other party's rudeness. The exquisite crown appeared on her head. The eyes of the 3 elemental kings all focused on her, including Seth, who had seen the crown of the elemental goddess. Light Elemental King Delcus said, "Miss Rala, can you take a look at your 6 elemental kingdom power again?" A light appeared on the fairy dragon's fingertips. This light was soft and warm. It looked translucent, but it faintly revealed 6 colors as it flickered. Although it was just a simple light, the 3 elemental kings had already seen the level of power contained in this light with their eyesight and perception. 6 elemental source power. It can be called a perfect fusion. Ogmartin praised. He now naturally understood who the beneficiary of Chunrue's efforts to obtain the elemental source power from the elemental kings was. Delcus pondered for a moment, quickly exchanged glances with the second kings, and asked, "Miss Rala, it seems that you not only have the most perfect 6 elemental kingdom, but you have also been recognized by the crown of the elemental goddess." Do you want to get a higher level of power? Higher? Higher than demigod? Rala's eyes lit up and she nodded. Power and responsibility coexist, so are you also ready to accept greater responsibility? Rala was startled. The legendary prophet said the same thing when she got the crown of the elemental goddess. She turned to look at Chenrue, and the latter smiled. In this smile, Rala saw many things. So the fairy dragon also smiled and didn't say much. She just nodded to the three elemental kings again. There was nothing to express determination or long speech, but the three light kings clearly saw the unwavering faith in her eyes. After looking at each other for a moment, the three elemental kings seemed to have made some important decision. It is still uncertain whether Miss Rala chose fate or fate chose her. What is certain is that she and the crown of the elemental goddess chose each other. Delka's words had an incomprehensible, profound meaning. You'd better take her to meet the third kings of darkness again. I believe it will be a surprise. But before that, you should try to get another important thing together, the origin fragment. Chenrue's spirit was refreshed. Currently, 4 of the 6 origin fragments had returned to the corresponding elemental king. There were still 2 missing, the earth origin fragment and the fire origin fragment. The whereabouts of the fire origin fragment were unknown. As for the whereabouts of the earth origin fragment, only the fire elemental king Ogmartin knew. In the last meeting between Chenrue and the 3 light kings, Ogmartin put forward a condition. That was to use the fire origin fragment in exchange for the whereabouts of the earth origin fragment. I will tell you the location of the earth origin fragment now, said the fire elemental king very happily without mentioning the previous condition at all. Chenrue nodded and said sincerely, Thank you, your highness Ogmartin. I solemnly promise that I will try my best to find the fire origin fragment and strive to hand it over to you before the next elemental war. I feel that this verbal promise is more credible than the last deal. You are a good friend. Ogmartin smiled, and the other 2 elemental kings also smiled. You do need to try your best to find the fire origin fragment, but not for the elemental war. Compared with the significance of gathering the 6 origin fragments, the elemental war is simply insignificant. Insignificant? The elemental war is related to the fall of the elemental king. Once they fall, it is unknown how many years it will take for them to be reborn. This has always been the most important thing for the kings. Could it be that as long as the origin fragments are gathered, it doesn't matter who falls? The wind elemental king saw Chenrue's surprise and nodded. Yes, this is the most important thing. My friend, you don't have to be confused. As long as the time is right, all the mysteries will be revealed. Chapter 992. The location of the Earth Source fragment was a bit familiar. Red Rock Mountains, Golden Palace. Red Rock Mountains was one of the largest mountains in the human world. The area covered by the mountains was quite large, spanning 8 kingdoms. The real main body was not within these kingdoms, but near the uninhabited, desolate area. Although the number and coverage of the human world's empires and kingdoms far exceeded that of the demons, there was always a limit. Just like the demon realm, there was also a remote wilderness area that was inaccessible. The main part of the Red Rock Mountains was in the remote wilderness area. Although it was sparsely populated and full of various dangers, it was very rich in resources, especially mineral deposits. Therefore, the cave dwarves who were good at mineral mining chose this place as their base camp and dug out an amazing underground world, the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace used to be one of the most important sources of mineral deposits in the human world. There was an endless stream of merchants who came to order or exchange materials for minerals. They also opened up a very unique mineral trade route. Just more than a year ago, the main mountain of the Red Rock Mountains had an unprecedented earthquake. Even the nearby countries were affected accordingly. The biggest victim of the earthquake was the cave dwarves in the Golden Palace. The underground home that they built with great effort collapsed and was destroyed in the earthquake. The cave dwarves were forced to leave the Red Rock Mountains and migrate to the Black Rock Mountains in the human kingdom, which was the thick earth castle of the hill dwarves. However, this was only the surface that the outside world knew. After experiencing the events of the thick earth castle and the Stone Fist village, Chinrue had already touched the truth of the cave dwarves' migration, the abyss. Chinrue once destroyed the altar of the abyss in the underground mine of the thick earth castle. He inferred that the culprit behind the disaster of the cave dwarves and the entire evidence was likely to be one of the three masters of the abyss, the Lord of Fear, Sosbach. Speaking of which, he had just fought fiercely with the Lord of Hatred, Quiriana, in the Emerald Forest, and escaped from death. Now he had to face Sosbach again. This trip to the human world could be described as fate with the abyss. When he was just reborn in the demon realm, Chinrue was powerless. At that time, Higher Demon was already a powerful existence. As his strength grew, the level he reached was also higher. Demon King, Great Demon King, Demon Emperor, and even Demon Overlord who stood at the peak of the world. When he surpassed this highest level step by step, he realized that it was just the beginning of a wider world. In this vaster world, he came into contact with even more powerful opponents, as well as many secrets that were previously unknown to others. The silver box, the gods, the mystery of the elements, the abyss. When Chinrue was still a weak human struggling in the dark moon, he was just thinking about how to survive in the midst of so many demons. He didn't know about the abyss crisis at all. But now that he possessed even greater power and knowledge, and understood just how frightening the chaos abyss was to the entire world, he couldn't just stand by and watch. He didn't want to be a savior. He just wanted to live with the people he cherished. When the fire elemental king, Ogmartin, passed by the Red Stone Mountains many years ago, he sensed that there was a special fire elemental movement in the underground volcanoes here. Then he discovered some strange fire elementals in the underground volcanoes. These elementals were not elementals, and they did not have independent consciousness. As he continued to go deeper, the fire elemental king was surprised to feel the breath of the power of the law of the earth origin. He concluded that the origin fragment of earth should be somewhere underground. This location happened to be in the direction of the Golden Radiance underground palace above ground. In addition to the breath of the earth origin, the fire elemental king also noticed an extremely dangerous and terrifying breath nearby. It was full of hostility which was far from what he could resist. Therefore, Ogmartin gave up the intention of continuing to explore. The Golden Radiance underground palace was originally in Chinrue's itinerary, but now that there was the whereabouts of the origin fragment of Earth, and Arthur had disappeared mysteriously due to some incident during this time, this trip to the Golden Radiance underground palace was imperative. Not only did Rolla go with him, but Paglio and Dodo were also there. The poison dragon was stimulated by Rolla becoming a demigod, so he clamored to level up with her. Although Dodo did not have any ambitions, in the eyes of a foodie, the most terrifying thing was not the abyss, but not being able to eat and drink well with his master. Just like that, one person, 2 dragons, and 1 insect trekked all the way into the Crimson Stone Mountains. Although the earthquake had passed for more than a year, the damage left behind was still quite obvious. There was generally no magic map in the remote wilderness. Due to the trade route, it was not difficult to get a detailed, relevant map. A few days later, Chinrue and others arrived at the main mountain range and found the location of the Golden Radiance underground palace marked on the map. The Golden Radiance underground palace was a palace on a huge mountain wall. The scale was not too large, and the style was square and simple. Chinrue had seen the iron tree spark house forged by the hill dwarves, and he had also seen the underground mine dug by the cave dwarves. All of them were huge works. He knew that this palace was just the entrance to the real Golden Radiance underground palace. He could imagine the exaggerated underground world after entering the palace. Unlike the mountains they passed through earlier, there were no animals in the main mountain range, and the plants were relatively sparse. Most of them were mutated species, showing a kind of strange, dead silence. After everyone entered the entrance of the mountain wall, they found that except for the shell of the palace, the passage leading to the underground was all blocked by collapsed rocks. In fact, there were still many traces of damage and prying in the palace, and the traces looked relatively new. Obviously, before Chunrui and others came to the Golden Radiance underground palace, more than one group of people had come here. Most likely, they wanted to take advantage of the dwarves, but unfortunately, they could not open the collapsed entrance, so they had to give up in the end. Watch me. Paglio stepped on the ground with one foot, and a wave of green quickly spread forward. The poison dragon's poison was indeed very overbearing. Wherever it passed, those huge rocks turned into light smoke and dissipated. Even some unusually strong ores were decomposed into granules and scattered. The blocked passage slowly concave backward at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after reaching a certain extent, the speed and quality of the concave began to decline significantly, and it could no longer be pushed forward as before. After some relatively loose ores were corroded, the chaos next to them collapsed again, continuing to block the passage. No, it's not that the poison can't destroy these ores. Paglio scratched his head. There's nothing wrong with this palace on the surface, but the deeper you go, the more special power there is, which greatly weakens the power of the poison. There is indeed a problem here. Rala nodded. When I entered the main mountain area, I felt the abnormal fluctuations of the elements. This area is full of strange power, which has considerable restrictions on the power of perception and even the power of the kingdom. The blocked distance of these passages is obviously quite long, and it is difficult to break through directly. We can only find another way. Paglio frowned. What I'm curious about now is if it's this level of collapse, how did so many hill dwarves escape? The hill dwarves have lived underground for a long time, so they are naturally very sensitive to some changes in the Earth's crust. It is likely that most of their people have evacuated before the disaster came. Chinrue said, however, this is just a hypothesis. The more likely hypothesis is that the abyss deliberately released those dwarves in order to erode the hill dwarves and forest dwarves, and then spread the power of the abyss to the surrounding countries step by step. According to Rala's feeling, the power of the abyss is already everywhere here. Although the intensity is not as strong as the Silver Moon Fairy capital, there is no seal protection like the elves here. Everyone must be careful. Everyone walked out of the palace and tried to directly penetrate the belly of the mountain, but it was easy to make a hole of a few meters, but it was difficult to break through more than 10 meters. It was obvious that this place was protected by some kind of power. The more it was so, the more it proved that this place was not simple. Chinrue pondered and said, "We are mainly here today for the Earth Source fragment. As for the abyss behind the Golden Palace, mainly to investigate the information. Try not to alarm it." "You seem to be a little too cautious," Paglio said indifferently. He had not personally experienced the battle with the abyss. He felt that all of them were super powerhouses, and there were also Chunrue and Rala, who were demigod combat power. Unless they encountered a fake god, otherwise they would be invincible. There was no need to be so cautious. The abyss is terrifying. Rala's short sentence made the poison dragon shut up immediately. If it could make the madwoman feel terrifying, it was definitely a truly terrifying existence. As for Dodo on Chunrue's shoulder, he had always been afraid of death as a virtue, so he would not be careless. Judging from the experience of the Fire Elemental King Ogmartin back then, if there were no special changes, the Earth Source fragment should still be in the Crimson Stone Mountains. The hostility that made the Elemental King feel fear was very likely the power of the abyss. It seemed that just like the Tree of Nature or the altar of the Nightmare volcano, the premeditation of the abyss was buried long ago. If it was allowed to develop, once it erupted, it would be the end of the world. Rala looked in another direction. Now the possibility of entering the Golden Radiance underground palace directly is almost zero, then we can consider the route explored by the Fire Elemental King back then. The density of fire elements here is relatively high. I think we should be able to find the entrance to the underground volcano group. The process of finding the underground palace was not smooth because the interference here was too strong. It took Rala 7 hours to find a cave in a mountain far away from the Golden Radiance underground palace. The trees in this mountain range were lush, which was completely different from the barren land near the Golden Radiance underground palace. The cave did not look like the entrance to an underground volcano, no matter how one looked at it. Chinrue did not doubt Rala's judgment. He took out the lighting magic item and walked in first, followed by Rala. Paglio looked around, muttered a few words, and walked to the back of the team. It was not that the poison dragon was lazy and deliberately walked at the back, but close combat, magic, and close combat. This was the most suitable simple formation for exploration. There were many tunnels below the cave, like a small maze. With Rala's senses, she did not suffer too much trouble. She directly chose the direction and continued to move forward. About 2 hours later, the humid air began to become dry, and the temperature was gradually rising. After turning a few winding tunnels, the light suddenly brightened, and the eyes were full of fiery red. Chinrue's eyes also lit up. The underground volcano, finally found thanks to Rala. The surrounding was flowing with river-like hot magma. The dark brown rocks on the ground looked abnormally solid, but there were many places where they could not stand. They could only jump or fly over. The further they went, the stronger the feeling of heat was, and the temperature began to become surprisingly high. Even Paglio felt strenuous, let alone Dodo. It was even more difficult for him to bear. He stuck out his exaggerated tongue and kept shouting that it was hot. Chinrue didn't care. The Fire Phoenix Divine Mark that Duo gave him back then could reduce fire damage by 10%, and there was a 10% chance of complete immunity. This heat was nothing to him at all. Rala's fingers gently swiped, and the red light on everyone's body disappeared. They felt that the hot, suffocating feeling was suddenly reduced a lot. This was the fire manipulation technique, which could increase the affinity of fire and reduce fire damage. Dodo was overjoyed, and he called, "Mistress is really handsome." At that time, the floating figures of Chinrue and the other two suddenly stopped. They saw a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the boiling magma in front of them, scaring the slime. Chapter 993. The huge palm went straight toward Chinrue and others, setting off a monstrous magma torrent along the way, bringing a huge pressure. Rala's eyes blinked, and the giant hand began to change rapidly on the way. Before it touched the crowd, it dispersed into liquid and fell down. Chinrue did not notice any special data display in analytical eyes. This should be the unconscious elemental body that the Fire Elemental King mentioned. The Fire Elemental King also said that according to the environment of this underground volcano group, the elemental body should be able to form fire elementals step by step. However, under the influence of that strange power, they would always be pure energy and unable to form real life. Since they had no consciousness, there was no difference between friend and foe. They were just controlled by the strange power behind them and instinctively attacked all outsiders who invaded. As soon as the giant hand was defeated, it was as if the fuse was lit. The surrounding magma began to change rapidly. All kinds of strange shapes emerged. Some were similar to human bodies, and some were like monsters. They all pounced on them. The power of these elemental bodies was not strong. With Rala's AoE attack, all the enemies nearby dispersed, but soon they were reborn in the magma. They were endless, and the power of the attack was gradually increasing. They were very difficult to deal with. Although Dodo was taken aback previously, he soon sensed that these enemies were weaker than him. He wanted to show off in front of his master, but these fire elemental bodies did not have a real entity. Master Slime felt that his fist seemed to be punching cotton and couldn't exert any strength. especially the transformation and immortality ability that he was proud of had no valiant power, so he had to return to his master's shoulder resentfully. Everyone fought and walked, trying to find the exit through this area, but the environment here seemed to have changed a lot. After a few turns, they actually returned to the same place. I want to use the fire elemental sense to find the location of that control source. You guys block it for a while. Try not to disturb me. Rala suddenly stopped moving and dropped a sentence. Then he closed his eyes directly in the midst of the dense attacks that were like a rain of fire from all directions. Neither Chinrue nor Paglios said anything. They both knew that Rala would not speak without thinking. Chinrue had a thought, and a translucent round shield appeared and enveloped the three of them, and really handsome on his shoulder. After the shield's range was enlarged, its defense was weakened significantly. Although these attacks were not particularly strong, the frequency and coverage were quite shocking. They did not even have time to breathe. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the barrier. Although the defensive shield had the ability to absorb attacks and recover automatically, the speed of recovery was obviously slower than the speed of destruction. Those cracks began to spread step by step, spreading to the entire round shield. Just as she was about to collapse, Rala's purple eyes suddenly opened. The countless attacks that were raining down from the sky abruptly faltered before dispersing. Unlike the previous dispersal, the scattered sparks and magma were reversed by an invisible force. They gathered in one place, revealing a whirlpool-like space entrance. Quick! This entrance can only last for a short time. Rush over. Everyone turned into a stream of light without hesitation and rushed into the entrance. After passing through the entrance, they felt that the light in front of them dimmed. It had changed from a dazzling red to another scene. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, whether it was Paglio, who had always boasted of being ruthless, or Rala, who had always been calm, they could not help but take a deep breath. Dodo was so scared that his entire body was trembling. He made out his hands and covered his eyes tightly, not daring to let go. This was a very ordinary passage. There were special burning torches on both sides of the passage at a certain distance. These torches could last for a very long time. This was naturally not the reason why everyone was surprised, but because the entire passage was made of bones. The walls, ceiling, and feet were all densely embedded with corpses using some special method. Just looking at the skeletal hands that stretched out from the walls was incomparably horrifying. Some of the corpses that had not yet turned into white bones, and one could vaguely see the expression of fear on their faces before they died. The air was filled with the stench of decay and death. Corpse path. This was a veritable corpse path. It spread all the way to both ends of the passage. No one knew how long it was, let alone how many such passages there were. Chinrue only felt that all the hairs on his body were standing up. His body trembled slightly. In addition to the initial fear, he was more angry. Although he was mentally prepared before this, he still couldn't suppress his anger when he saw the scene. So many lives. This was no longer something that could be described as inhumane or inhumane. Beside him, Rala felt his strong emotions and gently held Chinrue's hand. Chinrue had calmed down after circulating his astral power. He looked at Rala and Paglio and nodded. He was even more determined to destroy everything. Destroy the abyss. There are dwarfs and humans. It seems that we are in the underground world of the Golden Palace. There really is the earth elemental power here. Rala carefully sensed for a while. But this earth elemental power seems to be broken down in every corner, and it's filled with a strange aura of destruction. The aura of destruction is very pure, and the interference is very strong. It's impossible to determine the source of the law of earth. What Paglio noticed was another abnormality. I feel that the suppression here is very strong. If we fight here, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to exert our strongest power, and the consumption will be doubled. This is the power of blood sacrifice. Chinrue took a deep breath. He was newly aware of this terrifying power. Compared with the ruins of Cloud City, the resentment here was even stronger and more aggressive. The aura of destruction was filled with a special kind of coercion, which made people involuntarily feel fear. Fear? Chinrue secretly clenched his fists. Whether it was fear or hatred, they must be destroyed. The three of them walked forward carefully for a while and found a fork in the road. They didn't know which way to go for a while. Wait, there seems to be a voice behind. Rala pointed to the back of the passage. Now the fairy dragon had the strongest perception among them. Of course, this was under the premise that Chinrue didn't use polar transformation. Soon, Paglio and Chinrue also heard it. The sound was coming this way, and there seemed to be a lot of people. There are actually living people in this dead place. Rala drew a circle with her hands. You guys don't move. As soon as she finished speaking, Paglio, Chinrue, and Dodo felt a film-like force covering them at the same time. Their whole bodies actually became illusory slowly, and finally they were completely transparent. They were completely integrated into the flickering light of the torch. Invisibility. This wasn't a talent, but a real magic effect. It was even a group effect, invisibility. Forget about Chinrue and Dodo. The poison dragon was a knowledgeable person. His eyes suddenly widened. Soon, the sound was getting closer, and the speed was still very fast. When they came to this area, the pace gradually slowed down. Sure enough, there were about a dozen living people. They were all dressed in black cloaks, silver masks, and weapons in their hands. Among them, a golden mask seemed to be the leader. Chinrue was no stranger to this outfit. Black Death Apostles. It really is them. A few people were about to touch the invisible Paglio. As the poison dragon was about to make a move, Rala's voice that was compressed with the power of the kingdom came into his ears. Don't move! When someone encountered the poison dragon with the invisibility effect, it was like touching air. He passed through without any hindrance, as if Paglio didn't exist at all. This time, even the magic idiot Chinrue was surprised. This kind of invisibility is incredible. It is even more powerful than my stealth skill. That's strange. Didn't Sir Chi say that the space fluctuation in this area is strange? Someone might break in? Why can't I see anyone? Number 35. Your group goes to the left. No. 27. Your group goes to the right. Number 43. Your group goes to the middle with me. If you find an intruder, try to capture him alive. If you can't defeat him, immediately detonate the rune seal. If you don't find him, meet at this intersection. Yes, Captain. Soon after, the three pairs of people returned to the intersection. Captain, we didn't find anything. Us too. The captain, wearing a golden mask, pondered for a while. Impossible, Sir Chi. Clearly, the passage here can't be hidden. We didn't find anything along the way. Could the intruder have left? Or is his strength far better than us, and even has the ability to hide? In any case, we must report to Sir Chi as soon as possible. This main altar is about to be fully formed. We must not make any mistakes. Hearing the last sentence, Chinrue's eyes suddenly flashed. This is actually the main altar. Chinrue once heard from the angel Kyul of the Church of Light in Cloud City that the main altar was an altar that was directly sacrificed to the Abyss Master. It contained special rules and the most powerful power, and it could automatically absorb the sacrifices of the secret altars in various areas. The main altar was also the existence where the Abyss Master transmitted soul power and strengthened the control of will. The greater the sacrifice power, the stronger the will that the Abyss Master transmitted to the soul variant, and the more powerful the strength it exerted. In theory, each Abyss Master only corresponded to one main altar. The underground world of the Golden Radiance underground palace that had become like hell was actually the existence of the main altar. This time, they had finally caught a big fish. But what was certain was that the danger would also be greater. According to what the captain said just now, the main altar was not fully formed yet. It was a good opportunity to destroy it in one fell swoop. Paglio said, "Let's follow them. Anyway, with Rala's invisibility magic, we shouldn't be discovered." "Wait a minute," the fairy dragon said. "This group invisibility spell can't be moved. Once we move, we will be revealed, and the duration is limited. If it's me, I can move and become invisible." Chinrue just realized that there was such a flaw, but this kind of invisibility spell that ignored obstacles was already very powerful. He immediately smiled and pointed in the direction where the Black Death Apostles had gone. "Actually, we don't need to be invisible. We just need to be able to transform." Transform? The fairy dragon blinked her beautiful eyes and understood. Chapter 994. As the Black Death Apostles walked forward, they did not notice that their 3 companions at the back had disappeared silently, then reappeared silently. Naturally, they were replaced by Chenrue and the others. Chinrue had the camouflage skill to change at will, and Rala was even more skilled at shape-shifting. She added a shape-shifting spell on Paglio, so he did not even need to change into a cloak. As for Dodo, shape-shifting was the sincere handsome sir's ability to earn a living, needless to say. However, being afraid of death was also the sincere handsome sir's attribute, so Dodo did not become the 4th Black Death Apostle. Instead, he turned into a sword and appeared in the mistress' hand. The slime could clearly feel the power of the mistress after leveling up. It seemed safer than staying by his master's side. The 3 of them followed the team and walked forward. Along the way, there was a path made of corpses. The Black Death Apostles seemed to be used to it. Based on Chenrue's understanding of the mysterious church, these Black Death Apostles should be the most loyal and fanatical core members. Their hands were all stained with blood. After walking through a few oppressive corpse paths, the space in front suddenly opened up. This was a huge place, like a huge palace, as big as a few track fields. As the space was too big, the light was not particularly strong. They could vaguely see cave-like buildings in the distance, like murals. There were also some elevators and other equipment. This should be the grand underground world created by the cave dwarves, which was the real Golden Radiance underground palace. However, the current Golden Radiance underground palace had become a real hell on earth. The corpse paths on the ground continued to the front, but they were no longer flat. Instead, they were piled up with strangely shaped bone towers. These bone towers were arranged according to a special pattern, emitting a strong aura of death and destruction. The way they were arranged should be some kind of magic circle that could greatly increase the aura of death and destruction. The further they walked, the thicker the aura. Some of the bone towers seemed to be unfinished. Many Black Death Apostles were using a special tool to pour and build. The material was naturally a large number of corpses. Many of the corpses had obviously died not too long ago. Chinrue also found a space device similar to a teleportation circle. It seemed that the Black Death Apostles used the space door to travel to this main altar and transport the corpses. At the center of the aura of the bone towers was a huge building that was about 3 stories tall. To be more precise, it was a grand altar. There were no special bones or blood within the range of the altar, but the evil breath was even more terrifying. Even Chenrue and others were secretly palpitating, especially the sword in Zola's hand. She was trembling, slightly in fear. The team stopped. The leader, a golden-masked Black Death Apostle, walked to the bone tower, closest to the altar, and bowed to a man in a black robe. "Sir, we did not find any intruders." This Lord Chi was wearing a dark gold mask and a long robe inlaid with golden threads. On the stairs of the altar far away, there were 2 similarly dressed, dark, gold, masked men. These masks and robes belonged to the intermediate and advanced protectors of the mysterious church, the emissaries of destruction. The protectors of the mysterious church were equivalent to the thugs of the Church of Light's Inquisition. In descending order, They were the Great Destroyer Emissary, Great Guardian, Guardian and Protector. When Shura was at the peak stage of the demon overlord, he was conferred the title of Great Guardian. It could be seen that the higher-level destruction apostle should be a super powerhouse. In Chen Rui's analytical eyes, the information of this Sir-Chi had appeared. The race was human, and there was a note at the end, soul variation. The comprehensive strength assessment reached SS, which was the strength of the middle stage of the kingdom. In the analyzed attributes, there was indeed the expected blood sacrifice soul. It seemed that he was a superhuman powerhouse who was eroded by the power of the abyss. You didn't find anything? Sir-Chi was slightly startled. My sensing talent has been integrated with the protection of the entire main altar. It can't be wrong. Could it be that the intruder this time is very strong and is hiding? You're wrong. Chi, a low voice came from the top of the altar. A figure appeared in sight. It was a man in a red robe with a blood-red mask on his face. The red mask could only be worn by the civil servants above the archbishop. There was also a golden diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead of this figure's blood-red mask. This meant that his identity was not simple, a bishop second only to the Pope. Your Holiness, Thomas. Chi Yao bowed. Thomas's gaze fell on where Chenru and the others were. The enemy didn't hide. They followed us in. As soon as he said this, the Black Death apostles all surrounded them. The light of the altar flashed, and the group of Black Death apostles that came in was instantly covered in a faint, bloody light. Only Chenru and the others did not have anything on them. Now that their identity was exposed, Chenru and the others did not hide anymore. They immediately returned to their original appearances, and the surrounding Black Death apostles all pounced on them. Chenru stomped his foot, and the enormous power that contained the peak of the kingdom spread out. With the three of them as the center, all the Black Death apostles within a range of tens of meters were annihilated. These people were all guilty of the most heinous crimes. They definitely deserved to die, so Chenru did not have any concerns. Chenru noticed that although his stomp, which contained the power of the kingdom, had destroyed those normal Black Death apostles, the range of the power was smaller than expected. Furthermore, the ground did not even tremble, and the bone towers nearby were not affected at all. It seemed that there was something strange about the altar and the bone towers. The entire underground palace was like a sturdy hole, and normal power could not shake it at all. Even so, the peak of the kingdom aura that this attack emitted was enough to make Chi feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He immediately called out to the other two destruction apostles, Blood Eagle, Wyvern. The Black Death apostles usually did not use their real names. Most of them used fake names or code names, including the mysterious Bishop Thomas. The three destruction apostles instantly surrounded Chenru and the others in a triangular formation. A gentle light appeared on Ralla's fingertip and condensed into a small ball of light. The ball of light suddenly exploded. At the same time, the corpses of the three emissaries of destruction exploded. Blood splattered everywhere as their bodies fell to the ground. This scene caused Thomas, who was on the altar, to be greatly shocked. 3 emissaries of destruction at the level of a divine nation had actually been instantly killed. That woman had at least the power of a demigod. Thomas did not dare to be careless. He quickly chanted the language of the abyss, and the bodies of the Black Death apostles in the underground palace exploded one by one. As soon as the blood fell to the ground, it was absorbed by the bone towers nearby. The bone towers emitted a strange mist that was faintly red. Chenru and the others felt a special pressure at the same time, as if something heavy had fallen on their hearts. The circulation of power became more and more difficult, and even breathing became slightly difficult. Rala waved her hand at Thomas, and translucent cracks instantly appeared around the altar, as if some special protective wall had been damaged. Rala immediately increased the output of power. The cracks spread quickly, and it looked like it was about to collapse. At this moment, a pillar rose from the altar. At the top of the pillar was a translucent round cover, and in the round cover was an item that emitted a yellow light. As soon as this pillar appeared, the protective power immediately stabilized. No matter how much power Rala exerted, she could not destroy the defense of the altar. Earth's origin. Rala stared at the item in the round cover and began to test the structure of this defensive power. Earth's origin fragment. Chinrue's eyes lit up. That is the origin fragment that Earth Elemental King more needs the most. No matter who you are, if you dare to break in here, there is only a dead end. Although Thomas was surprised by Rala's strength and insight, he did not hesitate or fear at all. He began to chant the Abyss incantation again. The bloody mist of the bone tower became thicker. An entire main altar shone with a bloody glow. The pressure in everyone's heart became stronger. Under Dodo's horrified gaze, the corpses of the 3 destruction messengers that were killed by Rala just now actually began to automatically assemble and restore themselves. Chinrue instinctively had an ominous premonition. He immediately turned his hand into a blade shape, and hundreds of aura blade sharp chi flew toward the 3 destroyers in an instant. However, when this sharp chi that was enough to cut metal touched the destruction messenger's corpse, it disappeared without a trace, as if it flew into another space. The same was true for the poison attack that Peglio subsequently cast. Immediately afterward, the destruction messenger's body burned with a blood-red flame. The flame converged into a strange flower shape. Then it went into the corpse. The corpse began to swell, and the cloak and mask burst. The muscle texture distorted horribly. Bone spurs protruded out, and the palms also mutated into sharp claws. Soon, 3 tall and hideous crimson monsters appeared in the sight of Chenrue and others. Race: Abyss Soul Transformation. Remaining time: 2 hours and 59 minutes. Comprehensive Strength Assessment: S Physique, SSS Strength, SS Plus Spirit, SSS Speed, SSS Analysis: Dominator's Will, Strength, Self-Healing, Damage Amplification. Danger Level: Extremely Dangerous, Demigod, and its strength had reached the peak of the demigod level. Although this transformation had a time limit, and it was estimated that it would completely dissipate once the time was up, there was a time limit of 3 hours. If one strength was weaker, they would be torn apart in 3 seconds. Chinrue was secretly shocked. He did not expect the main altar to be able to create such terrifying monsters. After the monsters were formed, the bloody light of the main altar disappeared, and the bloody mist of the bone towers became much thinner. The pressure in everyone's hearts was slightly reduced, and it seemed that more than half of the stored power had been drained. It turned out that this mutation was not without a price. It would consume a considerable amount of the energy of the entire altar. Chinrue's mind was racing. The battle environment here was very disadvantageous to his side. It was difficult to exert the strongest combat power, and the consumption of power would be doubled. It would be quite difficult to defeat these 3 monsters with lords will head-on. The most troublesome thing was that the power of the main altar was extremely strange. With Archbishop Thomas around, it was unknown if more monsters would be created. The key was to directly destroy the main altar and seize the Earth Source fragment. I have a way to break the defense of this Earth Source fragment, but I need time, and those bone towers are the key. Destroy them first. Rala, who had been testing the defensive power of the altar in front, spoke up. Okay, leave these 3 monsters to me. Peglio, go destroy those bone towers. Dodo and Rala, try to destroy the main altar. Chenrue only had time to say the sentence, and the 3 monsters had already rushed over with a terrifying roar. In the next second, crimson starlight shrouded the 3 terrifying Abyss Soul transformations. Chapter 995. Bam! 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 7 giant crimson balls of light formed a line and exploded. 3 ferocious figures were blown away by the huge airwave and fell to the ground far away. One of them even crashed into a bone tower nearby. However, the bone tower only shook slightly and some fragments fell off. It did not suffer any real damage. It seemed that these bone towers were extremely sturdy. Ordinary attacks would not be able to destroy them. This 7-star explosion was very powerful under the ultimate Crimson Star transformation state. A lot of cracks appeared on the 3-headed monster's body, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. However, it was not fatal, and the ferocious aura did not weaken at all. What was more frightening was that the wounds quickly healed themselves. The self-healing speed of this Abyssal Soul variant was even faster than Chinrue's skills. Obviously, it was the result of the strange power of blood sacrifice, and it was a way to drink poison to quench one's thirst. However, this Abyssal Soul variant only lasted for 3 hours. Once the time was up, even if they did not fight, they would most likely turn into ashes. The premise was that they could hold on for 3 hours. Chinrue frowned. This demigod-level, 3-headed Abyssal Soul variant was like a normal abyssal creature. It was purely fighting based on instinct, and it did not have the power of a kingdom or higher intelligence. However, the suppression of this main altar was stronger than expected, especially the power of Polaris Kingdom, which was greatly limited by the similar power. If it was in a normal battle environment, the power of the 7-star explosion would be far more than this. Judging from the damage of the 7-star explosion, whether it was the Polaris Storm or the Flame Dragon Roar, it would be very difficult to completely kill the Abyssal Soul variant, and it could easily affect his own people. Perhaps only the True Red Annihilation would be effective, but the True Red Annihilation was a single target attack skill, and it could not kill 3 enemies at once. In this battle, the transformation time of the ultimate Crimson Star transformation would definitely be shortened, and he had to find a right time to maximize the effect. While Chenrue was fighting with the 3 transformed souls, Rala was not having an easy time. Thomas had noticed that Rala was trying to break the main altar's defense. Of course, he would not let her have her way. As he chanted the spell, the altar glowed red and turned into countless hands that flew toward Rala. Countless bloody hands came from all directions. Just the terrifying scene alone made Dodo's teeth chatter. Rala noticed the immense pressure coming from the crimson hand, and a serious expression appeared on her face. The shadow of her wand appeared in her hand, glowing faintly. An invisible force surged out and blocked the crimson hand. The crimson hand suddenly burned and turned into a cluster of blood fire that spread out, wrapping Rala's position and forming a ring of fire. Rala felt that the elemental power was constantly being decomposed and eliminated by the same special law. On the surface, it seemed to be in a stalemate with her own power, but in fact, the ring of fire was compressing inwards bit by bit. The fairy dragon frowned, but she did not dodge or leave because she happened to find a key node of the earth elemental origin, which was the key to breaking the altar's defense. If she gave up at this time, this node would be hidden or transferred when the opponent was prepared. It would be difficult to find it again. Therefore, Rala did not move and continued to stay in place. While resisting the ring of fire, she continued to break the defense. The power of the main altar was obviously enhanced by the bone tower. As long as Paglio destroyed the bone tower, the power of the ring of fire would naturally be greatly weakened. Moreover, it would also be faster to break the troublesome protective wall of the earth elemental origin. Paglio knew that time was tight. While Chenrue was entangled with the 3 terrifying abyssal monsters, he had already come to the densest group of bone towers. The bone tower was filled with a bloody mist, and the sense of oppression was even stronger than outside. The poison dragon's fist rippled with a green light, and he hit the nearest bone tower. There was a muffled sound, but the tower remained motionless. Paglio didn't expect that his 80% power punch still couldn't shake a small bone tower. There were dozens of bone towers here. If he didn't find a way to destroy them, then whether it was Chunrue or Rala, it was equivalent to doing useless work, and it was very likely that there would be great danger. The poison dragon's eyes became extremely serious. The snake pupils of the dragon's body faintly appeared. The kingdom's power surged and quickly gathered in his fists. In an instant, great poison and power had been condensed. Green thunder fall! In the blink of an eye, an amazing green thunderlight rushed to the bone tower. The bone tower finally trembled, and the bloody mist was quickly stirred up. Soon it returned to calmness. A few obvious cracks appeared on the body of the tower. The cracks flashed with green light as if it was rapidly destroying and corroding, and finally extinguishing. The poison really had a considerable effect on the bone tower. Unfortunately, this level of power could only cause damage on the surface. It was far from the level of destroying the entire bone tower. Paglio panted slightly. He had already used his full strength just now, but it only reached this level. If he wanted to destroy these bone towers, with his current strength of the middle stage of the kingdom, it was far from enough. Then there was only one way left. That was the artifact of the inherited bloodline of someone in Rizku, the Thunder Flail. The poison dragon had always refused to admit the identity of Cair Rieliero's son. He even rejected that person and this weapon from the bottom of his heart. However, he knew that Cair Rieliero was indeed his father. Although when he was born, he didn't see his parents, only the eggshell. Although the Thunder Flail was only a relatively basic artifact, it was a pure, offensive weapon. It could greatly increase the poison power, and it also had the special power of thunder and lightning. It was quite powerful. However, the poison dragon burned his blood last time to pick it up. Later, after he got the flail, Paglio had tried many times, but he couldn't completely integrate the power of the flail. Even if he could barely use part of its power, he would lose a lot of blood and suffer a strong backlash. Dragon Emperor Palgoris once said that only when he reached demigod or completely integrated the power of the inherited bloodline could he really use the power of the thunder flail. But now, Paglio had no other choice. Using the thunder flail was the only way he could destroy the bone tower. The roars of beasts and the shouts of his companions came into his ears. The poison dragon didn't hesitate anymore. A black flail appeared in his hand. Boom! Before he attacked, his skin burst open several wounds. Green blood gushed out. This was the price that had to be paid for using the flail. Paglio didn't even look at the blood. He slowly raised the thunder flail and activated the soul weapon state. In the air, traces of black lightning began to flash. In front of the altar, the bloody ring of fire had shrunk by 1/3. The crown of elemental goddess had appeared on Rala's head, and Secret Shadow had also turned into a long staff in the form of a soul weapon. It could be seen how much pressure she was under. The fairy dragon's forehead was already sweating, but her eyes flashed with a strange brilliance because she had already found the third node. If she found all 5, she could completely master the structure of the Earth origin law. At that time, as long as the bone tower was destroyed to weaken the continuous power, she could use the power of the wind origin law to inject it into these nodes, triggering a chain reaction, defeating the pillar where the Earth origin fragment was placed, and completely destroying the defensive power of the entire altar. Thomas didn't know that Rala had gradually figured out the pattern of his biggest trump card and was preparing to attack. He still thought that he was about to completely destroy this demigod with the power of the altar. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Thomas clearly felt that the power of the altar seemed to have weakened a little, and he immediately reacted. A bone tower was destroyed, and there is more than one. Thomas was very shocked. The function of the bone tower was to absorb the power of the altars or blood sacrifices from all over the plane. It could be transmitted to this main altar endlessly, becoming the largest source of power for the projection and descent of the Dominator. The bone tower and corpse road here had consumed a great deal of effort, and they hadn't had the time to completely construct it. Thus, The entire main altar couldn't display its full power, and some special dissensions couldn't be completed either. But now a part of it had been destroyed. I have to stop the bone tower from continuing to be destroyed. Thomas chanted the spell without thinking, and the 3 abyssal soul variants that were entangled by Chinrue immediately gave up on Chinrue and rushed toward the bone tower. Chinrue was still planning to attract the opponent's firepower and use true red annihilation to kill 2 or 3 people at once, who knew that the opponent would suddenly change the direction of the firepower. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly chased after them. In the group of bone towers, Paglio was panting heavily, and he almost couldn't hold the thunder flail in his hand. The power of the thunder flail was indeed extraordinary, and that kind of heavy attack that was a combination of poison and lightning attribute was very strong against the bone tower. It had destroyed 5 bone towers in a row, and the surrounding bloody mist had also become much thinner. However, the price to use the thunder flail was burning blood. Now the poison dragon's power was quite exhausted, and he felt dizzy and exhausted. At this moment, the poison dragon instinctively gave birth to a sense of crisis. He saw a terrifying figure in the mist in front of him, and it was pouncing in his direction. That kind of abyssal monster. When Chenrue was fighting with the 3 monsters previously, Paglio felt the terrifying breath from them. That was definitely an existence that could kill him in seconds. Unexpectedly, there was actually a monster rushing toward him. Although it was still dozens of meters away, this distance could be closed in the blink of an eye. Life and death was at this moment. It was too late to escape. Paglio gritted his teeth and used his remaining strength to hold the flail tightly again. At this moment, the poison dragon felt that the monster's movement suddenly slowed down. Not only the monster, but his own movement and reaction were the same. In the next second, a red light swept past the monster. The red light didn't seem to be affected by the slowing down. The space near the monster was cut in half by the red light. The feeling of slowness disappeared, and the space returned to normal as if it was just an illusion just now. The monster seemed to move due to inertia, and its body suddenly turned into particles and dissipated. The source of the red light was a 4-winged figure that faintly revealed a crimson fluorescent light in the mist. The poison dragon's mouth curled into a smile. This guy finally arrived in time before I die. However, the poison dragon's smile immediately froze on his face because the figure suddenly rushed a few steps forward. He was crossed by the 2 shadows behind him, and the shape of the wings behind him seemed to be scattered into pieces. However, the figure quickly stood firm. In a loud roar, he entangled the 2 ferocious figures that were rushing toward him. In an instant, the poison dragon's vision was a little blurred, but some vague fragments in his mind began to become clear. When I was born, I didn't see anything except eggshells. These years, I don't have any relatives, but I have a lot of enemies. What about friends? The dragon doesn't need friends, especially the poison dragon. Have you seen God having friends? They only need respect and fear. They don't need those unnecessary love and understanding. Maybe it was like this before, then what about now? Now, humph humph. Paglio lowered his head and looked at the black flail in his hand. Perhaps he hated the 2 people who should be called his parents for leaving him alone in the demon realm from the moment he was born. But at this moment, he suddenly thanked those 2 people. Without them, he would not exist in this world, would not know some people, and would not have some things. Precious things. Very precious. I'm no longer alone. I'm no longer fighting just for instinct or survival. I'm no longer fighting just for myself. The poison dragon smiled. Paglio, throw away everything and burn everything to fight. Let that human see. Let the madwoman see. Let little Betty in the distance also see. Let those guys further away see the true heroism of Master Poison Dragon. I'm so happy to be with you guys. His breathing became no longer heavy, and the blood in his body was burning. He held the flail tightly in his hand without the slightest rejection or hesitation. At this moment, the black flail seemed to have become a lot lighter. When he waved it, it shone with unprecedented lightning. Boom! 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 Continuous explosive sounds sounded, and the bone towers were shattered one after another in the black lightning. Chinrue's spirit was greatly refreshed. The battle near the bone towers made him have a further understanding of the hardness of these strange buildings. I didn't expect Paglio to be able to destroy the bone towers so easily. In fact, the bombardment of the two-soul transformed peak demigod just now caused Chinrue to suffer a lot of damage. The star wings behind him were shattered, but the destruction of the bone towers made Chinrue's fighting spirit more and more high. The tide-like star power surged out and firmly entangled the two enemies. Thomas felt that the bone towers were destroyed one after another, and the power of the main altar plummeted. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zola, who had been suppressed by the blood-colored ring of fire, suddenly opened her narrowed purple eyes. Xiao Dong, who was wearing the crown of the elemental goddess on her head, suddenly had a colorful light appear in her pupils. 5 holes suddenly appeared on the indestructible protective wall. These holes instantly connected into a green passageway that was as thick as an arm, all the way to the origin fragment at the top of the main altar pillar. Dodo, go now. Get the origin fragment of that pillar